So dizzy. My name is Chow Mei. I couldn't believe how heavy and weak my body felt, like I was floating in clouds. Maybe it was because I hadn't slept well lately, or it was just that time of the month. I told myself that more rest would help and closed my eyes again. But then, wait a second. Why was there someone lying beside me? My eyes flew open. As I moved slightly, I realized I was in someone's arms. A strong arm wrapped around me tightly, and I could hear the steady beat of a heart. Thump, thump, thump. I had never been this close to someone before, and my heart raced. It was dark, and I could barely see anything, but as my eyes adjusted, I noticed the old, worn, out room around me. There was a cracked floor, a shabby table, and a faded vanity by the window. The moonlight revealed just enough. I turned to look at the person beside me. His face was mostly hidden by messy hair, but I could see the sharp line of his jaw. He was beautiful, with a side profile that glowed in the moonlight. What was going on? Who was he? Was I dreaming? And a dream like this, of all things? My face heated up. Could it really be that after being single for over 20 years, my first ever sweet dream was with such a gorgeous man? Was this heaven's way of rewarding me? I couldn't help it. I reached out to touch his firm chest, feeling the solid muscle and the warmth of his heartbeat. His body was perfect. The man let out a low, husky grunt, making my heart pound even more. This dream felt so real, and his voice sounded exactly like something from a fantasy. I whispered, I want to stay in this dream forever, but my voice sounded different, soft and seductive. Even I was surprised at how alluring I sounded. If only I had this voice in real life. Then, as I held him, the man shifted, almost waking up. Instinctively, I hugged him tighter, and he seemed to relax. Eventually, both of us dozed off again. Morning light streamed in through a crack in the door. I opened my eyes, and suddenly, memories crashed into me. It hit me. I had transmigrated. I was now in a body from the year 1983. The original Chiao Mei was spoiled but had a rough life. She grew up fat and dark-skinned, living with her doting grandfather after losing her parents. No one wanted to marry her, and she had always been bitter, even jealous of her pretty cousin Xiaoyu. One day, she had an accident while arguing with her cousin and died. And now I was here, in this body. But what about last night? Oh no, it wasn't just a dream. I had actually forced myself on a man. Panic set in. What would he do when he woke up? Would he be furious? I was so filled with regret that I could barely look at him anymore. Xiao Mei, get up. Your Aunt Wang is here, called an elderly voice from outside. My grandfather, Chao Chong, was talking to matchmaker Wang, who had come to arrange a marriage for me. Listening to their conversation, I realized how desperate my situation really was. Our plan was supposed to be perfect. Grandfather Chao Chong and I had set up this whole situation so that the handsome soldier wouldn't get away without taking responsibility. If someone saw us together in bed, there'd be no escaping it. But now that I'd actually transmigrated here, I didn't want this to happen. After all, it felt so wrong. I was the one who forced myself on him. When I heard matchmaker Wang outside, I yelled, "Who? That old hag? Tell her to get lost. I'll throw her out myself if she doesn't." My voice might have been sweet, but my words weren't. Matchmaker Wang stormed off, and I felt relieved seeing her leave. Grandfather looked confused. This wasn't what we had planned at all. Just as I thought I could catch my breath, I felt a tug on the blanket. I froze. The man beside me, his presence was so overwhelming. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Desperate, I pulled the blanket over my head, hoping to hide. If he saw how I really looked, dark, chubby, and all, he'd be horrified. Xiaxia, the soldier, got up and dressed quickly. Meanwhile, I stayed buried under the blanket, feeling completely humiliated. Of all moments to transmigrate, why did it have to be during this embarrassing mess? Grandfather's voice called again from outside, and I had to shout back, "Don't come in." He misunderstood, thinking something awful had happened. Meanwhile, Xiaxia looked at his bruised arm, probably thinking he'd been the one to hurt me. I was mortified. How could my grandfather think the soldier had mistreated me when this was all part of our setup? I couldn't even meet Xiaja's eyes. When grandfather finally left, I had to apologize. I'm so sorry for last night. It was my fault. Xiaja's voice was deep and smooth, and he replied, Sorry? That's it? His voice was too mesmerizing for me to handle. If only last night hadn't happened, maybe we could have been friends. I braced myself and offered, You can vent your anger however you want. My voice, soft and pleading, probably sounded pitiful. Surprisingly, Xiaja seemed to calm down, realizing I was just a young girl who didn't know better. Still, the embarrassment from last night wouldn't let me go. Even though I had no feelings for him, this situation was beyond complicated. Yet, to my shock, Xiaja decided he'd take responsibility. I'll give you closure, he said. I was stunned. What? I didn't even want that. I tried to convince him. No, it's really all my fault. Please don't feel you owe me anything. Despite everything, he stood there puzzled. Why was he willing to stay in this tangled mess? Honestly, wasn't this whole setup just too ridiculous? Matchmaker Wong was supposed to be the witness to force me to acknowledge what had happened and make sure this soldier couldn't back out. But looking at Xiaja's confused face, it seemed he thought I didn't want to marry him. He stared at me, puzzled, but I tried to act strong. Get dressed and leave quickly, I told him. You'll miss your train back to the city, and I have work to do. I yanked off the blanket to get up, only to reveal my thick, muscular thighs. Xiaja quickly turned away and left. As soon as he was gone, I let out a sigh of relief and hurried to dress. But when I saw the enormous pants I had to wear, my eyes widened. How had the original owner of this body gotten so big? One leg of these pants could be a skirt. I realized I was over 190 pounds, completely huge in this time period where food was scarce. I checked myself in the mirror, and the reflection shocked me. Thick limbs, dark, tan skin, features squished by a chubby face, and wild, yellowish hair. I looked like a bear. The only decent thing about me was my eyes, which were bright and lively, but that hardly made a difference. I was so ugly it almost made me cry. Then I heard the sounds of Xiaja packing up outside. He was leaving. He mentioned he had a mission that would take about a month. Even though his voice was pleasant, his words about reporting our marriage plans sounded gloomy. He probably never imagined he'd have to marry someone like me. I ran to the door to tell him no, that he didn't need to take responsibility. But when I looked through the gap, I froze. He was so handsome, with sharp eyebrows, a strong jawline, and deep, set eyes. He looked righteous and cool in his military uniform. I swallowed my words and just stared, stunned. Give me a month, he said, then walked away. Watching him leave, I felt my resolve crumble. Suddenly, the idea of rejecting him didn't seem so important. Maybe we could decide about marriage later. Maybe he'd forget. As I sat on the bed, I replayed everything that had happened since I transmigrated. I couldn't believe it. After working hard for over 20 years to own a car and a house, I ended up transmigrated back to the starting line. It felt so unfair. But thinking back, at least I had no close family or friends left in my previous life who would miss me. Maybe it wasn't so bad to escape the stressful life of being a busy employee. Still, adjusting to this body was tough. I looked down at my huge chest, something I had always dreamed of having. But now it felt suffocating, like it was hard to even breathe while sitting. My stomach started growling, and when I glanced out the window, the sight of a few sad-looking vegetable stalks in the yard made my mouth water. Seriously? The city girl I used to be now wanted to eat raw veggies? No, I decided. I had to change things. I couldn't live like this. Determined, I clenched my fists and told myself, I must lose weight. This body was just too much, even for me. I remembered back in college when I gained 30 pounds from stress eating after a breakup. It had taken everything in me to lose that weight through discipline and exercise. If I could do it then, I could do it now. With new energy, I jumped out of bed and headed outside, ready to start fresh. The house was small and falling apart, with dusty floors and furniture barely holding together. The kitchen was messy, with firewood randomly thrown in a corner. It was filthy, no better than a pigsty. No wonder the original Chow Mei never cleaned. She'd been too lazy, and grandfather Chow Chong was too old to help. I stepped outside into a big, open courtyard. The surrounding fields had dark, fertile soil, but it was early spring, and hardly anything was planted. Despite this, I couldn't help but smile. I'd always loved plants and dreamed of having my own land to grow things. Back in the city, I paid extra for a ground floor unit just to have a small yard for gardening. Now I had a huge space all to myself. With a wide smile, I opened my arms, breathing in the fresh air. Let's get to work. I couldn't stand the dirt and mess any longer. This place needed cleaning, and I had the time to make it happen. The house smelled of mold and dust, definitely not a place fit for living. It was time to make it right. I rushed into my room, ready to dive into some serious cleaning. But when I lifted the blanket, I noticed a bright stain and suddenly remembered something important. Last night had been my first time. And according to the memories I inherited, this was how the original Chow Mei got pregnant, with twins. My hand shook as I clutched the blanket. Children? Twins? In my previous life, after my cheating ex-boyfriend broke my heart, I'd never fallen in love again. A car accident had even robbed me of the chance to be a mother. Now, the thought of having children filled me with disbelief and joy. I knelt down and thanked the heavens for this miracle. Then something caught my eye, a green light coming from the blanket. I found a beautiful dark green pendant tied with a red string. It was made of imperial green jade, something that looked incredibly valuable. I realized this pendant belonged to Xiaxia, and it must have fallen off during last night's activities. In the original story, Chow Mei had refused to return it when he came back to look for it, and it ended up being sold to her cousin Xiao Yu for a measly $8. Remembering this, I realized there was more to the pendant. After Xiao Yu got it, her life improved drastically. She transformed from a country girl to a beauty, and her family quickly became wealthy, owning luxury items and even moving to the city. It seemed like this pendant held some huge secret. Could it be some kind of magical artifact, like those used by transmigrators? Excited, I held the pendant and tried to activate it, shouting, "Pendant space, enter." But nothing happened. Maybe it needed blood to work, like in those stories? Determined, I cut my finger and let the blood drip onto the jade. The pendant glowed green for a moment, but then, nothing. I tried again, but still, everything stayed the same. I felt silly, rubbing my nose and giggling at how ridiculous I must have looked. Even if the pendant didn't have any supernatural power, it was still worth thousands. Xiao Mei examined the pendant carefully, but when she happened to glance at the wound on her finger, she was surprised to find that the wound was gone. Could it be that this pendant has healing properties? Xiao Mei carefully observed the changes in her body as she tried to take a few steps. After a while, her eyes lit up with pleasant surprise when she discovered that the jade pendant had an unusual function. When she walked out of the house earlier, she could feel herself panting after a few steps. But when she walked to the kitchen now, she did not feel any discomfort the whole way. There was no longer any pressure on her chest, and her breathing had become smooth. Wound healing? Strengthening the body? Xiao Mei smiled slightly. It was good that this jade pendant had this function. It could protect her life and save her from worrying about her obesity causing other illnesses. She stood there and studied it for a while before finally confirming that this jade pendant indeed had the effect of strengthening one's body. She secured the rope holding the pendant and hung it around her neck before starting to clean up the room. It was time to start work. She first cleared out the unwanted items in the room and threw away the pile of trash, leaving behind an empty room. Only a bed and a bedside table were left in the room. Xiao Mei took out all the clothes piled up by the bed and threw them into the big basin in the courtyard. Then, she picked up the broom to clean up all the dirty corners and used a cloth to wipe the dust off all the tables and cabinets. Even the only glass surface was polished to a shine. When Xiao Chang got home, Xiao Mei was doing her best to wash the dirty clothes in the big basin. He was stunned on the spot and dared not believe that the person washing the clothes was Xiao Mei. He blinked his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. What was going on? The person in front of him was indeed his granddaughter, but what she was doing did not seem like something she would do. Xiao Chang gripped his walking stick tightly and asked tentatively, "Mei Mei, Hearing this voice, Xiao Mei stopped and looked up at her grandfather. Seriously? Based on how this body looked, how could he call out the name Mei? Mei won so naturally. She was dark and fat, and there is no part of this body that can relate to the term beautiful. If outsiders heard him, they would think that he was calling out to a pretty young lady. However, Xiao Mei also knew that in her past life, he was indeed the only person in the world who truly and sincerely treated her well, almost to the extent of giving in to her every whim. Xiao Chong was a veteran who had an honorable discharge from the army and had received all kinds of medals. Even though he was retired now, he was still drawing a salary from the country. By the year 73, his salary had already hit $60. Every month, there were also various subsidies given by the village, which were not even available to city workers. However, Xiao Chong had used all of this on the original owner of the body. That was how he raised the original owner of the body into a black bear spirit. Io, Mei Mei, what's going on? Why are you suddenly washing your clothes? Xiao Chong quickly made his way into the courtyard with his walking stick. He knew his own granddaughter's temperament the best. It was impossible for her to be washing clothes. Given that she was washing such a big basin of clothes, had she been agitated by something? Could it be that she wanted to leave a good impression on Xiaxia? All right, that would be great. He was still afraid that Xiaxia would dislike Xiao Mei as the person she was. It would be great if she was willing to make changes. At this thought, Xiao Chong smiled and said, Mei Mei, look, grandfather has bought the meat. Once the meat is cooked later, you and Xiaxia should nourish yourselves well. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze towards the house. The moment he caught sight of it, he was shocked. The three rooms looked so different that he could barely recognize them. The originally dusty floor had become spotless, and the only piece of glass had been wiped clean. The table was clean with 2 teacups and a teapot sitting on it. However, he did not see Xiaxia. Where is Xiaxia? Xiao Chong frowned. There was a sharp gleam in his turbid eyes, revealing a fierce aura that made people scared to look at him directly. As expected from a veteran from the battlefield, domineering, mighty, Xiao Mei could not help but take a deep breath, feeling respect for this crippled veteran in front of her. Now that she was in this body, the twins in her stomach were hers. This grandfather was naturally also hers. Grandfather, don't just stand outside. You've walked such a long distance. Let me help you inside to take a rest. Xiao Mei stood up and wiped her hands on her clothes. She took the meat from his hands and helped him into the house. Xiao Mei helped her grandfather into the house and poured some water into the clean teacup. Based on her past memories, her grandfather's body was exhausted and he was about to pass away. She only had these few months left to show her filial piety. Xiao Chong blankly took the water that was offered to him and stared at the clean table and spotless floor in front of him. Xiao Mei knew in her heart that it was because she had made too big a change to herself, leaving him unable to react. The original owner of the body never had a kind face towards this elderly relative of hers. She would scream and shout all day long, pulling a long face from time to time, as if her grandfather was her enemy. Grandfather, I've grown up. I didn't do well in the past, but now I want to change. I hope that from today onwards, everything will be renewed. Xiao Mei looked at her grandfather's eyes and sincerely said to him, okay. When Xiao Chong heard this, tears welled up in his eyes. He lowered his head and drank water to hide his emotions. Drink slowly. Don't scald yourself. Good. I'm fine. Xiao Chong swallowed the water and nodded repeatedly. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong and asked, what about him? Where's Xiaxia? He had a mission, so he left first. Xiao Mei explained. What? He left just like that? He didn't say anything? Grandpa's eyes widened instantly, looking fierce. Grandfather, what else do you want him to say? Xiao Mei sat by the side and said slowly, in the first place, we are the ones in the wrong. We are already very lucky that he doesn't pursue the matter. But, he looked at Xiao Mei, whose dark face reflected the light in the room. Then he thought of Xiaxia, who would be considered a good catch, and there was no way he could say that his granddaughter was taken advantage of. But if you don't marry him, how are you going to survive in the future? You don't know how to cook, and you don't know how to do farm work. We can only keep this house because I'm still here. I'm afraid that you will even be sold to a fool." Xiao Zhuang was Xiao Chang's younger blood brother, but Xiao Zhuang was sent to live with another family when he was young, so he was not close to Xiao Chang. The foster family just left Xiao Zhuang to grow up on his own. Xiao Zhuang got used to being tyrannical in the village, and now, one generation later, his son was even more disrespectful and unscrupulous. If not for the fact that he was still around, no one knew what that family would be capable of doing. Once he was gone, Xiao Zhuang's family would definitely not let Xiao Mei off. This house and this piece of land would become theirs. It would not be a problem if they just took the house. He was afraid that they would sell Xiao Mei into the mountain area as a companion for an idiot. "I heard gossip in the village that they are looking for a husband for you in the mountain area. If you don't find someone to rely on when I'm still alive, you'll be doomed once I die." Xiao Chang got so worked up that he gasped and spat out a mouthful of blood on the floor. "Grandfather." Xiao Mei's eyes widened. She quickly stood up to walk to her grandfather's side and said calmly, "Grandfather, don't be anxious. I didn't tell you the truth just now. Actually, he said he would come and marry me in a month." "He did? Really?" Xiao Chang quickly asked. It's true, it's true." Xiao Mei nodded quickly and then pointed at the jade pendant on her neck. "It's definitely true. If you don't believe me, look at this jade pendant on my neck. It's the keepsake he left behind." Xiao Chang shifted his gaze to the piece of jade. It was crystal clear and suffused with a faint green glow. It was obviously something nice. He had roamed the world for half his life, so he was still able to judge things for what they were. "Did you steal this?" Xiao Chang asked hesitantly. "Grandfather, do you think I'm someone who would steal things?" With Xiao Chang's retirement salary, he was the richest person in the village. He never treated Xiao Mei poorly when it came to her sustenance. It was impossible that the original owner of the body would steal anything. That's right, that's right. Our Mei Mei has never taken anything from anyone else." Xiao Chang's eyes disappeared into a smile as he thought of this, seemingly proud of himself. "It's all grandfather's fault. I shouldn't have doubted our Mei Mei. Grandfather, don't worry. From today onwards, I will work hard to change. If I don't know how to do farm work, I will learn. I will also learn how to cook. I will definitely not be worse than other people's daughters." Yes, yes, yes. In the past, Mei Mei was just too lazy to learn. As long as Mei Mei made up her mind, she would definitely be better than other girls. Let's see who dares to belittle our Mei Mei in the future. Xiao Chang grinned, his face filled with relief and hope. Xiao Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaozhi agreeing to marry his granddaughter would fulfill one of his wishes. The Xia family was of good moral standing and would not go back on their words. Xiao Mei nodded and said, "Grandfather, please sit here for a while. I'll go cook now. We'll be able to eat soon." Hesitation flashed across Xiao Chang's eyes. At this point in time, there was not much food left at home. Usually they would have to reduce their food intake during this time of the month. He had to eat less to ensure that there was enough to last his granddaughter until next month. As if Xiao Mei can cook? Isn't it just wasting food? He was unable to say these words out loud, though. After all, this was the first time Xiao Mei volunteered to do the cooking. "Okay, you go then." Xiao Chang sighed and forced the words out. "I'm not too hungry yet. You can just make some for yourself." "Okay." Xiao Mei immediately nodded and went to the kitchen to cook. Xiaozhi was standing outside the door when he heard this, and his eyes flashed with understanding. So that is how it is. He was halfway through his journey when he felt that something was wrong. When he touched his neck, he realized that the pendant he had been wearing since young was gone. Hence, he immediately came back to look for it. The pendant was a family heirloom passed through the generations, so it was a very important thing. When he came back and got to the door, he heard someone from the Qiao family talking, so he stopped to listen. He did not expect to hear the whole story. So this was the truth of the matter. Grandpa Qiao's health was failing, and he might pass away very soon, leaving Xiao Mei alone in the world and being targeted by greedy relatives. This was why he came up with this awful plan. In the end, Xiao Mei actually changed her mind and did not want to drag him down. It seems that this woman still has some kindness in her. By now, most of the indignation and resentment in Xiaozhi's heart had dissipated. Never mind. Let her keep this pendant. Back when his grandmother gave him the pendant, She said that it was for her future granddaughter-in-law. In any case, he would have to give it over sooner or later, so he would not take it back now. With this thought, Xiaozhi turned around and left immediately. Xiaomei walked out of her grandfather's room and went to the kitchen located in the middle. The big rice jar came into sight once she pushed the door open. She walked up and looked inside, only to find that there was not much rice left. The remaining rice in the jar was only half a palm deep. Beside the rice jar, there were 2 heads of shriveled white cabbages and a single carrot with mud on it. This was all the food left in the kitchen. Xiaomei recalled her past memories. Most of her memories were about eating, and on the 15th day of every month, she would feast most happily. At that time, there would always be an abundance of meat and vegetables. The middle of every month was when Xiao Chang received his retirement salary, and on that day, he would go to the city to buy food and vegetables. Actually, both of them would receive food distributed by the village, as well as get a share of vegetables. However, given Xiao Mei's appetite, what they received was far from enough for her to eat. It was also because of Xiao Chang's indulgence towards his granddaughter that he would go to the city every month to spend money on vegetables and meat. There were still a few days to go until the 15th of the month, and there was already insufficient food and vegetables at home. As usual, Xiao Chang had been going hungry for the past few days so that the original owner of the body had enough to eat. Xiao Mei squatted down to start the fire and sighed. Grandfather is really too nice. She actually ran into such a good grandfather. Lighting a fire, washing the pot, washing the rice, washing the vegetables. Xiao Mei was good at all these chores. After all, she used to live alone. She had always been very interested in the countryside. Every weekend, she would go camping in the wilderness, so she was quite good at lighting fires and cooking over it. Xiao Chang was a little worried. He slowly made his way out with his walking stick and saw his granddaughter busying herself in front of him. She actually seemed to be doing well. She just went about her work quietly without any complaints. He held back his emotions and quickly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. His Mei had finally grown up and become sensible. In a rural kitchen, there were usually 2 stoves. One was used for cooking while the other was used for preparing animal feed. In the countryside, almost every household would raise livestock and poultry like pigs, chickens, ducks, and so on. It was only this year that they did not have any due to Xiao Chang's poor health. Xiao Mei washed the 2 pots until they were spotlessly clean, not caring what the pots were previously used for. She took one pot and cooked porridge with it over a small fire. The other pot was used to make the other dishes. First, she cut the carrot and washed the cabbages clean. Then, she fried the carrot in oil, stewed the cabbages, and put in a few slices of pork belly. Instantly, a delicious aroma filled the air. Growl. Xiao Mei's stomach started growling. When she saw the food in the pot and smelled the aroma, she almost drooled. It was the same for Xiao Chang. He gulped at the delicious smell coming from the pot. After walking so far to buy meat, he was already feeling hungry. His culinary skills were only so-so. The dishes he made were edible and nearly not as fragrant as the food in the pot now. Xiao Mei was not picky, though, and she liked to eat everything. Otherwise, she would not have grown so fat. The food is ready. Grandfather, come and eat, Xiao Mei shouted. She filled up Xiao Chang's bowl with porridge served with a large plate of side dish, while she had a bowl of diluted porridge and a small plate of side dish. Xiao Chang looked at the food in front of him and looked at Xiao Mei suspiciously. Were the bowls put in the wrong place by mistake? Mei, is this bowl yours? Xiao Chang said as he reached out to swap the bowls. No, this bowl is yours. I want to lose weight starting today. I have to control my mouth and not eat too much, Xiao Mei said. What? Lose weight? Xiao Chang was stunned. The phrase lose weight was foreign to him. In this era, it was considered good for a person to be able to put on a few pounds. Who would want to lose weight? Besides, people of that time generally thought that being a little plump was a sign of wealth and fortune. Grandfather, don't you think I should lose some of the fat on my body? Besides, it is so ugly to look like this. Xiao Mei asked him back with a worried expression. Xiao Chang smacked the table and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Who dares to say that you're ugly? Xiao Mei let out a soft sigh. If the stocky build of this body was not considered ugly, then what was ugly? Grandfather really doted on her too much. Xiaxia said that such a figure isn't suitable to have children. She had no choice but to continue talking. Xiao Chong was stunned speechless when he heard this. He's not happy with you? Xiao Chong narrowed his eyes and asked. Sister Qiao sighed again. How could he be happy with such a figure? Only this elderly man who is truly good to me does not despise me. That's all there is. It's not whether he's happy with me or not. Anyway, he already said that he wants to marry me, and we will have to get married no matter what. But I really have to lose weight. Otherwise, if I really can't give birth because of my obesity, that would be terrible. In her past life, she did not know how the original owner of the body managed to give birth to twins with this body. She was really too lucky. However, thinking back, the pair of twins really did fall sick often. They were thin and looked pitiful. Although she ate a lot, it did not mean that the children would definitely be able to absorb the nutrients. Even if it was just for the sake of the two children, she had to start losing weight now. That's right. Having a child is a big deal. With a child, you will have someone to rely on in the future. At least you won't get sold off. Xiao Chong finally nodded his head in agreement. However, given the way he doted on his granddaughter, she could say whatever she wanted, and he would not object to anything. After reaching a consensus, they finally picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. As soon as Xiao Chong put the food into his mouth, his eyes lit up. This dish is really delicious. Our Mei Mei is indeed the smartest, learning how to cook immediately. Grandfather has never eaten such delicious food before. As long as grandfather likes it. Xiao Mei felt that her grandfather was just giving her encouragement and did not think that her cooking skills were good at all. After all, when her grandfather was a soldier, he used to report to some big shot. He had gone places with the big shot and dined at all kinds of restaurants. The culinary skills of those top chefs were definitely better than hers. She knew her own limits. There was no way that she could match up to those people. However, when she put the food in her mouth, she also got a shock. It was not just her grandfather. She also had never eaten such delicious food before. In her other life, she had not only dined at 5-star restaurants within the country, but also tasted the best dishes of world-class restaurants. Yet, she had never before eaten anything more delicious. It seemed like they were not just eating cabbages and carrots, but cabbages and carrots that had become magical beings. Probably only magic could make it taste so good. How is this possible? Xiao Mei looked at the dishes on the plate carefully and muttered softly. No matter how she looked, the dishes were just the most ordinary dishes. She did not put in a lot of effort just now. She had just stewed them in a casual manner and only added salt as seasoning. The issue was probably not about the vegetables. After all, it was not like her grandfather had not eaten cabbages and carrots from the kitchen before. In the flash of an eye, Xiao Mei suddenly thought of the pendant on her neck. Could it be that the power of the pendant could make food taste better? Forget it. It's more important to eat first. I will study it later. The pendant allowed her to walk around without feeling breathless, and her chest no longer felt stuffy. However, her stomach was feeling especially uncomfortable from the hunger. She felt as if her stomach was now totally empty, that she was so ravenous it felt as though she could swallow an elephant. The original owner of the body had a huge appetite. Every meal, she would eat one big bowl after another. A small bowl of rice was just like a drop in the ocean for her. Logically speaking, such a small bowl of rice would not be enough for her. Yet Xiao Mei felt very comfortable after finishing the rice in the bowl. Her whole body felt full of energy, as if she had eaten some kind of elixir tonic. What's going on? Could it be that the food she made had some special power? Next to her, Xiao Chong had already finished all his food. It's so delicious, and my stomach feels so good. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Xiao Chong sighed as he rubbed his belly. It had been such a long time since he ate so comfortably. Seeing the satisfaction in Xiao Chong's face, Xiao Mei couldn't help her eyes from turning red as she almost teared. Xiao Chong had gastric problems that had reached the stage of being untreatable. The doctor had suggested that he should make use of this period of time to make preparations for his own funeral. It was indeed rare for him to be able to have a meal so comfortably. Xiao Mei felt that he got sick because of the original owner of the body. He pampered her so much and went hungry often. It was likely that his illness was caused by not having regular meals. Let me pay for the sins of the original owner of the body? She made a promise that she would cook for her grandfather every day from now on and would try her best to help him nurse back his health. Xiao Mei quickly put away the used crockery and cutlery and continued towards the courtyard to wash the clothes in the big basin. After hanging out the clothes to dry, she walked out of the courtyard. She had wanted to talk to Xiao Chang about it, but when she opened the door, she saw that Xiao Chang had fallen asleep near the fireplace and was snoring away. This was such a rare sight. She knew that Xiao Chang had been suffering from his illness for a long time and was hardly able to have a good night's sleep. Usually, he would not be able to sleep for more than 2 to 3 hours a day, and it was taking a toll on his body. Xiao Mei covered him with a blanket and walked out softly. After that, she wanted to find a quiet place with no one around, so she walked towards the mountain area behind the house. She felt something different the moment she stepped into the mountain area. As soon as she entered the mountain forest, she felt a sense of comfort. It was as if she was lying down and basking in the sun. More accurately, the wind was coming for the jade pendant on her neck. Then through the jade pendant, the energy was transferred to her limbs and her entire body. The deeper she went into the mountains, the clearer the feeling became. The energy level got stronger and stronger and shot towards her like streaks of light, while threads appeared in the air. And at the other end of the threads were actually the various plants in the forest. What a great treasure! So this was the reason why in her past life, Xiao Yu had protected this treasure with all her might. This was also Xiaja's possession. However, she felt a little sorry for Xiaja. Maybe he could consider this jade pendant his gift to his future children. It was only right for her to take it. Xiao Mei stayed in the forest for an entire afternoon before she had a vague understanding of the function of the jade pendant. This jade pendant could absorb the energy of plants, transferring this energy to its owner, and before finally transferring a portion of the energy out. The energy that was released was purified, which made it seem more like essence. When the plants absorbed this energy, they grew more lushly. This was such a very favorable cycle. As the owner of the jade pendant, she had direct control over it and could choose the target to absorb the energy. Xiao Mei used her mind to control the jade pendant to absorb the energy of a wild vegetable seedling in the ground, preparing to exchange energy levels with it. But unexpectedly, after just 3 seconds, the wild vegetable shot up half a meter high and slapped her in the face. Heavens! Xiao Mei was shocked and quickly retreated to dodge it. In just a few seconds, the wild vegetable started to bloom, bore fruit which scattered the ground with seeds and then withered. So that was how it was. Even with the pendant's energy, the laws of nature must still be followed. Xiao Mei was a little disappointed, but she soon felt relieved. It was also a good thing to adhere to the laws of nature. Otherwise, if she could make plants immortal, then as the owner of the jade pendant, she would continue to absorb energy and remain young. Then wouldn't she be taken to the laboratory to be dissected alive? Besides, even if she was immortal, wouldn't it be sadder if she had to send her friends and family off time after time? On second thought, Xiao Mei felt very lucky. When she saw the seeds that had scattered on the ground, Xiao Mei's eyes instantly lit up. At the speed at which this plant grew, wouldn't she be rich if she planted something? This was practically a treasure tailor-made for her. It was more useful than a portable space. So what if she was given a space? It would always be smaller inside the space than outside, and it also would not satisfy her desire to grow many plants. The function of this jade pendant was better. We're rich, we're rich. Xiao Mei cried out excitedly and started experimenting with other plants. She found another tree and focused her thoughts on it. The sprouts on the tree branch started to grow at a speed that shocked Xiao Mei, and she quickly ended the experiment. She then picked a small wild strawberry seedling. After focusing on it for a few rounds, the ground was filled with red strawberries. They were very eye-catching and smelled really fragrant. She took a bite, and the fresh and delicious taste made her whole body feel comfortable. This fruit had the unique sweet smell of strawberries, as well as an additional hint of freshness. This was simply a magic fruit. The fragrance was simply too tempting to Xiao Mei. She only remembered that she was supposed to lose weight after eating a big bunch of them. So she resisted the urge and found a large branch to dig up a hole to bury all the fallen fruits. It was still early spring, so the appearance of these fruits could raise suspicion in anyone who saw them. Delicious, delicious. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiao Mei's mind. Who's there? What is it? I want more. I want more. A voice came from the strawberry bushes that had grown to her knees and had waving leaves. Are you the one speaking? Xiaomei probed. Yes, it's me. I want more. The leaves in the strawberry bushes continued to wave. Xiaomei froze on the spot. Why was this plant so different from what she had seen before? How could it speak? Was this also a function of the jade pendant? Then why didn't the other plant speak? Xiaomei's eyes lit up. She thought that it might be because this plant had exchanged a lot of energy, resulting in high spirituality so it could speak. If other plants exchanged less energy, it would be difficult for them to resonate. She picked up a nearby bush and tried again, and she found that it was the same thing. After a few moments, fruits fell from the bushes and it shouted, I want more. I want more. Okay, okay, okay. Xiaomei answered casually and buried its fruits in the soil. Then, she used mind control to absorb the energy of the strawberry plant and bush in front of her, allowing the two trees to return to their original state. In a moment, the two trees quickly became bare again, blending in with the trees beside them. There was nothing that looked out of place at all. They stopped yelling and looked aggrieved. Xiaomei skipped down the mountain happily. When she reached home, she found two people standing in the courtyard. Two middle-aged women stood in the field, both of them holding hoes used for weeding. The woman with the cleaner clothes stood to the side giving instructions while the other woman, dressed in dusty clothes, bent over to work. Xiaomei stood at the door and was stunned for a moment. She had to recall her past memories to remember who these two people were. The one who was dressed more nicely was third Grandpa Xiao Zhuang's eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Ying. The one with tattered clothes was his second daughter-in-law, Jiang Yi. Seeing them, Xiaomei thought of Xiao Zhuang's family. Xiao Zhuang was Xiao Chang's younger brother. He was sent to a relative's house when he was young, but that family did not discipline him properly, which resulted in Xiao Zhuang's arrogant and domineering personality. When he was young, he forcefully married a woman who then gave him 3 sons. The eldest son was called Xiao Fu, the second son Xiao Guwei, and the third son Xiao Wang. After that, Xiao Zhuang had another 2 daughters who ended up being sent away the moment they were born. After a few years, he had another 2 more sons. Their names were Xiao Chong and Xiao Gang. Lastly, he had his youngest daughter, Xiao Yu, whom he kept by his side. Xiaomei could not help but laugh as she thought of the Qiao family. Hey, Mei Mei, you're back? Xiao Zhuang's eldest daughter-in-law shouted. The way she called Mei Mei carried a different tone, as if she was mocking her. Xiaomei did not even bother to look at them. She walked through the door, past the courtyard, and prepared to enter the room. This was how the original owner of the body treated Xiao Zhuang and his family, like she could not be bothered. What's so smelly? The Qiao second daughter-in-law covered her nose and shouted. The Qiao eldest daughter-in-law also smelled it. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and covered her nose. Then she looked at Xiao Mei with disdain. You're already an adult, but did you soil your pants? Why do you smell so bad? Actually, Xiao Mei could also smell the odor coming from her body. Every time she used the jade pendant to absorb a plant's energy, her body seemed to get purified and some dirt and grease in her body would surface. After an entire afternoon, her whole body was already stinking. The smell was really awful. Otherwise, she would not have rushed home. Xiaomei continued to ignore them. After entering the house, she went to boil water to take a bath. However, Xiao Zhuang's eldest daughter-in-law refused to give up. She stood at the door and nagged, Mei Mei, you're already an adult yet you're still soiling your pants like a 3-year-old. If outsiders find out about this, I can't imagine how they're going to laugh at you. It's so embarrassing. After she finished talking, she seemed to find it so funny that she stood at the door and laughed non-stop. She planned to go to the village later to gossip with other people about this. Xiao Chang's granddaughter was almost 18 years old, but she was still soiling her pants. Ha 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 ha. The Qiao's second daughter-in-law, who was not very clever, also stood at the side grinning foolishly. Xiao Chang heard the laughter outside, and his face turned black. He walked out and stared at them pointedly, while Xiaomei continued to boil water in the kitchen, as if there was no one around. The Qiao eldest daughter-in-law laughed a few times, but stopped when she felt Xiao Chang's terrifying glare. Only the second daughter-in-law stood at the side and continued giggling non-stop. What are you guys doing at my house? Xiao Chang asked with a displeased expression. By now, the brainless second daughter-in-law seemed to sense that the atmosphere was not too right and stopped laughing. Eldest uncle. The eldest daughter-in-law smiled embarrassedly. Isn't it already the beginning of spring? Your family's field is still all empty. It's too much of a pity, so we're here to help loosen the soil. Is this something you would do? How could you be so kind? Xiao Cheng mocked. The eldest daughter-in-law had an awkward expression on her face, but then she thought that since the old man was about to die, it was not a big thing to be chided by him. It was more important to occupy his land when he was gone. This piece of land was located in a mountainous region. It was not easy to develop a piece of land in such an area, so it would be great to be able to get one that was ready for use. You should hear yourself. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Who doesn't praise me in and around this village? Hee. Who in the village dares to talk about you? If anyone dares to say that Xiao Zhuang's family isn't good, their house will be burned down and snatched away, Xiao Cheng said. When the eldest daughter-in-law heard this, she did not feel ashamed at all, but looked proud instead. There was a smug look on her face. Their family had many sons, and they were thriving. There was nothing others could do even if they were envious. No more talking. No more talking. Let's go to the fields. The eldest daughter-in-law ignored Xiao Cheng and turned around to drag the second daughter-in-law to get to work. Everyone knew that Xiao Cheng had gastric problems. Even the doctors in the city said that he would not be able to live for long. If they were to loosen the soil, remove the weeds and sow the seeds, wouldn't the field eventually belong to them? Xiao Cheng stood at the door and tapped the walking stick in his hand, feeling miserable. These people are bullying him because he is sick. In the past, they would not dare to talk to him like this. Now that he is about to die, he is unable to subdue them anymore. They already dare to behave like this whilst he is still alive. Once he is gone, then Xiao Mei. Xiao Cheng looked at Xiao Mei with pity, not bearing to have to part with her. Xiao Mei looked at the scene in front of her and recalled what had happened before. Now, she could see the reason why the two of them were so eager to render help. Or rather, it was not their intention but Xiao Zhuang's. Bah, how shameless. Grandfather, help me keep an eye on the fire in the stove. I'm going out to deal with them now. Without another word, Xiao Mei picked up a wooden stick and walked out. Xiao Cheng nodded and walked into the house to watch over the fire. He was not worried that his granddaughter would be at a disadvantage. This granddaughter had been strong since she was young and had a tough personality. She had never let herself fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting with others. Xiao Cheng laughed coldly. These two people were so eager to take over his land that they had forgotten the kind of person his Mei Mei was. Seeing Xiao Mei running towards them with a wooden stick in her hand, Big Auntie Qiao and Second Auntie Qiao suddenly remembered that this granddaughter was not one to be bullied. The two of them had not fought with Xiao Mei for too long and had forgotten about it. Goodness, what do you think you're doing? They shouted, picking up their hogs as they retreated. Xiao Mei drove the wooden stick in her hand into the ground and said with a glare, "You two don't need to worry about my family's land." Her aura was strong, but her voice was weak and she sounded more like she was acting coquettishly. Fortunately, her body was dark and fat, making her look quite formidable. Otherwise, not only would the two people not be frightened by her, they would even laugh. Big Auntie Qiao remembered that she was punched in the back by this girl a few years ago, and the spot still felt painful now. They cannot use force. They can only use their wits. You're such a stubborn child. We didn't say that this isn't your home. It's just that your land is empty now, so Aunt came to help you loosen the soil. Nothing grows in my land in spring every year, but you only come to plow this year. You didn't see the same thing last year? Are you blind? You wretched girl. Why are you talking to your aunt like this? Big Auntie Qiao did not like it when people talked back to her like this and got a little angry. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you come over to plow now, later you will come over to sow the seeds. After that, wouldn't it be easy for you to just take over the land? By then, won't grandfather and I need your permission to eat the vegetables from the land? Big Auntie Qiao was surprised to hear this. She did not expect this girl to be able to see through their intentions. It was not as if they could be blamed for this. If there was anyone to blame, it would be that Xiao Cheng's place was too attractive. As Xiao Cheng was an old war hero, the piece of land that the village gave to his family was one of the largest in the village, and the land was flat and fertile. The courtyard of her house wasn't even half as big as Xiao Chang's, yet it had to cater to 10 people. It was just not enough. By the time they finished plowing the land and sowing the seeds, Xiao Chang would be dead. The vegetable harvest and the land around the courtyard would all be theirs. Even if the courtyard was not given to them, the vegetables in the courtyard should not be harvested by other people, right? However, she could not say her thoughts out loud. Big Annie Chow said unwillingly, "How can that be? The land is yours. Naturally, you can eat whatever you want here. We're just here to help loosen the soil. There's no need for you to put on an act." Chow Mei pulled out her wooden stick and stood on the land in front of them, saying, "You guys can level the ground here right now. Don't think that you can come over to pick vegetables later by pretending to loosen the soil now." Xiao Zhuang's family had always been unreasonable and shameless. She wanted to block off any chance of them ever coming over to harvest the vegetables. Annie Chow looked surprised. Good grief, this girl even thought of this point. It could not be Xiao Chang guiding her, so it appeared that she was actually quite smart. Even Xiao Chang, who was watching over the fire in the kitchen, listened to Xiao Mei's words in surprise. His granddaughter had grown up suddenly. Seeing that the two people were still standing where they were, Xiao Mei rushed up with her wooden stick. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to fight with me? My wooden stick doesn't have eyes." She was so strong that when she swung the wooden stick, it made an intimidating whooshing sound. Big Annie Chow and Second Annie Chow were scared out of their wits and did not dare to say anything else. They quickly picked up the hose and did as they were told. Soon, they had leveled all the soil they previously dug up. As she walked out of the door, Big Annie Chow turned her head around and stared at Xiao Mei. She scolded angrily in a low voice, "Wretched girl, I'll let you show off now. You'll get what you deserve later." Xiao Mei did not look at them anymore. She walked into the house and said, "Is the water ready, grandfather?" "Yes, yes." Okay. I'm going to take a bath now." Xiao Mei swiftly moved the large basin in the courtyard into her room and took a clean towel with her. It was a simple and crude setup at the house. There was neither a bathroom nor a bathtub. What she was using was the big basin she had used to wash clothes. After filling the basin with water, Xiao Mei closed the room door. She stood in the basin and used a towel to repeatedly wipe off all the dirt on her body. It would have to do for now. When she had money in the future, she would build a big house and then she would have her own bathroom. After slowly washing up for 40 to 50 minutes, she finally cleaned off all the dirt on her body. She only felt comfortable when she could no longer detect any weird smell on her body. She looked at her arm and felt that she looked a little fairer. It was really great. She knew how to lose weight, but she had no way to make her skin fair. It was something impossible which she had been worried about, but now it seemed that she need not worry anymore. The jade pendant is indeed awesome. Xiao Mei picked up the jade pendant and kissed it hard. She suddenly thought of the owner of the jade pendant and the intimate contact between the two of them that night. Her face instantly blushed red. "Mei Mei, Mei Mei." Suddenly, a panicky female voice came from outside the house. The voice was very shrill and it sounded as if something very important had happened. "Mei Mei, leave quickly. My whole family is here." As soon as the words ended, the door was pushed open from outside and a skinny little girl rushed in. The little girl was wearing tattered clothes with floral prints. She was about 16 or 17 years old and had 2 long braids. She looked at Xiao Mei in panic. She looked all right, but she was way too thin. At the age of 16 or 17 years old, her chest was still flat and there was nothing to be seen. Xiao Mei's eyelids twitched as she recognized her. "Xiaoyu, you're here." Xiaoyu was Xiao Zhuang's only daughter, and she was only 17 years old this year. Her 2 older sisters had been sent away, leaving her the only daughter left. However, she had not been raised with care. She always had to do all types of washing and scrubbing around the house, and she was not valued at home. She was a year or 2 younger than Xiao Mei, so she was always tagging along with the original owner of the body. She was good with her words, and she knew how to please the original owner of the body. She always had Mei Mei on her lips, and the original owner of the body would always bring her some food from home. After a while, the two of them became very close. "Heh," Xiao Mei sneered. "Get out now. Don't you know how to knock before entering? Who taught you to be so rude?" Xiao Mei quickly covered the jade pendant with her hand and carefully hid it under her clothes. She could not let this cheat code be seen by her. The concern of a thief was more dreadful than action. In her past life, the fact that Xiao Yu was willing to spend money to buy the jade pendant showed how much she cared about it. After all, those few dollars were from Xiao Yu's secret savings. However, this action still managed to attract Xiao Yu's attention. Although she did not see the jade pendant, she saw the red string around Xiao Mei's neck. What was that? Xiao Yu stared at her, still standing at the same spot, as if she did not understand what Xiao Mei meant. Xiao Mei, hurry up and run. My brothers and a few nephews are all here with weapons. Xiao Yu said nervously. Why should Mei Mei run away when they are the ones coming to my house? Xiao Chong suddenly asked from outside. Xiao Yu seemed frightened by the voice. She lowered her head and stood there, not knowing what to say as she grabbed the corner of her clothes with her fingers. However, the moment she lowered her head, Xiao Mei saw her eyes lit up and her lips curled upwards. Xiao Chong stood outside the door, angrily tapping his walking stick. Xiao Mei suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a scene in her past life. In her past life, a few months before her grandfather died, Xiao Yu would come from time to preempt her to leave the house quickly. Xiao Chong's sons also came over often to make trouble. All these, coupled with the gossip in the village, made Xiao Chong very worried and caused his health to deteriorate. If not for the fact that Xiao Mei was pregnant at that time, and he wanted to wait for her to give birth, he would have died earlier from all that anger. So this was their plan. How wicked. Tell me, why should I run? This is my house. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you going to stand here like a mute? Xiao Mei reached across and slapped her. She had already reduced her strength, but Xiao Yu was still knocked over by the slap. She hunched on the ground and started crying. Xiao Chong witnessed this scene wordlessly. Xiao Mei had had this temper since she was young. She was always fighting with people her own age. She hit Xiao Yu even more often, and there was no one who could stop her. Besides, Xiao Yu did not have much of an opinion, so no one came to help her. At this moment, a few sets of footsteps could be heard outside the courtyard, making their way over vigorously. Xiao Mei walked out of the door and went forward without a word. Second Grandpa Xiao, uncles and brothers, you are here to see my grandfather, right? Xiao Mei stood in the courtyard with a smile and spoke before they could. Xiao Zhuang and his family were stunned on the spot. For a moment, they were a bit confused. It seemed to be the first time they ever saw Xiao Mei's big smile. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiley face. Hearing Xiao Mei's sweet voice coupled with her big smile, she actually looked quite friendly. Xiao Zhuang's family stopped in their tracks, and their imposing manner changed. Yeah, we're going to. Xiao Zhuang started speaking. I know, grandfather already told me. Xiao Mei continued on for him. Grandfather said before that the two of you are biological brothers. A family never has any overnight enmity. Now that he is sick, you guys would eventually come to visit him. How can you not turn up when outsiders have already come to visit? Other than the easygoing second son of the Qiao family, everyone else's expression changed. They looked at Xiao Chong, who was behind Xiao Mei. Could it be that he had taught this black bear girl to bully them? It had been 2 months since Xiao Chong came back from seeking treatment in the city. It was a fact that almost everyone in the village had come by for a visit, except their family. The two families did not have a good relationship to begin with, considering that Xiao Zhuang was even taken away by another family when he was young. Xiao Chong and Xiao Zhuang did not see eye to eye with each other and could not get along at all. However, for the past 2 months, they did not come over to visit, not because they did not want to come, but because they had not discussed who would get Xiao Chong's house. Xiao Zhuang's youngest son was about to get married and his older grandchildren were getting close to marriageable age, so it was difficult to decide how to split the assets. Xiao Chong was a little surprised when he heard this, and he looked at Xiao Mei with a spark in his eyes. Xiao Mei had never been someone who knew how to say things in a nice way. She was the type who preferred to solve problems cleanly and violently with her fists. It was really surprising to hear her speak those words. But so many good things had happened today that his heart was actually quite numb. He stood behind Xiao Mei and did not speak. He wanted to see what other surprises his granddaughter had up her sleeves. If Xiao Mei knew how to strike while it is hot, then Xiao Zhuang knew how to launch an attack through a barrier. He looked directly at Xiao Chong, who was behind Xiao Mei. Today, your 2 nieces-in-law kindly came to help you remove weeds and plow the earth. Why aren't you willing to let them do that? Are you afraid that they won't do it well? Even if they don't, then one of your nephews should be able to do it properly, right? You're sick, so your own family needs to come and help you. Let them help you with the planting this year, all right? Go, go, go. Go do some work for your uncle. Xiao Hong waved his hand to command his sons and grandsons behind him. Hearing what he said, the few people behind him immediately picked up their hoes and rushed into the field to start work noisily. Xiao Mei's expression darkened. This bunch of people are really like bandits. Xiao Mei smiled sweetly and asked loudly, "Second Grandpa Xiao, we're relatives. If you're here to help with farming, you won't charge us for it, right? Look at this silly child. What nonsense are you spouting? We're such close relatives. Why would we charge you?" Xiao Zhuang glared at Xiao Mei and continued to speak. Xiao Mei smiled. "If you don't accept money, then when the crops are ripe, you won't righteously come over to take the vegetables, right? When the time comes, you'll say that you guys did the planting, or that you are coming to borrow some vegetables and will return them another time." Before Xiao Zhuang could say anything, the people from the Qiao family working in the field stopped what they were doing. They looked at Xiao Mei in shock, as they did not expect her to think of all these. "It's fine if you're willing to help me, but let me say this up front. You can help, but you can't have the vegetables. After all, the 10 of you don't eat as much as me alone. My family doesn't have any vegetables to lend to you," Xiao Mei said. "Humph. Why don't you eat yourself to death?" The Qiao family's eldest daughter-in-law put her hands on her hips and said, Mei, you're already an adult and can get married anytime. You can't keep eating like this. Otherwise, which family can support you?" When people hear about Xiao Mei's size and appetite, no one was willing to marry her. She could not be sold for a good price. The family of a fool living in the mountain area, who's looking for a wife for him, wants to find one who is hardworking and has a small appetite. When it comes to Xiao Mei, she doesn't know how to do any chores but is especially proactive when it comes to eating. She can probably eat someone's family out of house and home in a few months, let alone bearing children for the family. Who would want her? However, Xiao Mei did not look at her. She only stared at Xiao Zhuang and waited for his reply. Now is not the time to let that woman cause a distraction and change the topic. "Second Grandpa, will you come to my house in the future to ask for the vegetables?" Xiao Zhuang remained silent. The Qiao family's eldest daughter-in-law curled her lips and said loudly, "Everyone, quickly come and judge. Look at what this girl is saying." Going by what she's saying, the act of sharing vegetables between relatives becomes a demand from us. Does it mean that the people in our family are beggars? Xiao Mei's village was in a mountainous area, so all the neighbors were located far away from one another. However, the aggressive manner in which Xiao Zhuang and his family rushed to Xiao Mei's courtyard meant that the act was witnessed by many people. These people did not crowd around to join in, as this was a family matter between Xiao Chong and Xiao Zhuang, and both of them had strong personalities. If this was happening at someone else's house, the busybodies would have come over to add their few cents worth. However, what Xiao Mei said was indeed not very appropriate. In that era when village life was pure and simple, it was very usual for people in the countryside to take food from one another. It was not considered as being demanding. "Auntie, your words are really interesting. Relatives sharing vegetables?" Xiao Mei's expression darkened and she said mockingly, "In the village, who doesn't know that my family doesn't have enough vegetables to eat? We still go out to buy vegetables every month. So which one of your families are we supposed to share vegetables with? When I was young, I went to pick vegetables at your place and even got kicked out with a beating. This incident happened 5 years ago. At that time, the original owner of the body was going through puberty. When there were no more vegetables left in the house, she was so hungry that she ran to Xiao Zhuang's vegetable garden to ask for a bunch of vegetables, but was kicked out in the end. Big Annie Qiao also felt a little embarrassed when she thought of this matter, but she still continued to say stubbornly, "Your family has 2 people, but our family has more than 10 people. How do we have food for you?" "Yes, that's the logic," Xiao Mei said loudly. "In that case, my family also doesn't have enough food. Why should I let you pick any?" This sentence completely shut Big Auntie Qiao up, her own words being used against her in such a manner that she could not rebut. Xiao Zhuang's family looked at Xiao Mei and then at Xiao Zhuang. The atmosphere had become awkward. Xiao Zhuang stared at Xiao Mei wordlessly. The neighbors who had come over looked at Xiao Mei in surprise. They could not imagine that these clear and logical words were coming out of the mouth of this simple-minded person. Xiao Chang stood at the back with his eyes slightly red. Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Zhuang and said in a straightforward manner, "Second Grandpa, if you really want to help us, then grandfather and I will always remember this kindness. But if your intention is to use this reason to come over and take my family's land, then that's impossible." As soon as she said that, everyone was stunned and fell silent. Xiao Zhuang sized Xiao Mei up. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he shouted, "Go. Let's go back." His voice was curt, and his words clearly revealed his intentions. His motive was to seize this piece of land. Although, based on his character, it was not as if he needed to hide his intentions. After all, he was the biggest bully in the village. Did bullies need self-respect? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuang's family collectively put away their hoes and followed Xiao Zhuang out. Before leaving, they glared fiercely at Xiao Mei. Xiao Zhuang had 5 sons in total. His third and fourth sons had moved out while the other 3 sons still lived with him. As long as they still lived with him, they would not be able to get a share of land in the village. The eldest son of the Qiao family had 3 sons. The second son had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and the youngest son was 25 years old and still unmarried. With more than 10 people living in a small house, the vegetables they grew at home was truly not enough to feed all of them. They were just waiting for Qiao Chang to die so that they could take over his land. "Wait!" Xiao Mei suddenly shouted. The Qiao family stopped in their steps, and Xiao Zhuang turned around, frowning at Xiao Mei. "Second Grandpa, as you know, my grandfather is sick. The relationship between our 2 families isn't too good, so there is no need for you all to visit him in the future. Otherwise, I will think that you have evil intentions and want to use this opportunity to anger my grandpa to death so that you can seize my family's land." These words were so brutally frank that they caused the entire atmosphere to freeze up immediately. Xiao Zhuang glared at Xiao Mei fiercely with menace in his eyes. However, Xiao Mei was not afraid at all. In her other life, she was a lawyer who specialized in criminal cases. What kind of difficult situations had she not seen before? In the few years when her career was going well, the cases she worked on got more and more high profile. All the defendants she had encountered were vicious and evil people, no less worse than Xiao Zhuang. In comparison, Xiao Zhuang's gaze was not threatening at all. As for those vicious and evil people, they still ended up at her mercy and were all sentenced to death. Hence, everyone in the industry had called her the Sword of Justice. Xiao Zhuang furrowed his brows. He never thought that the previously silly Xiao Mei would be so bold. Xiao Zhuang turned to look at Xiao Chang and said, "Big brother, does that mean that you're not going to acknowledge me as your younger brother?" When Xiao Chang heard that, he looked over with inscrutable eyes and said, "It's been 65 years and I finally hear you call me big brother. How rare it is." Xiao Zhuang's face sank. Xiao Zhuang was sent away as soon as he was born. His foster parents passed away when he was 18 years old, so, in order to survive, he returned to the Qiao family. However, he was not close to the Qiao family, pulling a long face all day as if he had a grudge against them. "I don't want a brother like you who's looking forward to my early death. Get lost." The wrath of an experienced, battle-hardened veteran was not something that a village bully can handle. Xiao Zhuang remained silent and turned around to leave. The neighbors who were watching the commotion also looked at this scene in shock. In the end, they looked at Xiao Mei in disbelief and left as well. Xiao Mei quickly helped her grandfather back into the house. She looked up and saw Xiao Yu still standing outside the door. Why isn't she leaving yet? Xiao Yu's mouth was wide open as she looked around the house in shock. When did Xiao Mei's pigsty house become so clean? And what about the man who asked for directions last night? Sister Xiao Mei, last night there was a big brother who came to your house. Has he left? Xiao Mei looked up and saw that she had a shy expression on her face with flushed cheeks. Big brother? Who told you to call me sister? Xiao Mei immediately asked and raised her voice angrily. Although I'm older than you, but in terms of seniority, I still have to call you aunt, right? How can I be your sister? Besides, aren't you ashamed to call a stranger big brother? These questions were too much for Xiao Yu, whose face instantly turned red as she hurriedly tried to explain herself. No. Yesterday, he happened to run into me when he entered the village and asked me for directions, so I brought him to our house. Have you forgotten? Xiaomei really had no recollection of this. However, she did not feel any embarrassment from having wronged Xiaoyu. What do you mean by our house? This is my house. It has nothing to do with you. Your father and the rest just left in anger. You quickly get lost too. Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, and she did not say anything as she walked out. However, she did not take Xiao Mei's words to heart. Every time Xiao Mei was in a bad mood, she would take it out on her. But after a while, Xiao Mei would forget everything after a little coaxing. Xiao Mei suddenly shouted and stopped her. What's wrong, Sister Mei Mei? Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately turned around and smiled sweetly at Xiao Mei. Did you hear what I said to them just now? It applies to you too. Xiao Mei picked up an axe on the ground. If you dare to step into my house again, you will end up like this piece of wood. With that, she picked up the axe and hacked at the wooden block on the ground. In an instant, the block of wood was split open and the wood fragments flew a few meters away from the force. Xiao Yu already knew that Xiao Mei was full of brute strength, but when she saw the conviction in Xiao Mei when she said those words, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Mei for a while and left quickly without saying anything. After the group of people left, the courtyard became quiet, and Xiao Mei started to prepare dinner. Dinner was again cabbage stewed with carrots. After the two of them finished eating happily, Xiao Mei went to work. She did not want anyone else to touch the land in the courtyard. Naturally, she wanted to personally cultivate this piece of land so that it could fulfill its greatest potential. Guarding their own vegetable field was naturally the most important thing. After an entire afternoon, she already knew that the energy of the jade pendant could improve the quality of vegetables and fruits and increase nutrition in them. It could even do healing. How could she bear to let Xiao Zhuang and his family eat vegetables of such quality? She was not even willing to give them a single wild vegetable that came from the soil. Xiao Chang also joined her in manual labor. He felt much better today and was in an exceptionally good mood. He picked up the shovel beside him and started to flip the earth. He even got unhappy when Xiao Mei did not allow him to do it. When Xiao Zhuang and his family got home, the atmosphere was no longer as pleasant. Why did this Xiao Mei suddenly become smart? Xiao family's eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Ying, asked. Maybe she didn't become smarter. Zhang Yi, the second daughter-in-law, said, maybe she was quite smart in the past, it's just that we don't know. Xiao Yu was the only one from Xiao Zhuang's family who was closest to Xiao Mei. It was Xiao Yu who reported that Xiao Mei was stupid and lazy. The rest of them actually did not know the real situation. When Xiao Mei was young, they still saw her around, but later on, she started to stay in the house all the time and no longer came out. Who cares if she's smart or not? Just think of a way to get rid of her, Xiao Zhuang said to his daughters-in-law. How's the thing I asked you to do? Why is there no news? Eldest daughter-in-law Xiao hurriedly replied, earlier, we contacted a few families in the mountains. We were about to reach an agreement, but after they asked around about Xiao Mei, everything turned sour. Their family only has this fool, yet they are still so picky. Although she said that, she also felt that the fool's family did the right thing. They were not stupid enough to let him marry the dark fatty Xiao Mei. Xiao Zhuang immediately looked towards his third daughter-in-law. The third daughter-in-law scratched her head and said honestly, it was the same thing in our village. When the family of idiot Lu from the village heard that the matchmaker wanted to introduce Xiao Mei to them, they were so angry that they threw a shovel at her. It's really infuriating. Xiao Zhuang glared at her. This third daughter-in-law of his was the most infuriating one. From the beginning, he had planned out his son's marriages. The eldest son was ruthless but not smart enough, so he found him a capable woman. The second son was the most simple-minded, so he found him a smart wife. The third son was too smart, so he found him a stupid woman. The fourth son was most like him, so he found him someone like his mother who had a weak personality and a kind heart. And the fifth son was the one he thought was most geared for success. That was why he had been picky and not married yet. It seemed that his choices had all turned out to be quite suitable. However, this third daughter-in-law of his could be really infuriating sometimes. Xiao Zhuang looked at his second daughter-in-law. This was the daughter-in-law that he valued the most, and the one he was most wary of. The second daughter-in-law of the Qiao family was 39 years old this year. There was nothing special about her face, but she looked fresh with her short hair. She was neat and tidy, and with her professional attire, She looked like a city dweller. She was the village accountant. Sensing her father-in-law's gaze, she ran her fingers through her hair and said mildly, I also don't have any suitable candidates, and I feel that even if we choose someone, eldest uncle will not agree to marry Xiao Mei over. As she finished, she pursed her lips and seemed a little resigned. The people in this family are not afraid of Xiao Chong causing trouble. They even hoped that Xiao Chong would come and cause trouble. It would be best if he collapsed and died from anger. But she is afraid. Xiao Chong is a retired veteran. Although he can't cause trouble for others, it will be easy for him to deal with her. If he makes a trip to her office, she can easily lose her job. She is really unwilling to take up this matter to find an idiot husband for Xiao Mei. Besides, these people at home are so stupid. By finding an idiot for her, their intentions are so obvious. Is there no better way to get rid of her? What do you plan to do? Xiao Zhuang focused his attention upon hearing her words. The Qiao family's third daughter-in-law straightened her clothes and continued. My maternal family's neighbor is a man who's 32 years old this year. He's strong and capable. It's just that his wife died and left behind 3 children, and he is a little poor. If you were to introduce him as a match for Xiao Mei, I think eldest uncle may still consider it. Xiao Zhuang lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before asking, how many brothers does he have? He has 3. He's the eldest, and the other 2 aren't married yet. Xiao Zhuang knitted his brows. If there were too many brothers at the in-laws' side, it would not be good if they came over to fight for the land as well. They wanted Xiao Chong's land. Logically speaking, the piece of land belonged to Xiao Mei. If Xiao Mei was unwilling to give up, the 2 families would have to fight over it. They might even end up actually physically fighting for it. If that happened, the most important thing was to have people who knew how to fight. The Qiao third daughter-in-law seemed to have guessed her father-in-law's thoughts. That family won't want our land. After all, they have their own fields. It'll be fine as long as we don't accept any betrothal gifts. Of course we won't. The Qiao family's second daughter-in-law immediately shouted. With Xiao Mei's obese appearance, who would want her? Even if you were willing to pay people to take her, still no one would want her. Xiao Zhuang was still a little worried. The third daughter-in-law thought for a while and said softly, that man's mother is famous for being mean, and that man really likes beating his wife. I heard that his previous wife was worked to the bone and beaten to death. Oh my, oh my. The second daughter-in-law immediately cried out in surprise. She opened her mouth wide and said, this won't do. If she was really beaten to death, eldest uncle would come and kill us. The third daughter-in-law rolled her eyes and remained silent. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Qiao family said, why not? With Xiao Mei's dark and fat appearance and her strength, how will she die before eldest uncle? Between her and that family, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Oh right, don't say any more. She continued happily. This Xiao Mei and that family are simply a match made in heaven. Truly everything has its vanquisher. A mean mother-in-law and abusive husband? Xiao Zhuang heard all that, but he was still hesitant and said, don't they mind Xiao Mei's dark and fat appearance? Second daughter-in-law, Wang Qin thought for a while and said in a low voice, it's not something that they will mind. Once Xiao Mei gets to their house, they naturally have ways to make her slim down. If she doesn't want to work, they can hit her. If not, they can just sell her. What did it matter that Xiao Mei was dark and fat and ugly? Anyway, she did not require a dowry, so she was as good as free. When the time came, they just needed to tidy Xiao Mei up. If he could use her, he would keep her. If not, he could just sell her to another family's fool, and then use the money to take another wife. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Who would turn down such a good deal? When the eldest and third daughter-in-law heard this, their eyes widened. What kind of family was able to come up with such an idea? But Xiao Zhuang only looked at Wang Qin. Ordinary people would not be able to come up with this idea, but Wang Qin could. Wang Qin's expression was indifferent. She was actually the one who had suggested this idea, and that family had gone along with it. But what did it matter? Was there a problem? Xiao Zhuang finally nodded in agreement. He knew that Wang Qin was a scheming person. Since that's the case, you don't have to bother about this matter anymore. Get that man to find a matchmaker to propose marriage on his behalf. Don't reveal our part in this, Xiao Zhuang said. It must be fast. Send someone over the day after tomorrow. Or tomorrow. At the latest, We have told get Xiao Mei married off in half a month's time. Any later and the season would have passed. Then there would be one less harvest from Xiao Chang's land. The next day, Xiao Mei ran up the mountain again. This time, she came to collect some energy to nourish her body and also to find some vegetables and fruits to eat. She ate cabbages and carrots every day at home. A diet of only vegetables was neither beneficial for her grandfather to recuperate, nor good for the development of the children that she was carrying. Xiao Mei touched her stomach softly with a gentle expression on her face. She had just walked out of the yard when she turned the corner and ran into a boy of around 14 or 15. When the boy saw Xiao Mei, he was stunned for a moment before turning around to one side. Until he turned around, Xiao Mei did not notice that he was carrying a small piglet in his arms. Xiao Mei's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Wait, wait." The boy was shocked and wanted to run away. "What are you afraid of? When have I ever snatched anything from you?" These words made the boy stop in his tracks. That was true. Although Xiao Mei was not well liked in the village and she was greedy and lazy, had mood swings, and liked beating people up using her brute strength, he had never heard of her snatching other people's things. "I just wanted to ask where you bought this piglet from. My family also wants to buy one," Xiao Mei quickly said. The boy heaved a sigh of relief to know that that was all. Xiao Mei was famous for her strength in the village. The kids who fought with her had never ever thought of taking revenge on her, so most people avoided her when they saw her in order not to get into trouble. "There are 2 more in Uncle Wang Wu's house," said the boy. During this period, business dealings were no longer as strictly monitored as they used to be. In the countryside, piglets birthed by sows owned by the villagers could be bought and sold at will. "Thank you." Xiao Mei left after saying that. The boy looked at her in surprise and stood rooted to the ground. What was going on? Xiao Mei actually thanked him. Did the sun rise from the west? She even had a carrying pole with hanging baskets and looked like she was going up the mountain to work. Wasn't she the kind of person who would not be bothered even if everything collapsed? TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing is believing. So she was not such a lazy person after all. Xiao Mei stayed at home all the time. There was no way that her grandfather would badmouth her, so all the rumors about her were actually spread by Xiao Zhuang's family based on what Xiao Yu told them. Xiao Mei continued her way up the mountain. Now, she had another reason to go up the mountain, and that was to earn money. As a villager, how could her family not be cultivating some agricultural products? The eggs laid by chickens every year would be enough for a family's cooking expenses. As for pigs, they were indispensable in the countryside. Selling a pig would make some money. Slaughtering another pig would be enough for a family to eat for half a year. A piglet would cost more than $10. Chickens and ducks were usually hatched from eggs at home. However, as she did not have a mother hen, she had to buy chicks and ducklings. One would cost about 30 cents. If they wanted to raise more than 10, it would only cost around $3. But right now, there was not even $3 in the house. Xiao Mei thought as she did the calculations. Although her grandfather held the purse strings in the family, the original owner of the body only wanted to eat all day long. So he spent all of his retirement salary every month. They had no savings at all. Even if her grandfather still had money, she also did not want to rely on him. She wanted to be self-reliant. Earn money. Earn more money. Xiao Mei walked forward excitedly with the carrying pole on her shoulder. Her steps were swift like the wind, and she was filled with motivation. As she reached the mountains, waves of energy washed over her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Xiao Mei did not stay in one place for too long as she was afraid that the plants would exchange too much energy and bear fruit in advance. She stepped onto a small path and headed deeper into the mountains where there was a hot spring area. This place was located in the most northeastern region of the country. It was a continuous stretch of mountains, and deep within the mountains was a geothermal region. The straight road did not seem to stretch far, but by the time she reached the area, it was already noon. There was a small hot spring here. Pools of all sizes formed a large pool, and the surroundings were misty like a fairyland. Xiao Mei did not dare to get too close. The original owner of the body did not know how to swim, but even though she knew how to swim, she did not know if she would be able to swim with this body weighing more than 200 pounds. Besides, she was pregnant with 2 babies, so she did not dare to take the risk. Xiao Mei observed her surroundings and found that the plants here were indeed more lush than in other places. The surrounding aquatic plants had already grown to half a foot tall. The little flowers beside them had also bloomed and new leaves were emerging from the big trees next to them. She immediately saw a fruit tree. Xiaomei walked towards a relatively lusher place where all kinds of wild vegetables grew. She used the energy from the jade pendant to accelerate the process of ripening, harvesting, maturing, and reharvesting. Soon, she filled half the basket. When she was done, she looked up and saw that there were only a few birds chirping around her. It was silent all round, and there was no one around. It was now already peak springtime, which was a busy period for farmers. The villagers had all gone to work, and no one had the time to come to the mountains to dig for wild vegetables and soak in the hot springs. Xiaomei was worried. She walked to a deep bush and squatted down so that her body was hidden by the lush grass. She then pushed aside the weeds on the surface of the soil, revealing the dark soil. Finally, she planted a sweet potato seed. Very quickly, the sweet potato seed turned into a sweet potato seedling and then matured and bore fruit. Just like that, Xiaomei collected more than 10 sweet potatoes, each weighing more than 1 pound. Then, she planted a pumpkin seed and soon harvested 3 big pumpkins. Each of them weighed more than 10 pounds, filling up the 2 baskets she brought. Xiaomei then pulled a few layers of weeds and covered up the baskets securely. After that, she stood by the side of the hot spring, took out a towel that she carried with her, and wiped her entire body several times. In just half a day, another layer of black mud had surfaced on her body. It was so smelly. After cleaning up, she changed into her clean clothes and carried the pole down the mountain. At the village entrance, she met a group of villagers who were rushing back home after finishing their farm work. When they saw her carrying 2 loads of things, they stared at her in surprise. "Xiaomei, where did you go?" The village officer, Zhao Liang, could not help but ask in the end. "Oh, it's Uncle Zhao." Xiaomei put on a big smile and said, "Isn't my family planning to raise a little piglet this spring? I cut these pigweeds for it. Otherwise, it won't have anything to eat." Hearing that, the villagers were stunned. Instead of thinking about what to eat, Xiaomei was now concerned about the pigs at home. How rare. Furthermore, she was actually shouldering a carrying pole and getting to work. In the past, she had never been seen at the market, not to mention going out with a carrying pole. At this moment, the only place where one could dig up such lush wild plants would be at the hot spring area deep in the mountains. She actually made such a long trip to dig for pig feed? Wasn't Xiaomei supposed to be very lazy? Although Zhao Liang was also surprised, his surprise was about something else. Xiaomei actually called him Uncle Zhao. This was even more surprising to him than Xiaomei getting to work. "Uncle Zhao, you guys go ahead. I'll go back first." After Xiaomei said that, she walked back with a smile. She passed by an old farmer who was frozen on the spot and said, "Uncle Wang, I heard that you are selling piglets. Remember to leave a good one for my family. I'll go to your house to buy it tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't forget your money." Okay. Wang Wu was shocked. He could not believe that these polite words came from Xiaomei. Before Xiaomei reached home, she already saw her grandfather waiting for her at the gate. Seeing Xiaomei carrying 2 big baskets, he held back his emotions and went up to her. As the person closest to Xiaomei, he naturally knew how lazy she was. That was why he knew how great the extent that Xiaomei had changed. "Grandfather, please rest. I can handle it." Xiaomei sidestepped him. "I'm strong enough to carry it. Don't spoil me anymore. I should do some work." All right, let's go in," Xiao Chong said with a bright smile. Xiaomei brought the 2 baskets into the kitchen and lifted the weeds on the surface, revealing the golden pumpkins and big sweet potatoes inside. Xiao Chong froze on the spot and asked, "Where did you get so many pumpkins and sweet potatoes?" "It's from the hot spring area at the back of the mountain," Xiaomei said casually. "I was walking around and didn't expect to see so many pumpkins and sweet potatoes. I'll go and see if there are any other crops tomorrow." From the hot spring area? Xiao Chong pondered that it was now the beginning of spring and the pumpkins and sweet potatoes in the fields had yet to sprout. This was the first time he had heard of so many crops growing at the hot spring area. However, the temperature there was high, so it was not surprising if a few pumpkins and sweet potatoes grew there. In the past, there might have been people who managed to pluck them, but remained tight-lipped and did not tell others. "My Mei Mei is just lucky," Xiao Chong said with a gratified smile. He did not think too much about it. Such beautiful pumpkins and sweet potatoes had to be from the hot spring area, as nobody's land could produce crops of such good quality. Xiaomei put down all the things and started cooking. Today's menu was a pumpkin feast: fried pumpkin, boiled pumpkin, stewed pumpkin, and fried pumpkin cake. There was still no skill required in cooking. It all just depended on the fragrance of the ingredients. Xiao Chong could not stop praising once the food entered his mouth, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. The way he saw it, compared to other girls, Xiaomei finally had a strong point. The food she made was so delicious. No matter where she went, she would not be looked down upon, right? Grandfather, I just told Uncle Wang Wu that we would go to his house tomorrow and buy a piglet to raise, Xiaomei said. Xiao Chong was even happier when he heard that. Now, not only did his granddaughter have good culinary skills, but she also knew how to think for her family. Okay, we'll go over tomorrow morning. Grandfather feels much better than before and has more strength now. Raising a pig won't be a problem. You don't need to raise them. You just need to go and buy a piglet, as I don't know how to pick one. Then Xiaomei continued and asked, do we still have any money left? Yes. Xiao Chong smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about the money. Use the remaining money we have first, and I will give him the balance when I get my retirement salary in a few days. These few days won't make a difference. Besides, Xiao Chong wasn't someone who would default on his payment. Hearing this, Xiaomei was stunned for a moment. She suddenly remembered that this was a society bound by relationships. It was not like the future when one would not be able to buy a piglet if one lacked a few dollars off the price. In that case, there was no hurry to sell the remaining pumpkins. After all, the remaining pumpkins were not worth much. I want to earn money, Xiaomei said. Xiao Chong jumped in fright, thinking that he had misheard. Earn money? Xiao Chong said with a smile. Good. Grandfather will go to town tomorrow to ask around and find you a good job. In his opinion, if one wanted to earn money, one should go to work in the city so as to be able to earn a decent salary. He used to think so too, and even found Xiaomei a job. Xiaomei went to work happily, but not even half a day later, she came back because she said it was too tiring. Now Mei Mei had really grown up, as she knew she needed to make money to support her family. No, Xiaomei immediately said. How much money can one earn from being a worker? It's not even enough to supplement the household expenses. Besides, I have to leave home to go to work, and I don't feel at ease leaving you alone at home. When Xiao Chong heard this, his eyes reddened. I want to go and sell things in the city, said Xiaomei. Hearing this, Xiao Chong got such a fright that the tears in his eyes were forced back. Waving his hands around, he immediately got down from the brick bed and looked out to see if there was anyone around. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and sat back down. It's speculative to buy and sell things. That's capitalist behavior. We can't do that. He frowned and said in a low voice. This was a big matter, so he could not be careless about it. There was still no reform and opening up right now yet, and private business trading was not allowed. If they were discovered and arrested, it would be a big deal. It's not like that, grandfather. I am not doing trading. I just want to sell our family's produce. As an elite lawyer, how could she not know that it was dangerous to carry out private transactions during this period of time? She did not dare to sell goods, but she could still sell some of the extra vegetables and mountain produce that her family had planted. No one would care if she sold them discreetly. Oh, I see. It is okay to sell vegetables and mountain produce. Xiao Chong nodded, but the next second he was stunned again. But we don't have any vegetables to sell? It was only early spring now. The vegetables and crops in the fields had yet to grow, and there was nothing much to eat at home. Notwithstanding that, even if it was harvest season and other families had too much to eat, his family still had to make sure that they store the vegetables for winter. Otherwise, Mei Mei would go hungry. Xiaomei seemed to have expected his question and said, I've thought about it. We can buy some beans and grow bean sprouts to sell. Xiao Chong blinked in confusion. He was in a daze, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Xiaomei lowered her head and said slowly, when I was young, Mom used to grow bean sprouts at home. I still remember all these. Xiao Chong was speechless for the moment. When Xiaomei was 5 years old, her father went to the city and got hit by a car accidentally. When she was 7, her mother remarried. That family did not want her to bring a burden, so Xiaomei was left behind with the Qiao family. Her mother was still alive, but it was just that she had no time to care about her. Zhao Lan got married to a worker whose family lived in a county that was tens of miles away. Later on, there was hearsay from village gossip that the person was transferred to the provincial city due to work reassignment. These were all news from her maternal uncle's village. After Zhao Lan remarried, she had asked someone to visit Xiao Mei in the first year. After that, there was no more news of her. When Xiao Mei was young and living at Xiao Zhuang's house, she was really a pitiful girl. She was skinny and small, looking as if she would collapse with a gust of wind. She was extremely timid and would hide whenever she saw someone. This was until Xiao Chang returned to the village. Having someone to pamper her gave her confidence, and Xiao Mei became bolder in an instant. As she gained weight, her temper also grew, and she bowed down to no one. Xiao Chang's heart ached whenever he thought of Xiao Mei at 7 years old. After putting on the pity act, Xiao Mei continued, "Grandfather, when you have time, take our sweet potato and pumpkin to exchange for a few caddies of beans. I'll grow the bean sprouts, and we'll go exchange them for money in the city." Okay, I'll go now." Xiao Chang did not say anything else, but stood up and walked out. It did not matter if it was profitable or not. It was already good enough that his granddaughter, Mei Mei, had such thoughts, and he would let her do whatever she wanted. Xiao Mei did not let him go alone. With the carrying pole on her shoulder, she took half a basket of sweet potatoes and 2 big pumpkins and followed behind her grandfather to the village to make an exchange for green beans. Growing beans into bean sprouts was something she was good at. How could she not know how to do such a fun thing? In her other life, when she was tired from work, her favorite way to relax was doing handicraft work and cooking. The two of them walked through the entire village and went from house to house, except for Xiao Zhuang's house, and exchanged for 50 caddies of green beans. The big basket of sweet potatoes and pumpkins was not enough to exchange for the beans. In the end, Xiao Chang promised that he would pay for the beans with his salary, and everyone felt assured enough to give the beans to Xiao Mei. After the two of them left, all the families were discussing the matter of them collecting green beans. No one believed that Xiao Mei knew how to grow bean sprouts. Growing bean sprouts needed skills, and the temperature and humidity had to be precise. No one in the village knew how to grow them, and no one was willing to waste beans on experiments. I'm guessing that Xiao Chang must have run out of food at home and found an excuse to exchange for beans as he was too embarrassed to tell us, an old lady said. Impossible, impossible. Whose family ran out of food? If they eat green beans every day, wouldn't they die of diarrhea? The old man next to her said with a smile while smoking tobacco. Ha ha ha. Everyone around laughed. However, I discovered something strange. That Xiao Mei doesn't seem to be as annoying as the rumors say, another old lady said. She smiles gently when she sees people. Her eyes also seem to be smiling. They could barely remember the black bear spirit from before. Yes. I was wondering just now, where did that lazy and greedy Xiao Mei go? I'm guessing that given her grandfather is about to die, she wants to show herself and gain everyone's favor. Sigh. This child is really pitiful. She has no parents and her only grandfather is about to leave. How pitiful. The people around her all agreed, and the topic quickly shifted to Xiao Mei's remarried mother. No matter how bad Xiao Mei's temper was in the past, she did not provoke anyone. Now that her personality had changed, she gained a lot of sympathy instead. Xiao Mei did not think too much about it. When she got home, she quickly got busy and soaked the beans in warm water. After soaking for 2 days and 2 nights and the beans sprouted, the beans would be moved into a dry basket and they would be ready after 1 week. Of course, there were still many other things to be careful about. For example, it would be best that the bottom of the basket was covered with a layer of gauze and the top of the basket was covered with a layer of cotton cloth to block out the light. Otherwise, the bean sprouts would turn out bitter and astringent, and they would not look good as well. 1 basket of bean sprouts would need 6 caddies of beans, so when the beans sprouted, they would be able to harvest more than 80 caddies of bean sprouts. Xiao Mei believed that with her skills, she could definitely make bean sprouts that grow out looking white and fat. Grandfather, I don't think we have enough baskets at home. If you have time, make a few more to stand by, Xiao Mei said. Over 50 caddies of green beans could yield at least 7 to 8 baskets of bean sprouts. She planned to portion these green beans and sprout 1 basket a day and would sell each basket as she sprouted them. When sales stabilized, she would then produce about 10 baskets a day. Anyway, She wanted to sell bean sprouts to earn more money so that she would not disgrace her status as a reborn person. All right, Xiao Chang agreed readily. People in the village mostly knew how to weave baskets. The baskets they weaved were not difficult to make and all followed the same patterns, and would turn out both practical and sturdy. Moreover, Xiao Chang was an expert at weaving baskets. When he was in good health previously, many people in the village would come to him for baskets. Thus, there were still some basket-weaving materials in the storeroom at home. Even if he made another dozen or 20 baskets, it would not be a problem. The next day, they woke up early in the morning. After breakfast, Xiao Mei said excitedly, "I want to learn basket weaving from grandfather." Sure. Xiao Chang was so happy that now Mei Mei even wanted to learn a skill from him. Furthermore, it had been 3 days, and Mei Mei had not changed back to her old self. It seemed that she had really changed. Xiao Chang secretly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Basket weaving is about techniques. The first thing is to choose the right material. The willow must be soft. Xiao Chang started teaching, and he weaved as he spoke. Very quickly, a basket was ready. When Xiao Chang turned around and saw the basket in Xiao Mei's hands, he froze on the spot. No matter how he looked at it, the basket in Xiao Mei's hands looked better than what he made. The willow branches were interlocked neatly together. The woven basket looked like a piece of artwork that was very soothing to the eyes. Xiao Mei looked at the basket in her hand but was still not satisfied. It was still not exquisite enough. For such a fun craft like basket weaving, being a super handicraft lover, how could she not know the skill? Not only did she know how to weave baskets, she also knew how to make containers, little animals, even bamboo dragonflies, and all kinds of furniture. Other than that, she also knew how to knit clothes, scarves, and shoes. In her other life, when she was not busy with work, she liked doing this kind of manual handicraft work which did not require thinking. When she was doing handicraft every day, she would be especially happy. She was so happy just now that she forgot to restrain herself and had weaved an exceptionally beautiful basket which no one would believe was made by a newbie. Luckily, Xiao Chang did not think too much about it. In his eyes, his granddaughter Xiao Mei was the smartest person, and no matter what amazing things she did, he would only feel happier. Look, our Mei Mei is so smart. Her first basket is even better than grandfather's. Xiao Chang looked at the small basket and laughed happily. He had not felt so happy in years. It seemed that he had never laughed so heartily ever since he came to this village. The two of them continued weaving for a while. When they saw the sun gradually rise outside, they proceeded to Wang Wu's house and brought back 4 piglets. Initially, Xiao Mei planned to buy one, but Xiao Chang said that she had to buy at least 2. One needed to be handed over to the village, and they would be allowed to keep the other one for their own consumption. If they only raised one, they would have to hand it over, and there would be none left for them to eat. Grandfather also told her that this type of pig could only at most grow up to about 100 pounds. It would not grow fat enough to feed a family. Although she still needed to lose weight, with the jade pendant, it would not affect her to eat some meat. So, on second thought, she bought the rest of the piglets. Even if she did not eat them, she could still sell them, right? On the way home, they passed by a neighbor's house on the corner. Xiao Chang went in and bought a brood of baby chicks, a flock of yellow ducklings, and a brood of goslings. As the two of them returned home, there were again all kinds of discussions in the village. These two are raising 4 pigs at once. What are they going to feed them with? Are they really going crazy from wanting to eat meat? Xiao Mei doesn't know any better, and this Xiao Chang doesn't even stop her. As for the chickens, ducks, and geese, they are raising 30 of them at once. Even a big family can't cope with that many. Why do you care? It's none of your business. If you want to look on, so be it. Why say so much? What a bunch of gossipy old women. In the village, people raised pigs by basically letting them roam free range on the nearby mountains. The pigs would go out to look for food during the day and return to the pigsty to sleep at night. But even so, the farmers still had to feed the pigs some concentrated feed. Otherwise, the pigs would not come back. It was the same for chickens, ducks, and geese. Although they were free-range animals, they still needed extra feed. Otherwise, they would not return home. Therefore, most people would plan the number of animals they raised based on the amount of food they had. Xiao Chang understood the logic, but if Mei Mei wanted to raise the animals, so be it. He would let her raise them first. Even if he could not afford it later, he could just slaughter them for food. It would not be a loss anyway. Xiao Mei naturally also understood this rationale. Was what she lacked now food? No. What she lacked was money, meat, and vegetables and food. The two of them happily made their way home with the piglets in their arms. From afar, they saw 3 people standing at their doorstep. There were 2 older women and 1 man. They had never seen these 3 people before. When the 3 of them saw Xiao Mei walk over, they sized her up from head to toe with a picky gaze. Then they quickly looked away as if they were afraid of discomfort if they looked at her any longer. And these few pairs of eyes happened to see the little piglets in the basket behind her, as well as the dozens of chattering chickens, ducks, and geese in the basket in her hands. One of the 3 people was a skinny old lady with a head full of white hair. Her eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "Did your family buy this? You are raising so many at once. Is there enough food left at home?" Xiao Mei did not know them, so she kept quiet. The other woman, who was well dressed with white gloves over her hands, smiled and said, "This must be Uncle Qiao. We're from Datian village. Let's talk inside." Datian village was located in the neighboring county, not far from here. Xiao Chong looked at her gloves with surprise. Typically, people do not wear white gloves when working. Furthermore, the gloves are clean and the person is dressed very well. This person is most likely a matchmaker. There is actually a matchmaker who will take the initiative to come to their family, and she brings a man along? With this thought in mind, Xiao Chong turned his gaze to the man beside him. The man had a lean figure and looked to be in his 30s. There must be something wrong with him, not being married at this age. As Xiao Chong thought of this, his gaze was also filled with disdain. He took a glance and then looked away. If it was 3 days ago, he would definitely not think this way and might even feel satisfied. After all, this man was able-bodied and looked normal. But now, with Xiaojia as a basis of comparison, this person was naturally unsightly and not worth a second look. The way that Xiao Chong looked away showed clearly that he was not satisfied. The looks on the 3 faces changed for the worse as well, and they turned towards Xiao Mei. Looking at his dark and fat granddaughter, he still looked down upon others as if he was any better. "Uncle Qiao, let's talk inside." The matchmaker smiled and said. Datian village was quite a distance from here. They had been rushing since early in the morning and had walked for more than half the morning till midday. If they could not enter the house and get a drink, who would this look like? Xiao Chong was a little happy that his Mei Mei had someone coming to ask for her hand in marriage. His Mei Mei was not that bad after all. At least there was someone proposing marriage. He said slowly, "Come in." Everyone entered the house. The skinny old lady's eyes darted around as she looked around the courtyard, the fields, and then the house. Oh heavens, there isn't even a decent piece of furniture in this house. They're even poorer than us. It's so different from what others say. But the interior of the house was quite clean and tidy. When the woman touched the stool, there was no dust on it at all. The glass was also shiny and looked very clean. This was also different from what others said. Xiao Mei carried the little piglets on her back and took the basket of chicks and ducklings to the courtyard. She placed the 4 little piglets in the pig pen and brought the chicks and ducklings into the small room at the back. This room at the back was the Qiao family storeroom where they kept the sundries and other items. It was still cold outside in the early spring. If the chicks and ducklings were not kept in the storeroom, they would freeze to death in the blink of an eye. After she was done, she washed her hands and went into the house to pour water for everyone. Although her attitude was not very good, she did not seem as domineering as the rumors said. She just seemed like an ordinary farm girl. The white-haired woman looked at Xiao Mei with satisfaction. The lean man also seemed to look surprised. Although Xiao Mei did not know that the woman in white gloves was a matchmaker, she could more or less guess it from the feeling she got. The feeling of being scrutinized was too strong. The only thing these people did not do was to surround her and examine her. After all, she had gone on many blind dates in her other life. After sitting down, Xiao Mei looked at the man in front of her. He looked to be in his 30s and had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a round face. He was frowning, and there was ruthlessness in his eyes. It was obvious that he was not easy to get along with. Furthermore, she could faintly sense a sinister aura from this man. This man was definitely not a good person. After Xiao Mei judged the situation, she immediately wanted to send these people out the door. "What do you want?" Xiao Mei changed her previous silent stance and took the initiative to ask. This question stunned the few of them. They did not expect her to be the first person to speak, and that she even vaguely seemed like the head of the family. Forget it. Forget it. This Qiao family was different from what others said. They were so weird. This is Wang Yang, one of the most handsome guys in our Datian village. See how good-looking he is. The matchmaker immediately started the process and introduced him with a smile. After that, she was just full of praises for the man whom she said was a rare find, and how it was because this man was so lucky that his wife died because she was not worthy of his fortune. In the end, they had asked around and heard that Xiao Mei was a very fortunate person, which was why they came to visit her. Hearing that, Xiao Mei immediately waved her hand. Don't. I'm not blessed either. Look at me, I don't have parents and I don't have a good job. You must have found the wrong person. Xiao Mei glanced at the man. I'm not a match for someone with such good qualities. Find someone else. I'm busy at home, so I won't send you off. Xiao Mei stood up and wanted to send them off. The reason why this matchmaker praised this man so much was to highlight how bad she was and how this man was more than good enough for her, so that she would agree and think that she had gotten a good deal. Match your head. I don't want to continue chatting with you all. Xiao Mei did not want to smile at them anymore. If you still smile after someone spat on your face, aren't you being cheap? This would be the moment to slap their faces and let them know what was good for them. Xiao Mei's attitude was very obvious. She did not want to marry this man at all, and did not like him at all. Wang Yang and his mother were so angry that their chests heaved. Wang Yang stared at Xiao Mei gloomily and did not speak. His mother opened her mouth and was about to curse. You. But at this moment, the sound of piglets oinking suddenly came from the courtyard. It was fresh and vigorous, like a feast of pork dishes was being placed in front of them. Wang Yang's mother snapped out of it and pinched her own thigh. She grinned and said, You silly girl, what do you know? It's not up to you to decide whether your life is good or not. Some people have a good life after they are born, but the rest of their lives are not good. Some people have a bad life before they get married, but they have a good life after getting married. The way I see it, you're the type who would get lucky after you get married. I can tell at one glance that you will bring good fortune to your husband. If you marry my son, I guarantee that you'll live a comfortable life. The matchmaker looked at the eloquent old widow in front of her in surprise. She never knew that this old widow could speak so well. Wang Yang's mother was crafty and mean, and her neighbors did not like her. After a long time, they called her old widow behind her back. Actually, she would not be unhappy even if they called her old widow to her face. After all, she felt that it was a good thing for everyone to be afraid of her. Without waiting for Xiao Mei to speak, the old widow looked at Xiao Chong and continued asking, Uncle Xiao, I heard that your monthly retirement salary is $50. During this time, everyone's salary was open information. No one was afraid of others knowing about it, so there was nothing to hide. Xiao Chong froze for a moment before nodding. Yes, it's $50. Did this mean that these people were interested in his retirement salary? In his opinion, it was not a big deal for them to be interested in his salary. After all, it was a blind date, and each party was looking for a benefit from the other party. He glanced at his granddaughter. Perhaps only he knew how good his granddaughter was. He would not be surprised if outsiders looked down on her and only wanted his money. After all, in the past no one even eyed his money. The old widow's eyes lit up. Based on $50 a month, that would mean $500 to $600 a year? Their family had not even saved $100 over the past decades. Not only that, they still owed their village more than $10 every year. The old widow looked at Xiao Mei and her eyes flashed with surprise. This was a treasure basin. With a few $100s a year to subsidize the family's expenses, even if it was only a few months, it was enough to alleviate her family's debt. We came here personally today to show how much we value the union between our families. The old widow looked steadily at Xiao Chong and said, What about this? Let's have lunch today and consider the matter between the two of them settled. Tonight, she will return to Datian village with us to be the Wang family daughter-in-law. Don't worry, we Wang family will treat her well. As long as you don't die, we won't treat her badly. It's a few $100s a year at stake. Even if they had to put the black bear spirit on a pedestal, they had to get the money. Hearing this, Xiao Chong and Xiao Mei were stunned. Xiao Chang did not expect that this granddaughter, whom he had been worried about in the past, would be able to get married so quickly. And Xiao Mei really did not expect it at all. In the matter of a few days, she was once again asked for her hand in marriage. This romance luck was so much better than in her other life. What a surprise. You guys are too late. My granddaughter is already engaged to someone else, Xiao Chang suddenly said. Everyone in the room was stunned. She was engaged? Engaged to which family? The old widow hurriedly asked. You don't have to worry about that, Xiao Chang replied. Given that Xiaozhe was not back yet, he did not dare to be too open about it. On the other hand, the old widow misunderstood it. She felt that Xiao Chang was just making excuses. How could he look down on her son just like that? The old widow glared at Xiao Mei fiercely and felt indignant. How ungrateful of her. Given her dark and fat appearance, she still wanted to act all high and mighty. Oh, grandfather of hers, if there's anything you're not satisfied about, just say it. Other than money, their family could agree to anything. My Mei really already has in-laws. You will know when they get engaged in a while. Xiao Chang stood up and prepared to send the guests off. Both of their attitudes were firm. After what he said, the people in the room felt they had to maintain some self-respect. Just as the old widow was about to say something, the matchmaker and Wang Yong stood up and quickly walked out. The old widow had no choice but to follow. Xiao Mei took a few perfunctory steps to send them off. Before they even left the courtyard, she went back to prepare dinner. She took out the meat that her grandfather had bought a few days ago to prepare stewed meat tonight. It had already been a few days, and it would spoil if they did not eat it soon. The old widow, who had just walked out of the courtyard, turned around and saw her carrying half a caddy of meat and throwing it into the pot. Her heart immediately ached. Isn't this too extravagant? This big piece of meat looks to be half a caddy, right? If you cut it 2 or 3 pieces at a time, you can have meat for a month. Won't that be great? This Xiao Mei is really too wasteful. I have to teach her. The matchmaker rolled her eyes and stopped her. She hasn't even entered your house yet. It has nothing to do with you. Don't go asking for a snub. It would be really embarrassing to let this old widow go in and sprout nonsense. The marriage was not even cast in stone yet. So why did you care about how others ate meat? This was too embarrassing. The Wang family was indeed very poor. They did not have the money to buy piglets. Even if they did not have any food to feed them. Therefore, it had been a long time since they had eaten any meat. Wang Yong was also craving for it, but he cared about his reputation, so he simply turned his head to avoid looking at the pork. This Xiao Chang doted on his granddaughter so much that he was willing to spend all his money on her. So this part of the rumors was true. Besides, one could tell just by looking at Xiao Mei's figure. The old widow turned her head back 3 times with every step she took. She kept muttering, too wasteful. This Xiao Mei is too wasteful. Xiao Mei, we want her. However, there was nothing they could do if the Qiao family refused to give in and was unwilling to let her marry into their family. It was really worrying. Yong, what do you think we should do now? As she turned her head to look back, she asked Wang Yang. In her heart, Wang Yang was the one who held absolute power in the family. Wang Yang followed her gaze and turned his head to look at the courtyard behind him. They did not walk fast, and by now, the fragrance of pork had already wafted out from the courtyard, making him gulp. If we can't do it today, then we come back tomorrow, he said with a vicious look in his eyes. A fat woman cannot be so particular. If they don't succeed, they will try again. If a soft approach cannot do it, they will do it by force. There will be a way to make this fat woman relent. Besides, he had experience in hitting a woman in such a manner that she would suffer but be unable to talk about it. Seeing how determined her son was, the old widow finally felt relieved and went home. Xiao Mei did not take the marriage proposal to heart and went up the mountain again after dinner. Now that the little piglets had been bought, she had to go up the mountain to get some food for them. The rice in the rice jar at home was not even enough for her grandfather and her. There was simply no food for the piglets. Xiao Mei shouldered the carrying pole and went up the mountain along the village road. What she did not expect was that along the way, there were villagers who took the initiative to talk to her. Mei, are you going up the mountain now? The auntie smiled and greeted her normally. Xiao Mei smiled and replied, Yes, Auntie Sunday. I'm going up the mountain to find some food for the pigs, otherwise the little piglets will go hungry. going to the hot spring again? Annie's son continued to ask. Yes. There was no other place to go except that area. The grass nearby had only just sprouted, and it was not even enough to fill 2 shovelfuls. Annie's son seemed to want to say something when she heard that, but she only smiled and kept quiet. Xiaomei felt that it seemed a little strange. But when she met the second person who took the initiative to talk to her, she understood what was happening. Xiaomei, are you going up the mountain to the hot spring again? This auntie was more straightforward. Without waiting for Xiaomei's reply, she continued, if you can still find pumpkins, can you come back and exchange them with my family? Other than green beans, my family also has red beans, soybeans, and other things. If not, there's also some rice and potatoes, depending on what you want. The auntie had stewed the pumpkin last night. The fragrant aroma filled the air when it was cooked, making her children cry out in anticipation, and it tasted 100 times better than meat. She would have gone to look for the pumpkins herself, if not for the fact that the place at the back of the mountain was too far away from the village. It would take half a day to travel back and forth, in turn delaying her work in the village. When Xiaomei heard this, her eyes lit up. She was only just worried that there was not enough food at home. Sure, if I see another pumpkin, I'll bring it back to exchange with you. Good, good. Upon hearing this answer, the woman gave a satisfied smile. Who said Xiaomei was domineering? Why did she feel that Xiaomei was so nice? Xiaomei smiled and continued up the mountain. It was such a small matter that could improve one's life and make others happy. That makes it an even better thing. Even if it was only for this, she must build up good relationships with the villagers. She quickened her pace and followed the path she had taken yesterday. It only took her about 2 hours to reach the hot spring, but she ran into a few children who were preparing to make their way back. Yesterday, she had exchanged pumpkins for green beans. In the village, after the pumpkins were cooked, all the children in the various families were craving for more. Today, the adults needed to work during the day, but the children did not, so they came here together to look for pumpkins. However, they did not find anything and only managed to pick some wild fruits. They were stunned for a moment when they saw Xiaomei. Without saying anything, they lowered their heads and prepared to make a run for it. Although they had never directly clashed with Xiaomei, almost all of their brothers and sisters had fought with Xiaomei before, so they knew how scary Xiaomei was. Seeing the children rushing past, Xiaomei smiled. It would be more convenient for her to pick fruits if they left. After walking around the hot spring, she realized that the surroundings had been ravaged by the children. Other than weeds and reeds, there were not even any edible wild vegetables left. After all, the hot spring area was actually very small. She was not that concerned about it. She pried open a dense patch of reeds with her hand, and after several twists and turns, found a thin and small wild chestnut among the trees. In just 3 to 4 minutes, she completed a round of energy exchange and wild chestnuts had fallen all over the ground. Xiaomei happily picked up 2 baskets of chestnuts from the ground. Chestnuts were most suitable for pregnant women as they contained plenty of folic acid which could prevent pregnant women from premature labor. Now that she was pregnant with twins, she needed to eat more of these. The original owner of the body had given birth prematurely, so she had to pay more attention to this. By the time Xiaomei returned to the village, the sky was already dark. Smoke rose from the chimney of every house, and every house was filled with warm light. As she got closer, a few barks could be heard. The entire setting was like a relaxing village scene. Xiaomei followed the path and looked at the front door of her own house. She immediately saw Xiao Chong, who was looking forward to her return. Her uneasy heart instantly calmed down, and she felt a sense of the warmth of home. "Grandfather, I'm back." Xiaomei smiled and quickly walked over, her voice sweet and soft. Xiao Chong welcomed her with a smile. The two of them happily walked into the house, and she put down the baskets. It was under the light from the house that Xiao Chong could now see what was inside the baskets. "You picked up so many chestnuts? Did you take all the squirrels' winter rations?" These chestnuts looked clean and fresh. They were definitely not picked up from the grass. If these chestnuts were not those hidden away by squirrels, they would already have rotted in the ground when the winter ended and the ice and snow had melted. Therefore, these must have been hidden by squirrels to get through the winter. That's right, the squirrels probably won't be able to find these chestnuts anymore. "The whole tree hole full of chestnuts is now mine," Xiaomei said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Our Mei Mei is indeed luckier than others. Xiao Chang laughed happily. Xiao Mei gently washed the chestnuts and immediately put them over the steamer. Actually, it would be better to fry the chestnuts. It would be even more fragrant if she could stew it with chicken, but for now, she had no choice but to just steam them on their own. Fortunately, the chestnuts were delicious on their own. Given that they had absorbed the energy from the jade pendant, they emitted a tempting aroma not long after they were steamed in the pot for a while. The pair of grandfather and granddaughter finished their meal in satisfaction. Xiao Mei then filled a big bowl with chestnuts and placed it in the basket, preparing to go out. Where are you going? Xiao Chang asked curiously. Sending it to Annie Dong at the end of the village. We can exchange for some rice with her family, Xiao Mei replied. Xiao Chang was stunned and looked at Xiao Mei in disbelief. His Mei Mei had really changed. Not only had she learned how to do household chores and cook well, but she had also become tactful in handling matters. It was as if she had been blessed by Buddha. No, perhaps she had been encouraged by that kid. Xiaxia, I don't even know when that kid would return. At this moment, Xiaxia frowned as he thought about his next mission. This mission was a little complicated and did not seem to be able to be completed within a month. He thought for a while and ran to his office to make a call. Commissar, I have something to report. What is it? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Please help me put up a report on my marriage plans. Xiaxia said immediately. Soldiers had to put in an application if they had plans to get married. The other end of the phone went silent. Please help me to put up a report on my marriage plans. Xiaxia repeated in a louder voice. Okay. I got it. The man on the other end of the phone covered his ears before he continued to ask, which girl are you going to get married to? Is she from Zhang Laoda's family or Commissar Ma's family? Or is it the English teacher from the university that your father introduced to you? Xiaxia was handsome, had a good family background, and a good character. Ever since he became an adult, people had almost knocked down his family door trying to introduce girlfriends to him one after another. Especially in the early few years, there were so many people who came round. In the past few years, though, there were not many people because the earlier group did not succeed. Everyone felt that the Xia family had very high standards, so it dissuaded those ladies who were from modest families. It was also precisely because of this that two ladies with good family backgrounds had set their sights on this good catch, Xiaxia. The two families were currently fighting fiercely over him, and it was said that the two ladies had even physically fought several times over this matter. The people around them were all caught up in the drama to see which family would manage to win Xiaxia over, Commissar Qin included. He did not expect that the choice of the winning marriage candidate was being made now. Quick, tell me, which family is she from? The commissar asked curiously. Xiaxia stopped for a moment and said, It's the granddaughter of my grandfather's old comrade. The comrade had saved his life back then. Her name is Xiao Mei. What? The commissar thought that the phone signal was not good, so he had not heard it clearly. Grandfather's old comrade's granddaughter. Her name is Xiao Mei. Xiaxia repeated loudly again. Take down the address now. Her home is at. Don't go to the wrong place. He was not very formal with his words. After all, this commissar was his uncle who had watched him grow up. Hence, he had informed this uncle first without regard for family hierarchy. I'll take it down. Qin Dong immediately took out a pen and paper and started to write down the address. He paused for a while and suddenly asked, What's going on? What about the ladies from the two families? Xiaxia was silent for a moment before he continued. I don't think the Zhang and Ma families have a good way of doing things. We're not on the same side, so it's better not to be involved with each other in the future. His words were a little vague, but in reality, what he was thinking was that those two families would be finished sooner or later because of their way of doing things. As for the female teacher from the university that my father mentioned to me last time, Xiaxia scratched his head, unable to recall how she looked. Forget it, let's not talk about her anymore. There was no point caring about these people now. After all, he had already decided who he was going to marry. All right, you decide on your own marriage. As long as Xiao Mei passes the political review, there's no problem on my end. Qin Dong then asked curiously, So which family's daughter did you fall in love with at first sight? For you to make a decision on such an important matter as marriage right now. Is she very pretty? At this point, Xiaxia could not help but shiver. She looked. Probably she would scare you to death. Let's get the marriage registered first. When I'm done with my mission, I'll bring her home to see you guys, he said. Since the two of them had spent the night together, they had to get married so that no one would have any designs on Xiao Mei. At the same time, Grandpa Xiao Chong would also feel more at ease. Although Xiao Mei was not very pleasing to the eye, she was already his now. Since that was the case, he would protect her. I'm on a mission here, and I don't think I'll be able to finish it anytime soon. Please help me get my marriage certificate done. Then go to the village and treat the villagers to a meal. We'll make some arrangements for the wedding and then deliver the marriage certificate to her. Then we can consider the matter done. This would make her relatives give up. So soon? Qindong suddenly thought of something and asked, could it be that you are still hiding something from me? When Xiaxia heard this, his face felt like it was on fire. It turned red in an instant, and it was like he could suddenly hear the moans from that night and the pleasure of release. Although he knew that it was unlikely for anything to happen after a one-night stand, they had done it more than once that night. If they ended up having a child, he could not let anyone gossip about the child that might be born. I was drunk the other day, so I made a mistake, Xiaxia said softly. You rascal. You're really. Now Qindong heard this clearly. Even as he was admonishing his nephew, he was also itching to know what happened. What kind of girl could make his steel-hearted nephew lose control? As a man, he knew very well that there was no such thing as one losing control when drunk. That was just an excuse. If a man was really drunk, he would not be able to do anything. If he had done something, then he was definitely a willing partner. Xiaxia blushed. Neither did he lose control after being drunk, nor did he pretend to be crazy under the influence of alcohol. He had accidentally fallen for a trick. Xiaxia exhaled and said slowly, don't tell my parents about this first. I'll tell them myself when I get back. Qindong immediately replied, I understand. You can say it yourself when you're back. He had taken down the address of this woman and noted that she was likely a village girl. With the characters of his younger sister and brother-in-law, wouldn't the Xia family explode when they knew about it? The explosion was not the scary part. The scary part would be if they object to this marriage. He thought differently from this couple of the Xia family. He felt that a real man had to depend on himself to build his career. He must work on it one shot at a time and not rely on unorthodox methods which were not dependable at all. Besides, if a man worked hard for his career outside and did not have a woman he liked waiting at home, then that life would feel empty. He would not feel comfortable even if he had a good life. Now that his nephew finally found someone he liked, he must protect this marriage and not let that Xia family couple ruin it. After hanging up, Qindong immediately took action. He made a few phone calls to the Northeast Precinct and someone immediately boarded the train to Xiao Mei's house. Wedding matters should be handled quickly and not be delayed so that it would set everyone's mind at ease once everything is done. He was Xiaxia's uncle after all. Xiao Mei took the big bowl of chestnuts and exchanged it for half a caddy of rice. At this time, staple grains were definitely more expensive than snacks. If Xiao Mei had not specially cooked the chestnuts and brought them over with the intoxicating smell, the other family would definitely not give her the rice. It was because for mountain produce like chestnuts, every family could go out to pick them up when they were free. No family was lacking in this, so there was no market for it. Xiao Chang's family was tiny, and the old one was lame while the young one had been lazy. Otherwise, his family would have been able to fill up half their storeroom with mountain produce. After finishing her work, Xiao Mei thought of the chicks, ducklings, and goslings in the storeroom, so she cooked half a bowl of chestnuts for them. Xiao Chang's heart ached when he saw that, and he watched them glumly from the side. When our bean sprouts are ready and we sell them, we'll get some bran to feed them, Xiao Mei said in a comforting tone. Of course, she only said that to comfort her grandfather. If the meat of the fowl were to taste good, they naturally had to be fed more food that had been catalyzed by the jade pendant. The next morning, Xiao Mei went to check on her bean sprouts once she woke up. The bean sprouts had already grown long, and the next step was to change the water quickly and put them in the basket. Xiao Chang also stood at the side and looked at the sprouts happily. If the first step was so easy, the second step would definitely be easier. He suddenly started to look forward to it and decided he must get to work now and make more baskets in the yard. After Xiao Mei finished her work, She shouldered her carrying pole into the mountain again and picked up some fruits and firewood. Every year, Xiao Chong was the one who went to pick up firewood. The original owner of the body was too lazy and did not do any chores at home. This year, Xiao Chong's health had gotten worse, so he did not pick up much firewood, and now there was not enough firewood in the kitchen. However, Xiao Mei's main goal of going out was to make use of the opportunity to get rid of all the dirt on her body. But this time, she did not walk towards the hot spring as she had seen a few children heading there. The news of the chestnuts from yesterday had spread throughout the village. Children who had nothing better to do all headed towards the hot spring area. She did not take it to heart. This time, she would just walk around the back mountain. This area of the mountain was not very high, and there were only some small trees around. Everyone only came here to do things like chop wood and pick mushrooms. If they wanted other mountain produce, they had to go higher into the mountain. At this time of the season, there were no fruits, but it did not matter to Xiao Mei. She could make fruits even without them. Xiao Mei found a place with lush trees and pushed her way in as the tender leaves and new branches growing in the early spring provided coverage for her. She dug a hole and buried a few seeds inside. This time, she planted chili. After a few minutes, the chili turned from seeds to saplings, and then from saplings to mature chili plants. Very soon, there were many red chilies hanging from the branches. Xiao Mei did not pluck them immediately. Instead, she tried to communicate with them. Tell me, which one of you is the least spicy? She used to like spicy food and felt that everything was tasteless without chili, but when she ate too much chili, she would get diarrhea. Eating chili was always a dilemma to her. Now here was a good thing. She wanted to develop a type of chili that was fragrant but not spicy. She would be well-fed and well-clothed by her own hands. She liked the fragrance of the chili but not the spiciness. Every time, her stomach would hurt from the spiciness, making her very uncomfortable. The red chilies on the branches quivered, and there seemed to be voices coming from them. The sounds were faint, but she understood them. After listening for a long time, Xiao Mei plucked a red chili and tasted it. It was still very spicy. She took out a seed from the chili and planted it again. A few minutes later, red chilies filled the branches again. Tell me, which of you is the least spicy? After more than 10 times, Xiao Mei plucked the fruit again. Every time the energy exchange ended, the chilies would naturally dry up on the branches, and there would be the fragrance of chilies in the air. Xiao Mei put the chili in her mouth and chewed it. It was crispy and filled her mouth with the fragrance of chili, but her mouth did not hurt at all. That's it. This was the type of chili that she wanted. Xiao Mei immediately took all the chilies from the plant and retrieved half a caddy of seeds from them. These seeds would be used for planting in the field at home. This way, she could be open about these chilies in the future. After harvesting these seeds, she planted another chili seed. She looked at the chilies hanging on the grown chili plant and asked, "Speak. Which one of you is the most spicy?" After more than 10 rounds, she felt that the spiciness level was still insufficient and continued for another 30-odd rounds. Finally, after 60 rounds of chilies, the spiciness had been doubled. This was the chili weapon she wanted. Smelling it from afar would already make people choke and struggle for breath. Xiao Mei covered her mouth and crushed a chili with her hand. Her fingers immediately swelled up, and it was so spicy that it hurt. A cooling sensation then manifested from the jade pendant and spread to her fingers, and the swelling immediately subsided. Ha ha, that's great. Xiao Mei happily plucked all of the dried-up chilies and wrapped them with cloth before crushing them into powder. Is the spiciness of this chili too strong, or what? Xiao Mei said while sneezing. Would 1 drop of chili water made from this chili powder make one go blind? Forget it. Forget it. She had already made it. If she had to start all over again, she would have worked for nothing. Furthermore, there was not enough time anymore. She looked up at the sun. It was already close to noon, and she had to hurry down the mountain with the firewood. But when she got home and pushed open the door, she saw someone she had not expected to see. "Why are you at my house again?" Xiao Mei snatched the shovel he was holding in his hand and asked with a frown. Wang Yong looked at her and covered his nose in disgust, thinking that she was just like what the rumors said. Xiao Mei was smelly again. "I saw that your family's land was still empty and it felt like such a pity, so I came to help you loosen the soil and grow something." He did not look at Xiao Mei and just continued talking. So you're also here to take advantage of us as well? You're not welcome here. Hurry up and leave. Xiao Mei wanted to drive him away. Wang Yong's brows instantly furrowed as he breathed heavily. He had never met such a person who was so misguided. There was nothing he could do if she was good-looking, but the fact was that she was so ugly and dark and fat, and yet she was still so arrogant. She must be crazy. It was all her grandfather's fault for spoiling her. She did not know her place and worth in life. Once she married into his family, he would definitely educate her properly and let her see her true self clearly. I don't have any other intention. I just want to help you loosen the soil and get some work done. Wang Yung did not leave. If he wanted to educate Xiao Mei, he had to marry her first. Xiao Mei looked Wang Yung up and down, reading his thoughts. Don't be so fixated on my grandfather's salary. His salary is not even enough to feed me. No matter who I marry in the future, no one can think about eyeing this money, she said to him in a direct manner. Wang Yung did not say a word, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Only a woman who had yet to marry would be so naive. Once she married into his family, he would naturally teach her the meaning of being virtuous and filial. Xiao Mei could tell that this was a stubborn person. She hated people who kept pestering her. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll call for help. Xiao Mei picked up the shovel beside her and threw it towards the ground. The shovel swung around and smashed the mud all over the ground. Mud flew up and splashed onto Wang Yong's leg, causing him a lot of pain. He jumped in fright and retreated in the direction of the shovel, and got unknowingly chased out of the courtyard by Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, am very self-aware. I can't afford to provoke a good man like you who caused his wife to be cursed dead. Don't ever come to my house again and don't enter my house, or I'll break your legs. Xiao Mei swung the shovel and smashed the wooden door next to her. This door was a little old and already tattered. Xiao Mei had picked up a new piece of wood today and was going to change it out. Now was the perfect time to make good use of the old door. With shavings scattered in all directions, and one piece flew directly into Wang Yong's face, leaving a bloody mark. He wiped his face and cast a few vicious glances at Xiao Mei before turning to leave. At this moment, Xiao Chang walked over and stood beside Xiao Mei. Looking at Wang Yong's retreating figure, he said, in the future, try to avoid offending such despicable people if you can. Otherwise, you might get yourself into trouble. Xiao Mei shook her head and said calmly, he has his eyes on us now. We have what he wants here. It's not as if we can hide from it just because we don't offend him. There's no way to hide from him, so there's no need to hide. Let's face him head on and take him down. It's just that, take him down and it's done. As soon as Xiao Mei said those words, Xiao Chang's eyes lit up. He looked at Xiao Mei in front of him and felt a faint sense of pride. This was the first time he felt that his granddaughter resembled him, so full of vigor. Not only was she hot-blooded, but she was also calm and smart, and possessed the ability to see people for what they were. It made him feel so gratified that he wanted to cry. Even if he died now and his granddaughter Xiao Mei could not marry Xiaojia, he would be able to leave with peace of mind. His granddaughter was capable of being independent now. Xiao Mei did not think too much about it. She quickly picked up the shovel and quickly did some planting in her field so that everyone would stop eyeing it. The two people in the courtyard did not know that someone from outside the village had specially come looking for them. Two serious-looking men in military uniforms entered the village and went to village chief Xiao's house. Looking at the two men, the entire village started to talk about it. Everyone stood in their own courtyard and looked in the direction of village chief Xiao's house. What had happened? Was there going to be another critique meeting? Who were they going to criticize this time? Village chief Xiao was also very nervous. However, the moment these two men opened their mouths, they asked about Xiao Mei. He was stunned for a moment and thought, could something have happened to Xiao Chang? Is he going to be interrogated by the organization at such an old age? He is crippled and sick as well. How pitiful. That kid, Xiao Mei, had never done anything wrong. Other than being a little lazy and eating a lot, she did not do anything wrong, right? As for her parents, her father was gone and her mother had remarried. Anyway, there was nothing bad that was attributable to her. It was actually normal for her to be a little lazy. After all, with Xiao Mei's size, it would be difficult for her to even walk 2 steps, let alone do any work. Besides, His heart softened when he thought about how Xiao Mei called him Uncle Zhao a few days ago. In addition, Zhao Liang sympathized with Qiao Chong and so did not say anything bad about her. The two of them asked about Xiao Mei and followed up with questions about Qiao Chong as well, mainly asking about his life over the past few years. Before the two of them came, they had already checked out Xiao Mei's family background. They did not expect to find such an old hero in this mountain village and felt emotional about it. Shouldn't an old hero like him retire in a big house in the capital city? At the very least, he should be living in a specialized nursing home in the province and be taken care of by professionals. Why was he in such a small village? Such an old hero definitely would not want to burden the country, and he had even asked for the lowest retirement salary. He was truly a hero. Based on what they found out in their research, the two of them respected Qiao Chong, and so they just asked the standard questions about Xiao Mei. For a person like Xiao Mei, who was a descendant of a hero and had never left the village since she was born, what problem could there be? Zhao Liang saw that the two of them were in high spirits and did not seem to be making any arrest for a critique session. So he tried asking, "You two are here to see the old hero, right? His house is on the mountain at the back. I can bring you there. We still have a mission to complete this time. Maybe next time," one of the men said. According to the standard procedure, they should go to Qiao Mei's house for another face-to-face review. There were still things that needed to be signed off. However, the higher-ups specifically told them that there was no need to go to Qiao Mei's house. The young girl was thin-skinned, and it was meant to be a surprise for her. Anyway, they did not understand anything about young people, so they just followed their orders. This was something that Xiaozhe had specially instructed his uncle, Qindong, to do. If his uncle knew what Xiao Mei looked like, this marriage might be over. Zhao Liang asked carefully, "What are we supposed to do?" The two men looked at each other. After all, this was not a bad thing. If the villagers were to think wrongly and disturb the old hero, then it would be their fault. So one of them said, "It's not a big deal. Comrade Xiao Mei is going to join the big family of military wives. We are following the usual practice of doing a political examination, so no need to alarm old Mr. Qiao." During that time, it was not like in the future, where any necessary checks could be completed immediately on the computer. The political inspections of this period needed to be reviewed layer by layer on site, and with Xiaozhe's special identity, they had to be more cautious. These two people who came here not only had to talk to the village head, but they also had to go around the village and talk to other villagers. If Xiao Mei had any ideological issues, she would definitely fail the examination. Zhao Liang was stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes and recalled the handsome young man in military uniform who came to the village a few days ago. That young man was so good-looking that he even took a few more glances at him. Xiao Mei to match that handsome guy? Why did he feel that it was a little inappropriate? Instantly, Zhao Liang felt a trace of regret in his heart. He should have said something unpleasant just now. This did not seem too good. Very quickly, his rationality returned, and he did not say anything in the end. He then brought the two of them to look for other people in the village. He specially brought the two of them to the Dong family house at the end of the village. Last night, he even heard the Dong family aunt praising Xiao Mei. At the Dong family house, Xiao Mei was highly praised by the Dong family aunt, earning nods from the two military staff. After that, he brought them to Wang Wu's house. Xiao Mei had bought 4 piglets at one go from his family, which had helped them a lot, so they also put in a few good words. Xiao Mei's image became even better, and the military staff noted it down again. Besides, the children of the Wang family were honest. In the past, they had no grudges with Xiao Mei, so there was no need for them to badmouth her. Finally, they went to the homes of a few honest villagers. Under Zhao Liang's threatening gaze, no one dared to say anything bad about Xiao Mei. The two military staff happily wrote in their notes that an outstanding and forward-thinking woman was about to become a military wife. When they left, the village instantly erupted. When Xiaozhe came that day, many people in the village saw him. Xiaozhe's appearance really left a deep impression on them, and they did not even think of trying to get close to him. How did Xiao Mei get her hands on such a handsome boy? Who asked her to have a good grandfather? I heard that the young man's grandfather is Qiao Chong's comrade. This was what Xiao Yu heard when she led him to his destination that day. Now it was being spread to all the families in the village. Oh, so it is a life-saving friendship. Otherwise, How could he have found such a good grandson-in-law? Someone managed to guess the truth. However, everyone in the village thought that the truth was Xiao Chang wanted to entrust his granddaughter to someone else before he died, and his comrade in arms betrothed his grandson to Xiao Mei in order to repay the kindness of saving his life back then. In short, the village was abuzz because of this matter. No matter how enthusiastic the discussion was, Xiao Mei's family was protected from it. After the lunch break ended, everyone went out to work again. During the spring farming season, unless one was seriously ill and about to die, one must go out to work. There was no one in the village who was as lazy as the original owner of the body and did not need to go out to work. As for Xiao Mei not going out to work, it would seem that she actually used to receive the tacit approval of the entire village. Now that she had become diligent, no one asked her to go out to work as well. It was such a strange situation. Hence, no one mentioned anything about this marriage to her. Besides, how could she not know that she was getting married? Everyone thought that Xiao Mei already knew about it, so no one came by to say anything. Logically speaking, relatives would usually come by to chat about such matters. However, Xiao Chang's only relatives in the village were Xiao Zhuang's family. Now that Xiao Zhuang's family was about to go mad from anger, why would they still come to her house to announce the good news? What they wanted the most was to come to his funeral to take over Xiao Chang's land. This would be most in line with what they wanted. Xiao Yu sat on the ridge of the mountain, wiping her tears while she was working. Why wasn't she Xiao Chang's granddaughter? Why didn't such a good thing happen to her? She was so jealous of Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei did not know anything at the moment and was happily planting vegetable seeds in the courtyard. Seeds of common vegetables that every household would have, like string beans, eggplants, tomatoes, cabbages, and potatoes, among others. Lastly, she planted sunflowers in a circle near the wall of the courtyard. When harvest time came around, she would be able to reap 2 baskets full of sunflower seeds. After finishing her work in the courtyard, Xiao Mei took the shovel and went to the 2 pieces of land given to them by the village. Now, every household had land given by the village. On these lands, they could grow some vegetables and other crops, and everything they harvested would belong to them. Therefore, together with the grains distributed by the village, each household basically would have enough to eat. Of course, this was only what the higher-ups had predicted. But in reality, in a village, basically there were very few households that could eat their fill every day. At this time, there was very little harvest from the fields, but there was a lot of work to be done. People could not get meat in their diets, so they needed to eat more grains. Very little to eat and a lot to do. This was the reason why she never felt full. The plot of land here was not as big as the fields at the courtyard. This was also Xiao Mei's first time coming here this spring. Or rather, it was her first time coming here to clean up after more than 10 years, and she found herself being worked to the bones. One day was not enough for her to clean up the land. She came again the next day and spent the entire morning cleaning up before the land was all done up and the seeds planted. The land here was suitable for planting crops like radishes and cabbages, but now was not the season for radishes and cabbages. Those needed to be planted in autumn. So, Xiao Mei planned to plant potatoes and corn on this land. By the time she harvested all of these, it would be a good time to plant cabbages. In this way, there would be an uninterrupted supply of vegetables at home. Just as she was done, Xiao Mei looked up and saw Zhao Liang running over. He shouted at her, "Mei Mei, hurry up and go home. Hurry." Xiao Mei was stunned for a moment, and she felt her eyelids twitch. She threw away the shovel in her hand and ran towards the house. Hopefully nothing is wrong with Xiao Chang. In the end, she heard Zhao Liang shouting from behind, "Today is your wedding day. Quickly go home and pack up. Your grandfather told you to hurry home and prepare for the wedding." Xiao Mei's legs gave way, and she almost sprained her waist. What? Wedding? Xiao Mei walked home briskly and saw her grandfather standing at the door to welcome the guests. He was smiling so widely that his eyes could barely be seen. There were a few well-dressed people standing beside her. Xiao Mei knew all of them. They were officers from the county who would bear gifts and visit her grandfather during the new year. These people had also brought a lot of things this time round. A few bags of rice were placed in the courtyard, as well as a few bags of noodles, a few large baskets of eggs and sugar, 2 crates of liquor, and a few bags of fruits. There was even half a pig's worth of pork on the ground. It was neither the new year nor any holiday season at the moment. Could these be her wedding gifts? Xiao Mei guessed correctly this time. These were all congratulatory gifts, but they were not from the county officers as there were no such rules. These were all brought by the officers on behalf of Qin Dong, who paid for them out of his own pocket. These were his wedding gifts for his nephew and niece-in-law. When these people saw Xiao Mei, they were not surprised at all. After all, they had seen Xiao Mei grow up from a weak girl to a black and fat black bear spirit. But what surprised them was that Xiao Mei actually managed to get married. However, when they thought about Xiao Chang's status, his relationship with Xiaozha's grandfather, plus the fact that Xiao Chang said the two young people had been engaged since young, they found it understandable. Xiao Mei, look. This is your marriage certificate. Xiao Chang's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Mei, and he hastily handed her a red booklet. Xiao Mei was shocked. She didn't even need to go personally to get married now? There aren't any photos on this marriage certificate. Comrade Xiaozha is still on a mission and hasn't returned yet. You two can just paste the photos yourselves, one of the officers said. Xiao Mei froze on the stop and blinked her eyes, not knowing what to say. So Xiaozha doesn't even need to attend his own wedding too. She kept the marriage certificate carefully and remained silent. Now that she had gotten her marriage certificate, she felt very secure. The mockery from the people around them would shame them enough to give them a nightmarish burden for the rest of their lives. Thank you. Xiao Mei carefully put away the marriage certificate and placed it in the wooden box under the bed. She then hid the wooden box inside a brick joint at the bedside. At this moment, in order for her children to have a complete family and a responsible father, she decided that she must treat Xiaozha better in the coming days. Look at Xiao Mei. She's so happy that she's gone all silly. The villagers who were squatting outside the window watching the fun laughed and said to one another, at occasions like this, everyone would be looking in at the windows openly and no one would say anything. Xiao Mei, come out quickly. Quickly come out and prepare for your wedding. Today, we will invite the whole village to our house for a meal and have a grand celebration. Xiao Chang shouted happily. Io, Uncle Xiao, how can you let the bride do work on her wedding day? Let me help. There's no need to trouble Mei Mei. Auntie Dong from the end of the village said laughingly. Me too. All the older women talked together at once. They looked at the half a pig's worth of pork in the courtyard and almost drooled. It had been more than half a month since they had eaten meat, and they were all dying to have some. This wedding would be a good excuse to have a good meal. Okay. Xiao Chang was so happy that he had no words. But at this moment, someone came out to interrupt everything. When Xiao Zhuang's eldest daughter-in-law heard that there was going to be a wedding, she rushed over in a hurry. When she heard Xiao Chang's last words, she smiled coldly and said, Uncle, do you intend to keep your word? Whether we can eat meat or not, we have to wait and hear it from your Xiao Mei's mouth. If we're asked to spit it out right after we eat it, it will be an ugly situation. Based on her understanding of Xiao Mei, it was totally within her usual behavior. When she said this, the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Everyone also felt that Xiao Mei was someone who could do such things. Every year during the New Year and festive periods, Xiao Mei would be very anxious about the meat at home. No one was allowed to touch her meat, not even Xiao Chang. Who were they to her? If they were not allowed to eat it after it was cooked, wouldn't that be even more disappointing? Xiao Mei walked out of the house and smiled at Big Auntie Xiao. Big Auntie is right. As long as I don't say anything, no one can eat a piece of meat from my house. The atmosphere became even colder now. Xiao Chang's smile froze. Was his granddaughter going to revert to her old self with the food aggression and laziness? After saying that, Xiao Mei shifted her gaze away from the Qiao family auntie and looked at the people around her. She laughed loudly and said, Today is my big day, and now I will speak. No one can think about going home today. You can only leave after you have eaten your fill at my house. Auntie Dong, I remember that you still have some cabbages at home. Give us 2. I'll make some pork stewed with cabbage for everyone, Xiao Mei continued. Auntie Dong was stunned for a moment when she heard but immediately smiled and said, Okay, I'll go home and get the cabbages now. She had a big family, so she needed to store a lot of food. Until now, she still had half a basket of cabbages in the storeroom. It had lasted them until now, so it was not a big deal to take out a few cabbages to share. Furthermore, Xiao Mei was offering half a pig's worth of pork for everyone to eat. So how could they feel sore about contributing 2 cabbages? The Dong family aunt walked back to her house and soon returned with 4 or 5 cabbages which still had fresh and tender leaves on them. On her end, Xiao Mei took the big knife and started to chop through the pork bones. Cleanly and nimbly, she quickly cut up the pork as if she was preparing to cook it all. It was unlike her to be so generous. Xiao Mei was really very happy. Not only was she married, but she was also having children, and the 2 children even had a responsible father. Feelings could be nurtured slowly after marriage. She believed that with her hard work, her marriage could also get better. Although she had never been married, she had seen and heard many things in her time. She was confident that she could create a loving family environment for her children. Xiao Cheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his granddaughter was exceptionally forthright and did not revert to her old ways. Now the smile on his face became even brighter. The courtyard was filled with cheers and laughter. It was livelier than it ever had been. Only Qiao Zhuang's eldest daughter-in-law could not find the heart to laugh. She watched as Xiao Mei put all the meat into the pot and started cooking. Her heart ached so much as she had intended to take some pork back with her. Now that the weather was getting warmer, the pork could not be stored for too long. If Qiao Chang's family could not finish it, it should not be a problem to give them some pork now, right? Furthermore, she did not intend to take the pork for free. She would pay for it. Although her family did not have any money now, they would have some spare cash after the autumn harvest, and she had intended to owe it until then. Of course, with Qiao Chang's health, if he could not wait until then it could not be blamed on them. But now, Xiao Mei had thrown half a pig's worth of pork into the pot and cooked it all with the vegetables. Her plan failed. The meat was divided up and used in different dishes. Some were made into braised pork, some were steamed, and some were stewed with cabbage. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mei had made 7 to 8 dishes, and all the dishes looked, smelled, and tasted good. The aroma of the dishes wafted up from the stove, and it was extremely intoxicating. It was not only the children playing in the courtyard who peered into the kitchen, but even the adults who were chatting in the courtyard could not help themselves as well. They had never smelled anything so fragrant. It was simply too aromatic. Xiao Mei can cook? Oh my goodness, it smells so good. Did she make everything herself? She looks so diligent. The 7 to 8 dishes on the table were all made by Xiao Mei. The people around her were in a flurry as they handed her the ingredients and did not look as nimble as Xiao Mei. Everyone stood outside the kitchen window and looked inside. They were all so shocked that their teeth almost fell out. Was this the legendary lazy and greedy Xiao Mei? No one else in the kitchen was as efficient as her. There was no one in the entire village who could cook as well as her. The Xiao Mei of today really shocked everyone. She had completely refreshed the villagers' impression of her. When the dishes were ready, the fragrance filled everyone's nose. When all of them tasted the top-notch delicacies on the table, they could not help but give their thumbs up. There were even a few old ladies who regretted not getting Xiao Mei as their daughter-in-law. In their opinion, when choosing a wife, looks were secondary. The most important thing was that the wife must be efficient in her work, and the ability to cook would be an added bonus. But now, it was no longer possible. Xiao Mei was already married. At the end of the meal, everyone was stuffed to the fullest. Before leaving, they each had a bowl of food to take with them. Auntie Dong's bowl was especially filled to the brim with pork until it was almost overflowing. There's no need for so much. You can keep it for yourself. The Dong family aunt wanted to decline. It's fine, just take it. I can't eat meat anymore. Xiao Mei smiled and said, if I eat more, my man won't like me anymore. Hearing this, the smiles of the people around her froze. The way Xiao Mei said it, it was as if the handsome young man had already taken a fancy to her. By now, everyone knew that Xiao Mei's husband was tall and handsome. They also knew that Xiao Mei and him had been betrothed since they were young, and Xiao Chong and his grandfather had a life and death relationship. Moreover, everyone knew that today was actually a makeup date. The day that the handsome young man came to the village was the actual day of the wedding. It was written clearly on the marriage certificate. Unfortunately, he had an important mission that day, so he had to leave first, and he left on the next day. That was what Xiao Chong and Xiao Mei had told the villagers by way of explanation. Xiao Mei was particularly insistent on clearly stating the actual day of their wedding. For this, Xiao Mei even pretended to be shy and had secretly asked the older ladies about the matters of the bedroom. For example, continued bleeding for a few days after they consummated their marriage. Was that abnormal? She had felt pain down there for a few days. Was she sick? These questions shocked the older ladies. They thought that since the man could even accept someone like Chow Mei, he was really not picky. After a moment of surprise, they were not stingy at all with their experiences. A child like Chow Mei, who did not have her mother by her side to take care of her, was really pitiful. She was even muddled about these basic things. Everyone believed what the pair of grandfather and granddaughter said together. However, the last point about the handsome lad leaving because he had a mission, no one believed that. It must be Chow Mei's looks that sent him away in a hurry. After all, according to what the villagers said, Xiaxia had left very quickly. He was in such a hurry to leave that he did not seem like a newlywed. However, he still completed the marriage registration with Chow Mei, which proved that he was a responsible man. He even got someone to send so many things and betrothal gifts. What a good man. All the unmarried ladies in the village were extremely jealous of Chow Mei for marrying such a good man, especially Chow Yu, who dug in and ate 2 bowls of rice. Xiao Zhuang's family was preparing to start their farm work and only sent their eldest daughter-in-law and third daughter-in-law. In the end, when they heard that half a pig's worth of pork was cooked, the whole family ran over in a hurry and ate to their heart's content at Chow Mei's house. When almost everyone had left, Xiao Zhuang's family still did not go. Why are you all sitting there looking at me? Don't you know how to take the initiative to help? Wash the dishes and wipe the table. After you're done, you still have to return them to others. Xiao Mei shouted at them. They had invited the entire village over for a meal, but only one person from each household came. There were only 6 tables in the courtyard, but Xiao Zhuang's family already occupied 2.5 tables. With so many people here, Chow Mei's house did not even have enough tables and cutlery. She had to borrow them from her neighbors. Now that it was all done, she naturally had to wash all the borrowed items before returning them. You wretched girl. You're actually ordering your second grandpa to work? You're really unfilial. How can you be like this? The Chow family's eldest daughter-in-law sat where she was and lectured with her hands on her hips. I didn't ask my second grandpa, Chow Mei said. Big Auntie Chow wanted to retort. Chow Mei added, I didn't ask you either. Can't I ask your nephews and nieces? They're not my elders. After eating, can't they do some work? Big Auntie Chow choked on her words when she heard that. The third auntie of the Chow family put down the peanuts in her hand and said slowly, Your male cousins don't do any work in the kitchen when they are at home. Don't expect them to do your chores. In the end, she turned around and called out to Chow Yu. Chow Yu, go help your niece. Don't be a freeloader. Chow Yu reluctantly put down the bowl and looked pitifully at Chow Yi next to her. Chow Yi was the daughter of the Chow family's third daughter-in-law. She was also 17 years old this year, and another pitiful person who was not welcomed at home. She usually followed behind her mother and helped out with household chores all day long. Seeing Chow Yu's gaze, Chow Yi nodded and stood up. She began to quietly clear the dishes and cutlery on the table. Chow Yu ran to Chow Mei's side and smiled ingratiatingly. Sister Chow Mei, take a break and let them do this. Let's go in and take a look at your betrothal gifts and see what's inside. There would definitely be betrothal gifts at a wedding. These things were all belated gifts from Xiaxia. Although he had no experience, he had gotten his uncle Qin Dong to help him settle all these. His uncle was the commissar and had helped many people with their marriages before, so it was all very familiar to him. Now that it was his own nephew's wedding, wouldn't he want to do a grand job? After being aware of the basic situation of Chow Mei's family, he prepared a list of things to buy, including a few pieces of cloth, a few thick blankets, 2 large porcelain basins, and some essential items like soap and towels, among others. These were all for the couple. There were also some things that should have been prepared by Chow Mei, but Qin Dong also bought them. It was said that there were also several big-ticket items like a bicycle, watches, a radio, and a sewing machine. These were Xiaxia's real betrothal gifts. However, Qin Dong was late with his instructions, and it was not possible to get all these big-ticket items in one day in such a small town. Since second-hand items were not suitable for the occasion, Qin Dong had asked someone to buy them from the city and to send them over in a few days. The story was repeated by the staff who came over to handle the matter. On a joyous occasion, People tended to want to repeat stories that could be shown off. When they heard this, everyone in the village was extremely envious, especially Xiao Yu. Among the betrothal gifts, there was a beautiful piece of colored cloth embroidered with golden thread. It sparkled under the sunlight and looked gorgeous. It was not just Xiao Yu. No one in the village had ever seen such beautiful fabric. Xiao Mei wearing such a fabric was simply a reckless waste. Xiao Yu walked over and looked intently at the cloth. This piece of cloth looked really beautiful, and it would look so good on her. If the cloth was made into a dress, it would be the most beautiful dress in the world. If it was made into a pair of pants, it would be the most shiny pair of pants. Xiao Yu could not help but walk closer and closer. She reached out with her fingers and was about to touch the fabric when a voice piped up from the side to stop her. "Stop." Xiao Mei walked out from the side and reached out to stop her. "I'm just looking, not doing anything." Xiao Yu sounded aggrieved to be called out in front of everyone and looked embarrassed. She really liked this piece of fabric. "Oh?" Xiao Mei nodded and reached out to pull the cloth, but she then happened to flip it open, revealing banknotes inside. Whoosh! The money fell all over the ground, stunning everyone who was at the door. "Oh my goodness, so much money!" Big Auntie Xiao, who was at the door, tried to rush in with an uncontrollable look of joy on her face. She had never seen so much money in her life. Xiao Mei spread out her arms and pushed away Big Auntie Xiao, who was rushing over. Then she also stopped Third Auntie Xiao, who was trying to sneakily make her through the door. The two women stood at the door and stomped their feet. They might have been able to sneak some money home, but their plan was ruined now. Xiao Mei gave the two of them a big smile before shouting, "Don't come over again. If you do it, don't blame me for being rude." Big Auntie Xiao and Third Auntie Xiao looked at Xiao Mei's size and thought about how she had pushed them just now. They just stood where they were and did not move forward. Xiao Yu also stood on the stop and did not move forward. Xiao Mei faced outside and said, "I'm going in to take inventory. I'll have to trouble all you sisters to help me clean up the courtyard." With that, she slammed the door shut. Big Auntie Xiao and Third Auntie Xiao, who were left outside, felt very indignant. They craned their necks to look in through the window and could only vaguely see Xiao Mei bending down to pick up the money. There were about 200 banknotes on the ground. Xiao Mei began to pick up the banknotes one by one. She picked them up and placed them on the table, patted the dust off them, and wiped them clean before starting to count the money. There were a total of 200 banknotes now. Wrapped in the middle of the cloth was also a piece of brown paper with two big words "betrothal gift" on it. The two Xiao aunties standing outside the window were practically seeing stars. This was probably a few $1,000s. It was way too much money for Xiao Mei's betrothal gift. The person who married her was really generous. Xiao Mei kept the money with a big smile and hid it close to her body before opening the door. At that moment, Xiao Mei opened the door. The two Xiao aunties immediately rushed in. Xiao Mei knew what the two of them were up to, so she spoke up before them. "Let me say this first. If you want to take advantage of me, it's definitely impossible." She gazed at the two aunties and her words were callous. However, Big Auntie Xiao acted as if she did not hear anything. She smiled at Xiao Mei and said, "Xiao Mei, there are so many betrothal gifts in the house now, and the two of you can't use them all. What about lending them to us?" "Lend you?" Xiao Mei said lightly and glanced at her. "What are these things that you're talking about? Soap and towels? I don't want to say this, but if I lend you things like soap and towels, how are you going to return them to me?" Big Auntie Xiao was speechless, but she rolled her eyes and wanted to enter the room. Second Uncle Qiao's family was not considered poor, but they did not buy things like soap so as to save money, so none of them had really used soap before. "It's fine even if it's not soap. I don't mind things like basin or cloth or anything." Big Auntie Qiao craned her head to look inside. Next to her, Third Auntie Qiao was also casting a covetous stare. It was as if the things in this house were already theirs, and they were now just short of bringing these things home. "These are my betrothal gifts. I won't lend anything to anyone, let alone let you take away even a needle or thread. You can rest assured of that." Xiao Mei made it very clear in a direct manner. She was afraid that they would not understand her, so she made sure to emphasize the tone of her voice. Anyone who heard her would know that she was not to be trifled with. The two aunties looked at each other. Big Auntie Qiao walked over first and stuck her head out to look inside. She exclaimed, "I'll just look and I won't touch anything." I'm just going to take a look. You're not petty to the extent that I can't look, right? At the side, third Auntie Chow was waiting for an opportunity to make a move, looking at the interaction between the two of them with shifty eyes. One look and Xiao Mei immediately knew what the two of them were up to. She then picked up a broom placed outside the door and waved it vigorously, shouting at the two aunties, "The two of you better don't come over. If you come any further, I can't guarantee that the broom in my hand won't swing at your heads and scratch your faces. When the time comes, I'll see how you can get daughters-in-law with faces like that." As she spoke, she spinned the broom around in her hand. Coupled with the muscles on her arms, she looked a little scary. These few actions made the two aunties cry out in fear, and they could not help taking a step back. "If you don't leave now, I'm going to call for help," Xiao Mei continued. "I want to see which one of you wants to let the entire village know that you want to take away my betrothal gifts." These words were meant to shame them. Although the two Chow aunties did not care about the opinions of the villagers, they felt a little afraid when they thought of the two comrades who sent over the betrothal gifts. After all, they were soldiers. It would not be good if they heard about what happened. There was no other choice. The two of them reluctantly took a last look at the piece of fabric in the room and then exchanged a look with each other. They turned around, full of resentment, and spat on the ground. "Do you really think we care about such lousy betrothal gifts? That's right. I think that young man is really blind to marry you. Wait and see. When he sees your true colors after you marry him, he won't want you anymore." Very quickly, the two of them walked further and further away, cursing every few steps. When the two of them reached the front room, they saw people still in the courtyard and were glad they could finally find someone to talk to. At this moment, other than the Chow family, there were still a few neighbors who had not left yet. Xiao Cheng sat on a stool, speaking to the person beside him with a smile. When Big Annie Chow saw Xiao Cheng, she jogged over. "Uncle, you have to discipline your Xiao Mei. The two of us want to look at the betrothal gifts and wanted to borrow something. The moment we asked, we were chased out by Xiao Mei. She really has no affection for us as her aunties." "That's right, Uncle." Third Auntie Chow managed to squeeze some tears from her eyes. "Uncle, she can't step on people like this. I'm her aunt, not a thief. Is there a need for her to be so guarded? The two of us really feel terrible." The people around them stopped what they were doing to glance at the two of them. Xiao Zhuang glared at the two of them. They were really useless, not even able to handle such a small matter. Xiao Yu took a look at Xiao Cheng and glanced at that room from the corner of her eye. Third Auntie Chow continued to kick up a fuss. "There's a lot of money wrapped in that cloth, probably a few $1,000s. I don't think Xiao Mei is someone who knows how to save money. She might just wastefully spend it all." Her voice was thunderous, as if she wanted the whole village to hear her. A smug look flashed across her eyes. It would be good if everyone knew about it. If and when the money got stolen for no reason, then it would become a big joke. Xiao Cheng slammed his liquor glass on the table and said, "The amount of betrothal gifts and money that our family has nothing to do with your Xiao Zhuang's family. Don't even have any ideas about this money. And those betrothal gifts all belong to my Mei Mei. My Mei Mei can use those betrothal gifts in any way she wants. She can give them to whoever she wants, or not. You people have no right to kick up a fuss there." With that, he made a big tap with his walking stick, which made a crisp knocking sound in the courtyard. After the sound rang out, no one refuted him. The remaining neighbors saw that Xiao Cheng did not look too good and found excuses to leave. Fortunately, the leftover food and utensils in the courtyard were almost all cleaned up. When Xiao Mei came out later, she would just need to tidy up a little. There were now only a few Chow family members left in the courtyard. Xiao Zhuang sat at the table next to Xiao Cheng and looked at him. "Big brother, don't be angry. We're not the kind of people who covet your Xiao Mei's betrothal gifts. Look, our Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi even helped you clean up the courtyard, right? After all, we're all relatives." These words did not sound like Xiao Zhuang at all. Xiao Cheng looked at him strangely and kept quiet. Big Annie Chow and Third Annie Chow, who were next to him, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Zhuang continued, "However, I have a favor to ask of you, and I hope you can help me. If you can help me, we will always remember your kindness." He spoke so nicely, but once Xiao Cheng recalled what he had done before, he remained furious. Xiao Cheng glanced sideways at him. "What favor?" Hearing this, Xiao Zhuang continued, I found a job in town for my fifth son at the town supply and marketing cooperative. It's a good job. He rubbed his chin proudly. Xiao Cheng nodded. It is a good job. It was true that in the current era, having a job in the supply and marketing cooperative was equivalent to working at a supermarket in a shopping mall. One did not have to do farm work in the village, and it was a good job that everyone would be envious of. Among the people living in the areas surrounding the village, who would not want a job in town? Furthermore, it was still in the supply and marketing cooperative. There was money to be made, and the work was light. Right, so our village is more than 10 miles away from town, which means that it's a walk of about 30 miles a day. This is really too far, Xiao Zhuang continued. I'm actually thinking of getting my fifth son a bicycle. Coincidentally, Xiao Mei doesn't really go out and won't need a bicycle. Why not let my fifth son ride it for now, and if Xiao Mei needs it in the future, we will send it over whenever you want. Send it over? This is definitely impossible. After all, once things are in our house, there would be nothing to spit out. A smile flashed across Xiao Zhuang's eyes, but he did not show it on his face. In this era, it was normal for relatives to borrow things from each other. Although the things that they wanted to borrow were Xiao Mei's betrothal gifts were also things meant to be used, were they not? Big Auntie Xiao, who was beside him, was instantly filled with delight and looked eagerly at the bicycle parked in the courtyard. This was a brand new bicycle. Once it reached Xiao Zhuang's house, it would mean that she would also be able to ride it. This bicycle would belong to them, and no one would be able to take it away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Cheng did not beat around the bush at all. He pulled a long face and said gruffly, No. This answer shattered Big Auntie Xiao's fantasy straight away, making her frown with unhappiness. Uncle, you won't lend us either this or that. Are we still relatives? Are you really not going to give us any favors? Then if anything happens to Xiao Mei in the future, don't look to our family for help. She did not say much, but her words carried a faint threat. The meaning was obvious. They wanted Xiao Mei's bicycle, and if they did not get it, they would not consider the two families to be relatives anymore. Haha. When Xiao Cheng heard this, he laughed so happily that his beard shook. Even if I give you this bicycle, will you help my family? After all, he was once a soldier and had killed people on the battlefield. He retained an imposing manner and could still be very fierce. He glared at them, and none of the Qiao family members dared to speak. Even Xiao Zhuang just opened his mouth but did not say anything. I'll say this today. Don't you dare have any ideas about my Mei Mei's betrothal gifts. Those things all belong to her, and she can do anything with them. You're not allowed to take even a single needle and thread. Xiao Cheng's voice was firm and powerful. These words caused the Qiao family members to be speechless, and they stood on the spot, looking at one another. For a moment, the courtyard fell into a strange silence, and no one said a word. After a while, Xiao Zhuang stood up and shouted, Go back. He stomped his foot on the ground, which made a loud sound. Then he stood up first and walked towards the main door. Behind him, the Qiao family members also filed out. Their greedy gazes swept across the bicycle in the courtyard, and they left reluctantly. After they left, the entire courtyard finally fell quiet. Xiao Cheng sat on the stool and recalled the first time he saw Xiao Mei. At that time, he had just returned from the capital. Once he got home, he only managed to find out that his son had died of illness and his daughter-in-law had remarried. His only granddaughter was being fostered by his second brother, Xiao Zhuang. He hurriedly ran to Xiao Zhuang's house, only to see a very skinny girl in the courtyard. The little girl sat alone in the courtyard, washing clothes. Her small body looked so small in front of a big basin, and it was shocking to see her small hands covered in sores. Upon asking, he was surprised to find out that this little girl was Xiao Mei. Without another word, he brought Xiao Mei back to his house. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed and that skinny little girl from back then had grown up so well. Grandfather. Just as Xiao Cheng was immersed in his memories, he did not realize that Xiao Mei was already behind him. He responded softly, looking a little down. If only he had come back earlier, his granddaughter would not have suffered so much. Xiao Mei quickly went in front of her grandfather with a handful of bean sprouts. She beamed and showed it to Xiao Cheng. Grandfather, look, our bean sprouts are ready. We can sell them in the city tomorrow. She looked extremely happy. Good, good, good. Looking at the fresh bean sprouts in her hand, Xiao Chang could not help but cheer 3 times. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. I won't be at ease if you go alone. You haven't been to the city yet. Okay, grandfather, you go in to rest first. I'll clean up the house. Xiao Mei replied obediently. After Xiao Mei finished cleaning up, she fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, the two of them woke up to crowing sounds coming from the backyard. At this time, it was just early dawn and the air was very fresh. Xiao Mei prepared a simple breakfast and ate with Xiao Chang before they set off for the city. She carried a large basket of bean sprouts on her back. When she thought of how nice the bean sprouts looked, she felt happy and not tired at all. After all, she did have a lot of strength. After transmigrating here, her strength was the thing she was most satisfied with. Not only could she punish evil people to protect herself, but she could also do farm work. The village was more than 10 miles away from the town, and the two of them had to walk there. The two of them started walking before dawn, and it took them more than an hour to reach the town. They only took a break when they reached the train station in town. Not long after, they got on a train that came through the town and arrived in the city. As soon as they arrived in the city, Xiao Chang straightaway led Xiao Mei to the Armed Forces Department where his previous subordinates were. Xiao Chun, I'm here. Xiao Chang walked straight into the innermost office of the Armed Forces Department and went to sit down on the sofa, looking extremely relaxed. Xiao Mei was shocked to see him behaving as if he had returned to his home. However, she did not expect that someone would have a bigger reaction than her. A person jumped out from behind the table with an excited expression and shouted, Commander Qiao, why are you here? I really miss you. Very quickly, a burly man with stubble all over his face appeared in front of them. He was more than 1.8 meters tall and had a silly smile on his face. He was Chun Hu. Nicknamed Hu Zi, he was one of the soldiers reporting to Xiao Chang back then. He was now working in the Armed Forces Department. As he had real-life experience on the battlefield, he was now considered one of the heads in the Armed Forces Department. Xiao Chang had come here to look for his old subordinate. When Xiao Chang heard his words, he waved his hand. Don't address me as commander anymore. I'm no longer a regiment commander, and it sounds very awkward. Okay. Chun Hu immediately agreed, and then he looked worried. He checked out Xiao Chang carefully and continued. How's your health? Why are you here? Did something happen? He knew that Xiao Chang's body was already exhausted, and he was not as healthy as before. Initially, he wanted to fetch Xiao Chang to the sanatorium in the city. However, Xiao Chang firmly rejected the idea. It seemed like he could not let go of his little granddaughter. Coming to the city now, could it be? He looked at Xiao Chang worriedly. However, Xiao Chang shook his head and said with a rosy face, My health is so much better than before. It's all thanks to my Mei Mei taking good care of me. There was cheerfulness in his voice. A look of surprise flashed across Chun Hu's eyes. He looked Xiao Chang up and down and found him to be in good spirits indeed. He was genuinely happy about that. After saying that, he smiled and glanced at Xiao Mei beside him before continuing. I'm here mainly to ask you for a favor. Io, old regiment commander, please don't say that. Just tell me what you want me to do. Chun Hu replied quickly, feeling abashed and waving his hands. Back then, he was just a junior soldier under Commander Qiao. Now, as long as Commander Qiao wanted something, he just needed to say it out. Then, he turned his attention to the big basket of things that Xiao Mei had placed on the floor. The big basket was covered with thatch, and he was unable to see what was inside. At first, he just thought that this was something they had come to buy in the city. But now, there was probably something more interesting inside. Come and take a look. Xiao Chang walked up to the bean sprouts and lifted the thatch covering it. At this moment, Chun Hu finally saw what was inside. This was actually a basket full of bean sprouts. The crisp bean sprouts were neatly arranged in the big basket. The sprouts were emerald green with a slight shine to them, and the buds on them also appeared crisp, making them look very appetizing. I came here this time because I want you to help me find a market for this. Look at these bean sprouts. They're so fresh and look so delicious, Xiao Chang said, looking at the bean sprouts happily. Chun Hu reached out to pick up a few bean sprouts, put them in his mouth, and chew them. He did not expect to taste something so crisp and fragrant with traces of sweetness the moment they entered his mouth. It was no different from eating high-quality fruits. It did not even have the taste of beans. These were indeed high-quality bean sprouts and would definitely make a delicious stir-fry. Xiaolu. After Qianhu finished tasting the bean sprouts, he yelled towards the direction of the door. "Hurry up and come over." When the guard standing outside the door heard him, he immediately jogged into the room, saluted Xiao Chong and Qianhu and waited respectfully for instructions. "Take this basket of bean sprouts to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative now. After you get it registered there, buy back the basket of bean sprouts. Do you understand?" Qianhu said sternly and took out $20 from his pocket. The junior soldier standing there was stunned for a moment. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chong before he quickly snapped back to attention. He immediately said loudly, "I promise to complete the mission." Qianhu nodded, indicating that he could take the bean sprouts away. However, to his surprise, when the soldier reached out to pick up the bean sprouts, he stumbled. His hands almost did not manage to lift the bean sprouts. This scene really gave Qianhu a shock. He also walked forward and reached out to try lifting the basket of bean sprouts. He got a shock the moment he tried to lift it up. This basket of bean sprouts had to weigh at least 100 catties. This girl was actually carrying such a heavy load of bean sprouts on her back when she came in just now. He turned to look at Xiao Mei in shock. Xiao Mei, who was standing at the side, smiled and looked at Qianhu. Coupled with her figure, it was a little contrasting. He was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. He remembered hearing that Xiaozhou was very satisfied and liked Xiao Mei a lot. This fetish is really... Qianhu looked at Xiao Mei and praised. "Such a heavy basket. You're not bad. Hee, it's not a big deal. All the flesh on my body is not just for show." Xiao Mei replied with a grin. From the interaction between Xiao Chong and him just now, she could tell that this uncle must be a good person and was a person that she could be close with. Ha 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 ha. Qianhu laughed heartily. He felt that Xiao Mei had a good personality. She was indeed Xiao Chong's granddaughter. After that, he glared at the soldier beside him and hollered, "Why aren't you taking it? What are you waiting for?" "Yes." The soldier immediately responded and picked up the basket from the floor before walking out. After that was done, Qianhu immediately invited his two esteemed guests to the tea room inside. Then he made some tea, poured them water, and placed snacks and fruits on the table. After he was done, he closed the door. Old leader. Qianhu stuck his head out and had a look outside the room before he sat back to look at Xiao Chong and said, "I feel that the sky here is going to change again." He hesitated as he spoke. However, when he saw Xiao Chong glaring at him, he continued, "I feel that the sky here is really going to change. It's time for a change." Xiao Chong took a sip of water and spoke slowly. The current policy did not allow private transactions. In the current market, only some agricultural byproducts could be bought and sold. Even for the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, there were certain things that they could accept but not others. Right now, it was still not possible to buy and sell everything. So Xiao Mei's bean sprouts could only be sold in the city. However, the current atmosphere was already different from before. In other words, the world was about to change. Xiao Mei, who was beside him, pretended not to understand anything, but she was thinking that it was still a little too early for that. From the perspective of a modern person like her, change was sure to happen because the market economy would definitely open up. For the sake of development, there definitely needed to be an open economy. This was a good thing for the country and for everyone. Thinking about the opening of the economy, she suddenly remembered a major event that would happen this year. That would be the huge earthquake in March. Many people died in that great earthquake. Since I have already transmigrated to this era, should I be doing something? Perhaps by doing that, I won't waste my role as a transmigrator. As she thought of that, a look of contemplation flashed across her eyes. At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Xiao Lu carried the basket of bean sprouts to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and when the clerk inside saw that it was Chen whose guard, he immediately came out to welcome him. "What brings you here?" the clerk asked cheerfully. Xiao Lu was mindful of what Qianhu told him and immediately said, "This is our section head Chen's bean sprouts. Hurry up and weigh it. After that, I still have to bring it back quickly." Okay. The clerk was also good at handling such matters. Once he saw this situation, he knew what he had to do. After taking the basket of bean sprouts, He quickly weighed and registered it. Everything was done in a jiffy. The clerk looked at the green bean sprouts in the basket and could not help himself from reaching out to take a few for a taste. After putting them in his mouth, his eyes lit up and he said, "How much are these bean sprouts? It's crispy and sweet and really delicious." With that, he wanted to take some bean sprouts out of the basket again. He did not expect Xiao Lu, who was beside him, to slap his hand away and said loudly, "You can't eat anymore. Our section head Chin is still waiting for this basket of bean sprouts. Let me have half a caddy. Or no, give me a caddy." Xiao Lu was direct in his reply. He could not help it. The quality of these bean sprouts was really too good. The bean sprouts were so crispy and sweet that they would definitely be very delicious when stir-fried. They could even pass off as fruits. No way. Xiao Lu immediately refused righteously. Section head Chen had instructed that not a single bean sprout should go missing. With that, he carried the bean sprouts back. In the office, Xiao Lu came in with the basket on his back and handed over the money he made. A total of 107 caddies, sold for $15.53. This is the money earned. Okay, Chunhu replied and turned to hand the money to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was very happy and reached out to count the $15.53. The cost of this trip was only $2 to $3, but they had made a net profit of $12 to $13. This was simply a huge profit. I'm only selling one basket now. What if I sell more than 10 baskets a day? What if I sell more? Aren't I going to be rich? Thinking of this, she felt a warmth in her heart, as if she had already earned a lot of money. She looked at Chun Hu and immediately asked, "Uncle Chin, what do you plan to do with these bean sprouts?" "Bring home half of the lot to eat and distribute the other half to everyone in this place, so that everyone gets to have a taste of these bean sprouts," Chun Hu said immediately without any hesitation. Since he would not be able to finish all these delicious bean sprouts, he must definitely share them with others. However, when Xiao Mei heard this, she shook her head in disapproval. "I still have 6 baskets at home. If I bring one basket every day in the future, can all of you still finish it?" Chun Hu was at a loss for words. Xiao Chong, who was at the side, felt a little awkward. He lowered his head and pretended to drink his tea silently, but he was actually trying to suppress his laughter. This was also what he intended to tell Chun Hu. Now that his Mei Mei had said it out, there was no need for him to waste his breath. Mei Mei actually managed to think like him. How intelligent. Chun Hu, who was at the side, thought for a moment and picked up a handful of bean sprouts. He immediately agreed and said, "That should be fine. If it's one basket a day, it will still be all eaten up." These bean sprouts were so delicious that even if he did not eat it himself, he could give it to other people and they would like it. Besides, he could also sell it. This quality and price were already very good, and there would definitely be buyers. However, he did not expect Xiao Mei to speak again. "What if I can deliver 10 baskets a day?" This sentence completely choked Chun Hu up. 10 baskets a day? Won't eating so much bean sprouts make me look like one? There was definitely no way to consume so much bean sprouts. Even if he could give them away for free, he did not make that much salary to buy them all. In this case, there was really nothing he could do. A look of shock flashed across his face before he said, 10 baskets a day. He did not finish his sentence, but it was obvious from his expression. Xiao Mei burst out laughing and was forthright with her opinion. "I feel that you don't have to take all of it yourself. You can sell these bean sprouts in the supply and marketing cooperative. The quality of these bean sprouts is so good that there will definitely be buyers. With such a big volume of bean sprouts, it would be best if they could supply it to major hotels or restaurants. That would mean high demand and stable sales." However, the market had not opened up yet, so they could not openly send the bean sprouts to hotels or restaurants. They could only settle for the next best thing and send them to the supply and marketing cooperative as the fixed marketplace. This way, there would be a location to conduct the transactions. It was also not a bad choice. Chun, who had sat in his seat worrying about the issue, but now his eyes lit up. He looked at Xiao Mei and gave her a thumbs up. He turned towards Xiao Chong and praised, "Not bad. Old leader, your little girl is really smart. All right, send as many bean sprouts as you have. As long as you put them at our supply and marketing cooperative, we will definitely help you sell them." The way he spoke was very bold and forthright. Xiao Mei and Xiao Chong both nodded. After hearing that, they bade farewell to Chun-Hu. The two of them left the office and went to the supply and marketing cooperative at the opposite side. Xiao Mei's eyes shone as she looked at the $15 she had just received. Now that she finally had money in her hands, and it was money she had earned herself, she could buy more things now. Although there were the betrothal gifts at home, those were all good fabrics and brand new. Xiao Mei could not bear to use them. She would now go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fabric to make some blankets and stuff so that she would not dirty the new bedding. Furthermore, she was now pregnant. She still had to make some clothes for the children so that once they were born, they would be able to wear the clothes she had made for them herself. Maybe things like little hats, little pants, little pajamas. Just the thought of that made Xiao Mei's heart tingle. The moment she walked into the supply and marketing cooperative, she went on a buying frenzy. Xiao Cheng stood at the side and watched her choose one thing after another. By the time they came out of the supply and marketing cooperative, she had already spent all the $15 in her hands. Even the retirement salary of $50 that Xiao Cheng just received had been completely spent. The big basket on her back was now filled with fabric and daily necessities. The two of them got off the train and walked home happily. Xiao Cheng thought about how the $50 he had just received was gone in the blink of an eye, as well as the extra $15. The speed at which she spent money was really a little fast. However, the money was finally not spent on only food this time, but on buying useful things. In that sense, it was quite reasonable. That's all right. My granddaughter is no longer a little girl and has become a young lady. It was time that she paid attention to her looks. He just wondered what his Mei Mei would look like when she was all dressed up. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Xiao Mei's plump figure in front of him. However, what the two of them did not know was that just as they were walking home from the train station in town, there were two people knocking on their door. Knock, 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 knock. Is anyone home? Two people, who looked like delivery men and had a vehicle parked behind them, were knocking on Xiao Mei's door. After 2 minutes of knocking, there was still no response. What should we do? There shouldn't be no one inside, right? One of the delivery men at the door frowned and said. The other man nodded, also doubtfully trying to listen out for sounds in the courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Yu, who was passing by Xiao Mei's house, heard their conversation and walked towards them. She asked, "Hello, are you here to look for this family?" As she spoke, she looked at the truck behind them. She could vaguely see some big boxes inside with words like sewing machine and other wording on them. Could it be that these two were here to deliver betrothal gifts? At the thought of this, the smile on Xiao Yu's face became even more obvious and she looked at the two comrades. One of them said, "Hello, comrade. We're here to deliver the betrothal gifts. Do you know where this family has gone?" "Oh, hello. I'm a relative of this family and the bride is my relative. I heard that they went to the city early in the morning and I don't know when they'll be back," Xiao Yu said slowly. As expected, she saw the troubled expressions on the two comrades' faces. The sky was almost dark outside now. If they could not go back on time, it would be difficult to make their way around when it got dark. "How about this?" Xiao Yu continued. "Why don't you guys leave the things in my courtyard first? When they come back, they can just move them back from my house. Put them in a relative's house?" The two delivery comrades looked at each other and sized up Xiao Yu. They could see that Xiao Yu had mud on herself, and it was likely that she had just returned from the field. It was probably believable. After the two of them exchanged a look, one of them said, "All right, then please lead the way. We'll put the things in your courtyard first, and they can retrieve them when they're back." Okay, let's go," Xiao Yu said. Along the way, the two of them also did not just blindly believe what Xiao Yu said. They asked Xiao Yu about her relationship with Xiao Mei and found out that they were indeed relatives. However, no one in the village said anything about how the relationship was. There were also some people who wanted to see Xiao Mei being made a fool. They wanted to see Xiao Mei's reaction when she returned and found out that her dowry had been snatched by Xiao Zhuang's family. They did not want to offend Xiao Chong. However, it was best not to offend Xiao Zhuang too. After all, Xiao Zhuang was a village bully and had done countless evil deeds in the village. Everyone was afraid of him and did not want to be chased around with a broom by his family. After Xiao Yu left, many people talked about her. This Xiao Yu is really not a good thing. A few women in the village stood together and discussed among themselves as they watched Xiao Yu leave. That's right, that's right. How could she take Xiao Mei's dowry to her own house? However, did you notice that Xiao Mei seems to have changed a little? She has become a little different from the Xiao Mei we remembered. Oh yes, she seems to have become fairer, and she speaks a bit nicer now. She's completely different from how we imagined her in the past. In the past, I thought she was ugly and lazy, but now I think she's quite normal. Xiao Yu led the two men to Xiao Zhuang's courtyard. It was evening, and Xiao Zhuang's family was having dinner. When they saw the few people, they were stunned. Xiao Zhuang looked at Xiao Yu and did not say anything. Xiao Yu smiled and made introductions. These two are comrades who came to deliver betrothal gifts. There's no one at Sister Xiao Mei's house, so they'll leave the things at our house first. When they come back, we'll send them over. Looks of surprise flashed across the eyes of everyone at the table. Big Annie Chow smiled at the two comrades and said, "Thank you for your hard work, comrades. It's safer to put the things in our house." There was no need to say it any clearer. The family immediately understood. After all, who would have anything against these big-ticket items? The whole family was grinning from ear to ear as they looked at the truck full of items. They carried the items out of the truck together with the two comrades, and flattering words rolled off their tongues constantly, sweet-talking the two comrades into a false sense of security. They successfully sent the two of them off in the end. Xiao Zhuang and his family then sat in the courtyard and looked again at the betrothal gifts in front of them. They were all pleasantly surprised as they discussed the issue. Wow, so many betrothal gifts are all in our house now? Big Annie Chow looked at the sewing machine in front of her and chuckled. At this moment, the second auntie looked at the sewing machine and asked curiously, "When do you intend to return this betrothal gift?" She was the village accountant, so she naturally did not need a sewing machine. However, it was always good to have these things. Whenever these things were mentioned, the villagers would get so envious. "What do you mean by return?" Xiao Zhuang said unhurriedly. He glanced at second Auntie Qiao and said coldly, "Since this betrothal gift is already in our house, then it belongs to us. So naturally I'll return it when it's broken." Then, he turned towards Xiao Yu, who was standing in the corner as usual, and said, "Xiao Yu, you did well this time." Xiao Yu stood on the spot and looked at Xiao Zhuang in disbelief. The family had always treated her as an invisible person, so she had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. This was because the men in the family never even bothered to look at her, let alone praise her like this. At this moment, she felt a sense of great joy. She opened her mouth excitedly. Yes, yes. There was a sense of uncontrollable excitement in her chest. Xiao Zhuang was even happier. He looked at the things in the courtyard and laughed loudly. On the way home with her grandfather, Xiao Mei bumped into the villagers who had finished work for the day. When the villagers saw the pair of grandfather and granddaughter carrying many shopping bags, they were not surprised but greeted them normally instead. Xiao Mei and her grandfather had always been like this. On the day that Xiao Cheng received his salary, they would go shopping and then come back with many shopping bags. Ordinary families may not even be able to go shopping once a year, but Xiao Mei's family would go shopping every month. Every time, they looked as though they were doing major shopping for the new year and would attract a lot of attention. However, this time round, everyone's expression was a little strange. There were people snickering at the pair of them, people who looked like they were gleefully waiting to watch some drama, and people who shook their heads and sighed. Everyone had a different expression, but there was something strange about the expressions on many people's faces. Xiao Mei frowned and asked directly, "Why do you all have an expression like this? Did my house collapse?" The people around her were stunned and looked over in surprise. Xiao Cheng was also caught by surprise. He did not expect his granddaughter to be able to tell that there was something wrong, and he was quite impressed. The passers-by stopped and looked at one another. No one made a sound. Xiao Mei had a bad feeling. What's going on? Did my house really collapse? Xiao Mei frowned, and her tone became fierce. When she spoke, her voice was delicate and soft, making it impossible to intimidate anyone. Instead, it would sound funny if she tried. If she did not sound so fierce, she probably would not make people feel afraid, but would make them laugh instead. "No, no." A few people standing in front of her replied as they shook their heads and met her gaze. This little girl's voice was cute, but she had an imposing manner. Her eyes were fixed on them, making them feel timid. She spoke again. If the house is fine, then the vegetable field at home was dug up? Xiao Mei continued to ask. Her tone was still fierce. No, no. The people in the crowd beside her continued to reply. Everyone looked like they wanted to say something, but did not dare to speak for some reason. Seeing them like this, Xiao Mei suddenly thought of Qiao Zhuang's family. Xiao Mei continued, could it be related to Qiao Zhuang's family? Did they do something again? As soon as she mentioned Qiao Zhuang's family, Xiao Mei felt that the people in the crowd immediately shut their mouths and kept quiet. The mood became even more serious. At this point, Xiao Mei finally understood one thing. This matter must be related to Qiao Zhuang's family, and nobody dared to say it out loud because of the thuggish behavior of Qiao Zhuang's family. Everyone looked shocked to find that Xiao Mei had made a correct guess. Xiao Mei did not know anything at first, but based on her own guesses, she gradually found the real culprit. Impressive. When did Xiao Mei become so clever? All the various expressions on people's faces were very interesting. The way they looked at Xiao Mei also changed a little, but the whole place was still silent. I understand now. I'll go to Qiao Zhuang's house to take a look later. Xiao Mei waved her hand and made a move to go home with the basket on her back. In her other life, she was a senior lawyer who specialized in cases dealing with vicious people. Those people thought that they were very powerful, so they bullied other people and did all kinds of evil things. People like that dared to do anything. It was normal for these villagers to have concerns. After all, they still had to live in this village, and it was not wise for them to become enemies with Qiao Zhuang's family. She heard that Qiao Zhuang's wife was snatched home by him and forced to marry him. She did not know if he had killed anyone, but there was one thing she could be sure of, and that was he definitely did not do as many bad things as the people Xiao Mei had put to trial in her other life. After Xiao Mei and Xiao Cheng left, the crowd continued walking forward. However, third Annie Qiao, who was in the crowd, took a look at what had happened and quickly ran back to her house. Xiao Cheng stood behind Xiao Mei and looked at her basket carrying Backview with a smile in his eyes. Mei Mei is amazing. He had never expected his Mei Mei to be able to find out what was going on, but just now, Mei Mei had managed to find out everything by just asking a few questions. He had initially thought of going to ask Zhaoliang about it. The fact that Qiao Zhuang was involved in the matter would definitely put Zhaoliang in a difficult position. After all, this matter was about the bullies in the village. It was hard to decide whether to talk about it. He had completely no intention to make things difficult for Zhaoliang, and he also did not want to implicate so many other people in his own affairs. But now, his Mei Mei had found out everything with just a short conversation. How impressive. Very quickly, the two of them reached home. Xiao Mei put down everything and went to the kitchen to cook. After being out for a whole day, even if she was not hungry, Xiao Cheng must be hungry. She went into the kitchen and picked up a cabbage. With some lard, she made a simple dish of cabbage fried with lard. Coupled with a bowl of thick porridge, it felt extremely comforting. After Xiao Cheng comfortably finished drinking a bowl, he sat on the stool and looked at Xiao Mei while trying hard to keep his eyes open. Mei Mei, don't go to Qiao Zhuang's house alone. When grandfather feels better, grandfather will go with you. Grandfather, don't worry. I won't enter his house, Xiao Mei said as she quickly tidied up the things on the table. There were too many people in his house, and she was outnumbered. Even though she was not afraid of this family, she would not go in and argue with them. She would be at a great disadvantage. She was not a stupid person and would not do something that would hurt herself. Then what do you plan to do? Xiao Cheng asked as he yawned and forced himself to keep his eyes open. Xiao Mei wiped the table and continued, I'll just walk around the area near their house and see what's going on. That's not good either. What if they find out and decide to attack you? Xiao Cheng said worriedly. It's okay. I'm not someone who will let myself suffer, Xiao Mei said as she clenched her fists and looked at her strong body. Her current body was Herculean with great strength. However, Qiao Zhuang had a lot of family members, and they were all shameless. Naturally, their behavior could not be predicted using common sense, and Xiao Cheng was still afraid that Xiao Mei would be at a disadvantage. Grandfather, don't worry. I'll just go one round and I won't force it. Xiao Mei packed up the house and turned around to leave. Xiao Cheng nodded helplessly and did not say anything else. Although his body had recovered a lot, he was also afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. It was necessary to let Xiao Mei go out and explore by herself. Xiao Mei quietly walked out of the door and walked around Xiao Zhuang's family house, but she did not enter. She was pregnant with twins now, and her stomach was very precious. She could not go head-on with people like them as her babies were priceless. If they should bump into her, they would not be able to bear the responsibility in the event that anything went wrong. After she made a round, Xiao Mei walked to a big tree beside Xiao Zhuang's house. After a round of energy exchange, this tree could finally communicate normally with her. This tree was a 100-year-old tree with a trunk 2 to 3 meters thick. However, it was not really able to understand what Xiao Mei meant. It could only try its best to describe the things and people it had seen. Soon, this big tree told Xiao Mei what it had seen. When it was dark today, Xiao Yu had brought people who drove a truck full of things to her house. Xiao Zhuang and his family were very happy and praised Xiao Yu. It also said that the sewing machine, radio, and watch was hidden under the bed and placed among the firewood in the east room. It also told Xiao Mei where everything else was hidden. After Xiao Mei heard everything, she smiled and left. Now was not the time to fight them head-on. She was much more precious than this group of people. When Xiao Mei returned, she saw that her grandfather was actually still awake, desperately trying to stay awake just to wait for her. He only fell into a deep sleep after making sure that Xiao Mei was fine. The next morning, Xiao Mei carried her basket and went to the city alone. She had experience now after her grandfather showed her the way yesterday. Chun Hu, who had been waiting in the office for a long time, heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly let Xiao Lu take over the basket. Yesterday, he had already contacted the people he was going to send the produce to. If Xiao Mei did not turn up today, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Others would think that he was hiding these bean sprouts from them. At least she was here now. When she got there, the first thing Xiao Mei said was, "Uncle Chen, I was bullied by someone in the village." Her voice was righteous and very loud. Chun Hu was stunned for a moment before he immediately replied, "Who bullied you? Tell Uncle quickly so that Uncle can stand up for you." Behind him, Xiao Lu also nodded hurriedly. A smile flashed across Xiao Mei's eyes. This uncle is indeed reliable. My betrothal gifts, including the radio, watch and sewing machine, which cost about $700 to $800, were robbed by my second grandpa's family, Xiao Mei said. Chun Hu was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the type of bullying Xiao Mei meant was something like a simple fight between people of the same age. He did not expect it to involve robbing, and robbing of betrothal gifts at that. This was even more unacceptable. He had never heard of anyone robbing betrothal gifts. This was a really wicked thing to do. I'll bring people immediately. No, no, no. Chun Hu seemed to have thought of something else and continued. How about this? You bring more than 10 people back with you now and go grab the betrothal gifts back. I want to see who dares to fight back. If they dare to fight back, get Xiao Lu to bring them all in. At this point, his eyes flared with ferocity. This was no longer the junior soldier reporting to Chao Chong, but the section head of the Armed Forces Department in the city. Whoever dared to provoke him would definitely have to pay the price. Xiao Lu nodded and went out with the basket of bean sprouts. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Xiao Mei smiled and thanked him. Chun Hu laughed, and then seemed to have thought of something. Look at the life you're living now. When you go back, go and persuade your grandfather to look on the bright side of things. Your uncle and auntie didn't do things on purpose back then. Tell him not to take it to heart. Now, he should be enjoying time with his children and grandchildren. Besides, isn't the standard of medical care better in the capital now? That's good news for his illness. Xiao Mei was dumbfounded and stunned when she heard this. What? Uncle and auntie? In all of Xiao Mei's past memories, there were no uncles or aunties. Where did the uncle and auntie come from? Her father was an only child. When she was young, her grandmother was killed by bandits on the mountain, which was the reason why Xiao Cheng joined the army in a fit of anger and became a soldier. Where did these uncle and auntie come from now? Ever since Xiao Cheng returned to the village, Xiao Mei had never heard Xiao Cheng mention it, nor did she have any impression of it. Although Xiao Mei was very surprised, she quickly adjusted her expression and said in a light manner to Chun Hu, "Grandfather won't go to the capital alone to look for them. Grandfather is worried about me. How would he be alone? Your auntie and the others live in a big house in the capital. You're just one more person, and they naturally won't mind you joining them. Your grandfather won't be separated from you either. Besides, the standard of medical care in the capital is definitely better than what we have here. When the time comes, your grandfather's illness. Chunhu continued. Xiao Chang's illness. Although the doctor said that it was incurable, it would be good to be able to enjoy life in the capital at the end of one's life. Your grandfather still can't let go of what happened back then. Chunhu gave a long sigh. If Xiaogua and Xiaolan hadn't cut ties with your grandfather back then, perhaps they would have been dragged down by him. Who can judge right from wrong about things that happened back then? At this point, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up. Xiaogua and Xiaolan? Now that she even knew their names, she would have the upper hand on things in the future. In that chaotic era of self-preservation, such things were quite common. Moreover, according to Chan Hu, her grandfather was the regiment commander back then. From being regiment commander to returning to the countryside to recuperate, she could imagine how much suffering her grandfather had gone through. In the face of imminent danger, it was very normal for everyone to protect themselves. She wondered if Xiaogua and Xiaolan were her grandfather's biological or adopted children. Grandfather is unwilling to tell me about what happened back then. Xiao Mei asked curiously, how old are my uncle and auntie? What exactly happened in the past? Chunhu sighed resignedly and recalled what happened at that time. He really could not bear to see Commander Qiao living alone. Besides, Xiao Mei was now married and would naturally have to leave to be with her husband's family one day. At that time, he could not imagine his old regiment commander being all alone. Just thinking about that scene of his old regiment commander being all by himself when the time came made him feel terrible. It would be good to tell Xiao Mei the story about her uncle and auntie now. This way, she would be able to understand the situation at home, and it might be easier for Xiao Mei to persuade his old regiment commander. Thinking of this, Chanhu explained, your uncle and auntie are the children of the second wife that the regiment commander married when he was 35 years old. Now, one of them is 38 years old and the other is 36 years old. Back then, your grandfather and his father-in-law had a quarrel because of different opinions, and then later, Commander Qiao came back to our village alone. I see. Xiao Mei nodded. In that case, her grandfather must have had such a different opinion from them that they could not live together. She wondered how they were doing now. What about them now? Xiao Mei continued to ask. Since her grandfather had returned home 10 years ago, then that family must have been the victors back then. However, at this juncture, there was going to be a huge reshuffle in power. In the eyes of Xiao Mei, who came from the future, the ideological winners from 10 years ago were going to become really unlucky this time. Grandfather could not go back to be with them at this juncture. If her grandfather was thought to be on the same side as them, wouldn't her grandfather have suffered for nothing for the past 10 years? The family of your uncle and auntie. At this point, Chinhu stopped and did not say anything else. According to what he heard, Xiaogua and Xiaolan had not been doing too well in the past 2 years. However, he did not want to say it now in case Xiao Mei told Xiaochang and made him worried. They're all living very well now. Chunhu thought for a moment and continued. They're waiting for you two to go over and enjoy life. Enjoy life? It would be good enough if they did not get dragged down together. How could they be able to go over to enjoy life? A dark glint flashed across Xiao Mei's eyes, but she did not say anything. At this moment, Xiao Lu pushed open the door and walked in. They wanted to know where I bought these bean sprouts from, as they also wanted to get some. Under Chunhu's angry gaze, he added, it's just a small handful. They know that this is your bean sprouts and don't dare to grab too much. Chunhu continued, later, tell them not to care about the origins of these bean sprouts. When I'm done eating, I'll share some with them. Okay. Little Lu replied happily. In this manner, there was then no need to always be on guard against those people in the future. These bean sprouts were really in high demand, and many people kept thinking about them. Also, go out and get a few people now. Get a dozen people. You guys followed Xiao Mei back to the village and grab her betrothal gifts back for her. If anyone is disobedient, tie them up and bring them in. Chunhu gave a fierce stare with the imposing manner of the section head of the Armed Forces Department. Yes. Xiao Lu immediately replied and walked out to gather a group of people. Seeing this, Xiao Mei also prepared to leave. Since she was already in the city now, she had to go out and look for some green beans. Otherwise, if she did not have enough green beans at home, she would not be able to keep up with the supply of bean sprouts. Just as she was about to go off, Chunhu stopped her. Xiaomei. Chunhu's eyes flashed with doubt as he continued. Didn't you say last time that you could grow more bean sprouts? Then can you grow 10 baskets a day now? Anticipation flashed in his eyes. Xiaomei replied without any hesitation. Of course, but I need more green beans. I'll go buy some green beans now, otherwise there won't be enough. After she said that, she saw Chunhu turned around and took out a big bag of green beans from under the sofa. A gunny sack was filled to the brim. Xiaomei's eyes lit up when she saw the bag of green beans. She walked over and opened the bag and discovered that the green beans inside were all extremely plump. One look and she could tell that they were good quality green beans. Naturally, the bean sprouts that grew from these would be of higher quality and tasted better. These green beans weigh about 100 catties. Chunhu stood at the side and noted Xiaomei's expression. If you want more in the future, just come and get them. Good. Now I can produce about 1,000 catties of bean sprouts. Xiaomei nodded happily. Now that she had green beans, and also the type of the highest quality, she could naturally produce better bean sprouts. Coupled with her energy, the bean sprouts produced would probably be even more delicious. All right, take all of these and grow more bean sprouts. I'm still waiting for them. Bring as much as you have, just bring them over. Chunhu hurriedly said. The main job of the Armed Forces Department now was to train the militia. Recently, the higher-ups had a mission to train hundreds of militiamen, so the meals of these militiamen needed to be taken care of. These militiamen were all big, strong men and could easily eat 3 bowls of rice each at every meal. Therefore, Xiaomei's bean sprouts were not a problem. No matter how much she sent over, there would be some place to use them. It was a perfect solution for these bean sprouts. Besides, the quality of these bean sprouts was so good that the militiamen would probably be very happy to eat them. This was killing many birds with one stone. Okay. Xiaomei's eyes flashed with a smile. I'll take all the green beans in this bag. The money for the green beans can be deducted from the money from the sale of bean sprouts tomorrow. She would not take the beans for free. She would still pay for them. When Chunhu heard this, the smile on his face widened. In the past, he had heard not-so-good rumors about Xiaomei, but now that he had interacted with her, he realized that it was not the case. Although she was fat and had an astonishing figure, she was still quite a capable person. Soon, Xiaomei got into a big truck and took a bumpy ride into the village. She sat in the front passenger seat, given that she was pregnant now. If she squeezed in the back of the truck with a bunch of men, what if an accident should happen? As soon as the truck entered the village, it attracted the attention of the entire village. Everyone looked at the truck and wondered about what was going on. Why did a vehicle come in now? Could it be that there was going to be some new policy in the village? Last year, there were also trucks that came by. A group of people got off and said that they were from the lecture troupe, here to tell everyone about the latest policies, and they even distributed some food. What's going on? Asked the old man smoking at the village entrance. The auntie beside him was plucking a withered vegetable leaf, but her eyes were sharp enough to see Xiaomei sitting in the front passenger seat. She exclaimed, "Isn't that Xiaomei from Xiao Chang's family? Is she sitting in the car?" What? Xiaomei is in the car? Asked Uncle Nyo, who was passing by. Let's go over and take a look. I wonder what happened. Let's go take a look. The group of people followed the big truck, and more people gathered along the way until they reached Xiao Zhuang's house. Wow! To everyone's surprise, as soon as the truck stopped, more than 10 men got down and rushed towards Xiao Zhuang's courtyard. What an aggressive manner! It was noon now. Xiao Zhuang and his family were resting in the courtyard after work. Big Auntie Qiao was washing vegetables in the courtyard while Third Auntie was burning firewood in the kitchen. The courtyard was very quiet. Then about a dozen militiamen rushed into the courtyard, blocked the door, and immediately surrounded the entire courtyard. Each of them had a gun strapped to the waist. It was clear from their imposing manner that these were not ordinary people. At this moment, even the usually fierce Xiao Zhuang was frightened. His legs were trembling and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. The few men from Xiao Zhuang's family also all huddled against the wall. What's wrong? Xiao Zhuang's lips trembled as he asked softly. He observed the people around him carefully. The current militia did not have a uniform, so what they wore were their own clothes. These clothes were all patched up and did not look new. They looked no different from ordinary people except that they had guns strapped to their waists. Other than soldiers, there were also bandits who carried guns, so he could not be sure of the identities of the people in front of him. The people in the courtyard heard his question but did not speak. Everyone looked at the door. A person slowly got out of the front passenger seat of the truck at the gate. It was Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei got down from the truck and slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. The villagers at the door all exclaimed loudly and craned their heads to look inside. Now was the time to watch the fun. After the militiaman at the door saw Xiao Mei get off the truck and walk in, he immediately closed the door to block off the villagers' views. Now, the villagers could only stand at the door and peep in through the gap. In the courtyard, Xiao Zhuang was stunned when he saw Xiao Mei coming. After getting over the shock, he immediately reacted to what was going on. "Second grandpa, what are you busy with? Are you done with work?" Xiao Mei walked over slowly with a smile on her face. She looked at the Qiao family members in the courtyard and spoke. The moment they heard the voice, the terrified members of Xiao Zhuang's family immediately came to attention. Yes, work is done," Xiao Zhuang quickly replied. His attitude this time was the best she had even seen. He even looked at her with a little fear. Xiao Mei smiled and nodded. She continued to ask with a bright smile, "I heard that you took something from my family?" When Xiao Zhuang heard this, realization flashed across his eyes. So she was really here to ask for something. But how did she know that the things were at his house? Furthermore, she had made preparations in advance and brought such a large group of people to the courtyard. It was obvious that she had come prepared. However, there was one thing that Xiao Zhuang could not understand. He had heard that Xiao Mei had set off early in the morning. Xiao Chang was at home alone, and neither of them asked anyone in the village for information. The two people who delivered the items yesterday had also boarded the train earlier and left the village long ago. Then how did Xiao Mei know that the betrothal gifts were in their house? What is it? Xiao Zhuang pretended not to know what she was talking about, even as his eyes flashed with his thoughts. In this situation, even if these people surrounded his courtyard, he still did not want to hand over the things. Those were all good stuff. Even if his family had money, they might not be able to buy these things. In this era, one needed the corresponding coupons to buy things like sewing machines, radios, and watches. Without coupons, one would not be able to buy them. You think I won't know if you don't admit it? I would advise you not to refuse to speak now. Those betrothal gifts are due to arrive within these few days. You secretly hide them in your house? Do you think I won't know? If I realize that something was wrong, won't I ask my man? Even if you don't tell me now, I can still know. Xiao Mei continued speaking. Xiao Zhuang was at a loss for words. For sure, he did not think too much about it when he saw such good stuff. He had thought that there were so many people in his family, so how could he be afraid of Xiao Mei and Xiao Chang? Besides, if the villagers did not say anything and the people who delivered the gifts had left, by the time the two of them found out, there was nothing they could do about it. His family would have been able to use the things for a few months. Even if they knew and he told them he did not say anything about not returning the things and had only borrowed them, what could they do? Could they sentence him? What relatives did not borrow things from each other? Therefore, after thinking about it, he did not take the matter seriously at all. However, he did not expect that not only did Xiao Mei know about the matter, but she even brought so many people to his courtyard. The people she brought all had guns. Are you afraid now? Chun, who from the Armed Forces Department, used to be my grandfather's subordinate, and he has now sent these people here to support me. It's really disappointing that you people actually did such a thing. Xiao Mei continued. Now you see, if you continue to deny it, the guns of these people in the courtyard won't agree with you. They'll take you to jail and convict you of theft. She especially emphasized her last few words loudly. After all, this group of people were not nice people. If she did not spell out their crime, none of them would be afraid. She was a lawyer for many years in her other life, so she naturally knew how unreasonable people like them were. Now that she had brought up her grandfather's relationship with her Uncle Chun, she would be able to scare them a little. The title of section head of the Armed Forces Department was not only for show, it really held some real weight. With guns, there was the power to restrain people. A trace of fear flashed across Xiao Zhuang's eyes. After Xiao Chang returned from the capital, he had never seen him use his connections. Why did he suddenly appear to know the section head of the Armed Forces Department? Now, Immediately, at once. Bring out the things in the same manner as you took them in. I'm still waiting to go home, Xiao Mei said. Xiao Zhuang felt a huge sense of reluctance. Those things had not even been used yet. After he took them, he only kept them in the house and did not have the time to take them out for a look yet. Was he going to return them now? Go. Take them out. Xiao Lu shouted and glared at him angrily. When the people in the courtyard heard the shout, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Xiao Zhuang, as if they were about to shoot him in the head within the next second. This action frightened all Xiao Zhuang's family members in the courtyard. They immediately hugged their heads and squatted down. Xiao Zhuang's body swayed as he also got really shocked. When he regained his senses, he gritted his teeth and said to Big Annie Qiao, who was squatting beside him, "Go get it." Big Annie Qiao hurriedly stood up and rushed into the room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang after her. "You guys go too." Xiao Zhuang refused to get it himself as he found it too embarrassing. He said the words to his two sons who were squatting nearest to him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Gang looked up and saw their father's gaze. They also stood up reluctantly and walked towards the rooms. Xiao Wang walked towards the kitchen and looked at the pile of firewood. He took a big stick and poked it into the firewood pile. In a few moments, he flipped the pile open, revealing a brand new sewing machine still in its packaging inside. A ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. He was about to smash the wooden box with the wooden stick when he heard a sweet female voice in the courtyard. "Everything was fine when you took it. If it's broken when you take it out, it won't be as simple as just compensating money to me. When the time comes, the crime of personal property damage will be added to the crime of theft." Xiao Mei stood in the courtyard and looked towards the inside of the house. Her voice was very loud to ensure that everyone in the courtyard could hear her. She had never even used her betrothal gifts before, so she could not bear to let this group of people ruin it. When Xiao Wang heard these words, his face turned green with anger. However, he did not dare to say anything and could only turn his back to Xiao Mei with a glare and let out a deep breath. Xiao Gang had just taken the watch out from under the bed. When he heard Xiao Mei's words, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the watch on the floor. Xiao Yu, who was next to him, quickly reached out and caught the watch. She was so scared that the blood had drained from her face. She was the one who got the people to deliver these betrothal gifts to their house. Now that she already could not reap any benefits, if she broke the watch instead and had to go to jail, then it was all too terrible. She would definitely get a beating. Soon, Xiao Gang and Xiao Wang took out the items. The sewing machine and the watch were brand new and not damaged at all. The radio was also in good condition, as were the other bits and pieces. Most of the things were not even unwrapped. Xiao Mei nodded in satisfaction. She stood in front of them smilingly, and she prepared to let them off. Now was not the time to fall out with them. After all, she still had to live in this village. Otherwise, she would not be able to stay in the village in the future, and they would really become mortal enemies. She turned around and took all these things with her. She sat in the truck and left under the surprised gazes of the group of people at Xiao Zhuang's door. Everyone was extremely surprised. Xiao Mei had actually snatched back her betrothal gifts from Xiao Zhuang's house. It was the first time something like that happened. In the past, many people in the village had been bullied by Xiao Zhuang's family, but this was the first time they had seen someone deal with them like Xiao Mei, who looked like she won a battle with no injuries at all. The villagers looked at the truck Xiao Mei was in with changed expressions. Xiao Chong, who was already waiting anxiously at home, heard the sound of a truck. He walked out and saw a group of burly men moving things into the house. Only then did he know that Xiao Mei had snatched the betrothal gifts back. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Mei with mixed feelings. He never imagined that his Mei Mei would one day be able to rely on her intelligence and wisdom to ride on others' strength to grab back her own things. Previously, he had been worried that his status would implicate Chenhu, so he had not allowed himself to have too much contact with him. But now, there was probably no need to do so anymore. Things were going to change in the future, and the situation looked to be bright. Good. Come, Mei Mei. Let's take out what we have and prepare a table full of dishes for these good comrades. We have to treat them to a good meal. Don't. We can't let you go through so much trouble. We're militia, so we naturally can't use the things of the commoners. Xiao Lu waved his hand and quickly declined. However, before he could get into the car, Xiao Mei grabbed him and he found himself stuck to the spot, unable to move. Let's eat together. You're all ordinary people too. Since we're all ordinary people, it doesn't matter if we eat together. Besides, if your section headchin was here, he would also agree. Xiao Mei said. The burly men in the truck laughed and immediately felt that Xiao Mei was quite cute. None of you is allowed to leave. If you leave, I'll complain to your section headchin. Xiao Mei threatened. Xiao Lu really had no choice. Now that he was grabbed by Xiao Mei, he could not move at all, not even to take a step forward. He could only listen to her and let everyone eat before leaving. Xiao Lu replied resignedly. Hearing his agreement, Xiao Mei smiled and let go of his arm. She walked to the kitchen to prepare a large table of dishes to serve them. Her body was now in a much better condition than before. She had no problem entertaining more than 10 people, and her body was still quite strong. On an arrangement of bean sprouts, she stewed some cabbage, pork, and vermicelli. She also cooked a few pumpkins. Although there was only a little bit of pork left from a few days ago, it was already good enough to be able to get some meat in their meals in this era. Furthermore, the portion was big enough to be filling for everyone. She was sure she could let them have a happy meal together. After Xiao Mei was done with the dishes and placed them on the table, everyone was tempted by the smell. There was no doubt that Xiao Mei's meal was highly agreeable with everyone. No one expected this plump girl to be so good at cooking. In this era, it was already good enough to have sufficient food to eat. Everyone had food, so they just made do with it. They did not have any extravagant hopes of eating delicious food. After the dozen or so people finished eating, they did not stay for long. They took the remaining baskets of bean sprouts from Xiao Mei's house and hurried back to the city. These bean sprouts were supposed to take another 2 to 3 days to be ready, but Xiao Mei had the energy to solve this issue. She took out the bean sprouts. Under the thatch covering were tender bean sprouts. These people did not suspect anything and carried the bean sprouts up onto the truck. Xiao Chang also did not feel that anything was wrong. This way, they could take a few baskets of bean sprouts with them at once and save Xiao Mei a lot of effort. She would have the time and energy to do other things. After all, her first task now was to lose weight and become prettier. Naturally, she had to spend more time in the mountains. There's no hurry with the money. Just note it down in the account book, and we'll calculate it later. Xiao Mei was at the door, sending them off. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Go back and help me ask about this. In the future, I would like to send the bean sprouts by the first train every day. This way, you can just pick up the bean sprouts at a fixed time every day. I don't have to run around either. No problem. I'll tell him when I get back. Xiao Lu sat in the front passenger seat and agreed readily. After Xiao Mei sent the truck away, she immediately started to soak the green beans and clean up the mess on the table. This time, it was to produce more than 1,000 caddies. She did not know if Uncle Chun who could finish everything at his end, but if he could not, he would probably have a way to get rid of it all. Thinking of this, she went up the mountain in peace. This time round, she found a lot of good things on the mountain. Not only were there chestnuts in the basket she was carrying, but there were also some other things. She filled her baskets up with things from the mountain and went on her way home. When she passed by Xiao Zhuang's house, she could clearly hear Xiao Yu crying as if she had been beaten up. Serves you right. It was her fault for not having good intentions and thinking about those crooked thoughts all day long. When Xiao Mei passed by, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family happened to come out and was about to go out for a walk. Yo, isn't this Mei Mei? Based on how you look, did you go to the mountain to find something good again? Come, let Annie see what's inside. As Big Annie Qiao spoke, she walked towards Xiao Mei. Everyone in the village knew that Xiao Mei had gotten some good stuff from the mountains recently. She wanted to see if she could sneak some stuff home. However, before she could get close, she had to cover her nose from the smell emanating from Xiao Mei's body and could not help but take a few steps back. Xiao Mei put down her burden and rested for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, Big Annie Qiao, do you remember what my mother said? When are you going to return this house to me? As soon as she said this, a trace of fear flashed across Big Auntie Qiao's eyes before she sorted out her thoughts and replied, What house? What are you talking about? How come I don't know anything and isn't your family living well at the end of the village? We don't go to your house to cause trouble now. Xiao Mei looked at her and said word by word, Don't lie through your teeth. Your family occupied my family house, and now you're denying it? Back then, my mother made it very clear that if you take good care of me, the house will belong to you. If you don't take good care of me, she won't give it to you even if she had to return it to the brigade. This wretched girl actually remembered all these things. Now, she actually wanted to take the house back? Big Auntie Chow looked at her hatefully and held back her anger as she said, "These things are between adults. You were still young back then. What do you know?" With that, she went back through the door without looking back. Back then, there was indeed such a matter. When Xiao Mei's mother left, she even drafted an agreement with the brigade because of this. Everyone in the brigade knew about it back then. However, over the years, no one dared to find trouble with their family. This agreement was naturally left unsettled. Otherwise, just based on how skinny Xiao Mei was back then, this house would have been taken away long ago. This wretched girl could still remember. It seemed that they had to pay more attention in the future and not let her bring up old matters again. Their family was very used to living in the house by now, so they were naturally unwilling to return it. Xiao Mei, who was standing on the spot, looked at the closed door in contemplation. If she asked them for the house directly, they would definitely disagree. She could only use her wits to get it back, so she would have to make other plans in the future. Anyway, she would definitely get the house back. When she got home, Xiao Chang was already used to seeing these two big carrying baskets filled with things. It was spring in the mountains now, so there were naturally many things to find. It all depended on one's luck. Naturally, his Mei Mei had the best luck. Xiao Mei took out some small nuts from the basket and prepared to feed them to the chickens, ducks, and geese in the backyard. After all, these little guys also had to grow bigger. Xiao Chang, who was standing at the side, felt his heart ache. These were all edible nuts. When there was no food, just eating these things would fill one's stomach. Xiao Mei saw the look in his eyes and comforted him. "Grandpa, after we sell these baskets of bean sprouts, we can get back our principal sum. When Uncle Chun, who gives me the money for selling bean sprouts today, our family will have enough money to go to the city to buy more food. When the time comes, we can sell the bean sprouts grown from these 100 caddies of green beans, then buy green beans, and then sell bean sprouts. This way, we can make a lot of money." These words made Xiao Chang smile until his eyes disappeared. He naturally knew this logic, but because he had gone hungry before, he naturally cherished food very much. Thinking of the changes in the family in the past few days, Xiao Chang looked at Xiao Mei with joy. Mei Mei had really changed drastically. Now, she knew how to grow bean sprouts to earn money and had good culinary skills. All of these were probably thanks to that kid Xiaxia. If not for that kid's appearance, Mei Mei would not have become like another person. Perhaps this was the power of love? I wonder how Xiaxia is doing over there. Write to him when you have time and build some rapport with him. Ask him how he's doing over there. Xiao Chang thought of Xiaxia and reminded Xiao Mei. Xiaxia was such a good catch, and she must not let him lose him. As his new wife, Xiao Mei still had to build up her relationship with him. Write to him? Xiao Mei was stunned when she heard this and tried her best to recall her past memories. Does the original owner of the body know how to write? Under her best efforts to recall her past memories, she remembered that when she was young, her grandfather had tried to teach her to write. Those words that he taught her were the most simple words. Unfortunately, the original owner of the body had no intention of learning and could not pick it up. In the end, she did not know many words and her standard was very low. At the thought of this, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up. She looked at her grandfather and said, "Grandfather, I'll write to him, but you have to help me and teach me how to write. I've forgotten most of the words by now." Okay. As they spoke about this, Xiao Chang nodded with a smile. It would be best if Xiao Mei had the inclination to study. All his years of studies would not go to waste, and he could impart everything he knew to Mei Mei. Joy flashed across Xiao Mei's eyes. Not only would she write to Xiaxia, but she would learn more words at a reasonable speed. In the near future, she would want to take the college entrance examination and go to university. She was not willing to be an illiterate person forever. Besides, looking at the time period, the college entrance examination would be resuming next year. Naturally, she had to prepare early. The college entrance examination was a good opportunity for upward social mobility. After all, she had married Xiaxia. His background was not an ordinary one, and he might still be reluctant to accept a countryside woman like her. Perhaps even the children she was carrying would be mocked and ridiculed. In order for her children and herself not to be looked down upon, she must work hard and get into university. Xiao Mei took out a few books from the wooden box under Qiao Chang's bed. These books were left over from Qiao Chang's school days, and they were good options for use as Xiao Mei's beginner books. Xiao Mei took out the books and flipped through them to get ready for her lessons the next day. The next morning, the two of them started their lessons after breakfast. Very quickly, Xiao Mei showed great aptitude for studying. She only needed to go through the words that Xiao Chang taught her for 2 or 3 times before memorizing them well. Moreover, the speed at which she was learning did not cause Xiao Chang to feel that something was wrong. After a day of studying, Xiao Chang nodded with a smile and said in satisfaction, "My Mei Mei is just so smart." In one day, he had almost taught her all the words he knew. The next morning, Xiao Lu came again in a car. He put down the empty basket and said happily to Xiao Mei, "Now we want more bean sprouts, as much as you have. I brought you 1,000 caddies of green beans this time." After they brought the bean sprouts back yesterday, they all ate to their heart's content. Even the leader who came by for inspection was happy with it. The leader said jokingly, "Section head Shin, when there's such good stuff, don't keep it for yourself. Share with all of us." The leader was joking, but Chun, who dared not treat it as a joke. Naturally, he had to try his best to satisfy his leader. He immediately replied, "We had taken this from a production brigade. If our leaders want it, we definitely have to satisfy them." The leader smiled but said nothing. Only then was he satisfied. Of course, these bean sprouts were not given for free. Even if they were taken from a production brigade, they needed to be paid for. So now, in addition to providing for the armed forces, they also had to give each of these leaders 400 to 500 caddies of bean sprouts every day. Based on these calculations, there was a need for production of a lot of bean sprouts every day. Xiao Lu asked with uncertainty, "How much bean sprouts can you grow in a day?" "We have a great demand here. Probably about 1,000 caddies a day. Anything more than that, the quality might be compromised," Xiao Mei said after some thought. The maximum amount of bean sprouts that she could grow would be around 1,000 caddies, which was about 13 to 14 baskets. If she were to grow more, it would probably attract attention. There was a limit to what a person could do. She had to act like a normal person and could not let anyone notice that something was out of the ordinary. "All right, then when can you get the first batch done?" Xiao Lu asked. At that time, "I'll bring the car to collect the bean sprouts." It was now 1,000 caddies. In the past, the amount was 100 caddies and it could be transported by train. The bean sprouts could be loaded during a train stop. But it was different now as 1,000 caddies could not be loaded onto the train in an instant. Xiao Mei thought for a moment. In 4 or 5 days. By then, 1,000 caddies of bean sprouts will be ready, and you can come and get them then. Okay. Xiao Lu was quite happy. Now that there were 1,000 caddies of bean sprouts being produced, he could eat bean sprouts every day. These were crisp and good bean sprouts. Xiao Mei thought for a moment and continued, "Then when you come over tomorrow, send me a few baskets. I don't have enough baskets for this 1,000 caddies of bean sprouts." "Sure, no problem." He naturally agreed to such a small matter. Now that the matter of the bean sprouts had been settled, she remembered another thing she needed. There was the matter of Xiaozha's address. She looked at Xiao Lu and asked, "Xiao Lu, help me ask Uncle Chun if I can find out the address of my man. I want to send something over." "All right, I'll ask." Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. Xiao Chang, who was standing at the side, was already dumbfounded. He quickly entered the house and picked up a pen and paper to do some calculations. It was a total of 1,000 caddies of green beans now, which meant that they could grow about 130 baskets of bean sprouts. One basket could sell for $15, which meant that it would be nearly $2,000, including the cost. The net earnings worked out to about $1,700 to $1,800. Moreover, this amount was the earnings per day, and they would continue earning money every day. Clack. At this point, Xiao Chang dropped the pen in his hand and his eyes almost popped out. His granddaughter could actually earn nearly $2,000 a day? No one would believe this. In this era where a big family's living expenses were only $100 to $200 a year, earning $2,000 a day was really unimaginable. After Xiao Lu left, Xiao Mei also did her sums. She did not expect to be able to make a lot of money just like that. Moreover, the money came so quickly and it was really unexpected. It was all thanks to Uncle Chanhu's help. The next day, Xiaolu brought Xiaja's address with him. Xiaja did not go on a mission this time. Instead, he had gone to an isolated environment for special training for a few months, so he could not come out. But it was possible to send things to him. Xiaomei thought about it for a moment. Her jade pendant and children are all brought to her by Xiaja. He has given her a better life, so she naturally has to thank him properly. Besides, feelings grow by the day. Perhaps if she sends something to him and writes a letter or something, she can let him discover her other strong points. Thinking of this, Xiao Mei asked Xiao Lu to bring some beef and bean paste for her tomorrow. With Chanhu's help, he managed to bring 20 caddies of beef and a few caddies of bean paste the next day. Currently, cows were still the main productive force, so they could not be slaughtered freely. Therefore, the beef available was all from old or disabled cows. It was really very good to be able to get 20 caddies of beef. She was busy in the kitchen for most of the day before she managed to make 2 jars of beef sauce. During the cooking process, the fragrance floated above the entire village for a very long time. The entire village smelled the fragrance of the beef and ate their rice with it as accompaniment. It was really too fragrant, but they did not have the guts to go and ask for this beef. After all, Xiao Mei's food aggression temper had left a deep impression on the people. All her strength was used to protect her food, so no one had any intention of coming to her place to ask for food. But Xiao Zhuang's family was different. Upon smelling this aroma, Xiao Zhuang, who was at the dining table, handed a porcelain bowl to Xiao Yu and spoke to her coldly. Go get a bowl of that dish back." Xiao Yu looked distressed, but because of Xiao Zhuang's forceful manner, she had no choice but to stand up and walk towards the door. She felt that Xiao Mei seemed to have become a different person. It was not easy to lie to her now, and the success rate of getting some food back was not high. But she still walked out under the family's watchful eyes. Soon, she arrived at Xiao Mei's house. As she stood at the entrance of the courtyard, the smell was even stronger. She took a deep breath and almost drooled. She decided that getting a taste of the food would be worth being mocked, or even beaten up, by Xiao Mei. Elder sis Xiao Mei. Xiao Yu stood outside the courtyard and looked inside with a pitiful expression. Xiao Mei and Xiao Chong were sitting in the courtyard eating beef noodles. After selling the bean sprouts these few days, she had some spare cash and got Xiao Lu to send a few bags of rice and noodles to her. Now, there will be an abundance of food at home. They did not need to fear going hungry again. When Xiao Mei heard Xiao Yu's voice, she immediately put down her chopsticks, picked up a thick wooden stick and headed towards Xiao Yu to hit her. If Xiao Yu had not squatted down immediately, her face would have been injured. Didn't I tell you not to come to my house for nothing? You're not welcome at my house. If you come again, I'll break your legs. Xiao Mei had a ferocious look on her face when she said that. Xiao Yu shook her head and put on a pitiful expression. She looked at Xiao Mei and gave a wistful look at the beef sauce on the table in the courtyard. The beef sauce was so fragrant. She already smelled it from afar. If she could get a taste, it did not matter even if she was beaten to death. Elder sis Xiao Mei, no one at home knows that I'm here. Because of what happened last time, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I'm starving. Xiao Yu blinked as tears welled up in her eyes. Her nose was red and she pursed her lips. What has it got to do with me that you haven't eaten? Am I supposed to feed you? Xiao Mei yelled, anger all over her face. Besides, I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened last time, and yet you eagerly come looking for me. You really don't know what's good for you. At the mention of the dowry, Xiao Mei got really furious. The matter of the dowry was originally the fault of Xiao Zhuang's family. They punished Xiao Yu, and now Xiao Yu is blaming her? Xiao Mei shouted towards her surroundings. I've already given Xiao Yu a bowl of beef sauce. If second grandpa doesn't get to eat it, then you can't blame me. Xiao Yu was scared to death when she heard that and quickly said, No, I didn't take it. She hurriedly looked around her and quickly got to her feet to slip away when she saw that there was no one around. If her family heard that she took a bowl of beef sauce and did not see the sauce in their house, they would definitely beat her to death. The thought of a scene like that made Xiao Yu run back quickly. Soon, she disappeared from Xiao Mei's sight. Xiao Yu carried an empty bowl and slowly walked home, preparing to sneak in through the door. Upon entering, she did not expect to see Qiao Zhuang and his sons sitting at the table, smoking and waiting for her. She was so frightened that she took a few steps back. A few days ago, it was these few brothers who beat her up until she cried her heart out. It was as if they were venting all their anger on her alone, even though she was Qiao Zhuang's youngest and only daughter that he kept with him. But Qiao Zhuang had never cared about her existence. In fact, he treated his granddaughters better than her. Other than Qiao Zhuang's wife, no one cared about her. Where's the meat? Qiao Yu's eldest brother, Qiao Fu, widened his eyes as he watched Qiao Yu walk in with an empty bowl. The rest of them did not have nice expressions on their faces either. Qiao Zhuang took out the pipe from his mouth and forcefully blew out a mouthful of smoke while looking at Qiao Yu. She won't give it to you? Yes. She said that if I go over again, she'll break my legs. Qiao Yu stood at the door with the bowl in her hand and her legs trembling. She had no idea what would await her next. Qiao Zhuang's wife wiped her hands and walked over from the kitchen. Seeing her only daughter like this, she could not help but speak up for her. Seeing that Xiao Mei came a few days ago, it's obvious that she's not an easy person to get along with. It's only to be expected that she won't give us food. Qiao Zhuang stood up and glared at her. You're just a woman. You have no right to speak. It's only right and proper for me to educate my children. With that, he continued to glare at Xiao Yu. Didn't you used to hang out with that girl? Why can't you coax her now? Has she become smarter? There was a threatening tone in his voice, as if he would beat her up any second. The sons of the Qiao family all glared angrily at Xiao Yu. In the past, the two girls used to hang out together, and it was also Xiao Yu who spread those rumors about Xiao Mei to give her a bad reputation. How did Xiao Mei become one of the few smart people in the village now? Something was wrong. This Xiao Yu must be hiding something from them. At the thought of this, Qiao Fu strode over and raised his fist to smash Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu got so scared that the color drained from her face, and she dropped the bowl in her hand. Xiao Fu, come back. Qiao Zhuang sat on the stool and waited for Qiao Fu to go over before he started to speak softly. Qiao Fu stood at the door and glared at her indignantly before turning around and walking back. Xiao Yu was still in a state of shock, but the next moment, she heard Qiao Zhuang say, I'll give you another chance. In the future, try your best to build a good relationship with Xiao Mei and get more information from her. Then bring more things home as our family still needs more food. Xiao Yu could not help but nod vigorously. Okay. I know, father. Her back was covered in cold sweat, and she felt cold when the wind blew at her. Early the next morning, Xiao Mei instructed Xiao Lu's assistants to carry the bean sprouts onto the truck. Huffing and puffing, they quickly loaded the truck with the goods. Xiao Lu got into the truck, waved at Xiao Mei and drove off with all his assistants. Seeing these people coming and going these few days, the villagers nearby had been itching to know what they were doing. Annie Dong happened to pass by with her basket. She craned her neck to look at the departing truck with a puzzled expression on her face. Xiao Mei was still at the door when Annie Dong walked up and asked, Mei, I've seen this truck going in and out these past few days. What are they transporting? A few of the older women nearby also surrounded Xiao Mei. It's bean sprouts, Xiao Mei said loudly and started to explain to the people around her. My grandfather's comrades know that I can grow bean sprouts, so they have asked me to grow some for them. This will provide them with a different kind of vegetable, helping to grow bean sprouts. If she was helping, it would mean that she was not being paid. If the people in the village knew that she could earn $1,000 to $2,000 a day, wouldn't she be eaten alive? She would no longer be able to enjoy a peaceful life in the village. Oh, realization dawned on everyone. In the current day and age, vegetables were all collected from the various production brigades. There were not many varieties of vegetables, so it was normal for people to get tired of eating the same few types. Given that it was sent to the city, that was normal too. Hearing this, Annie Dong asked coyly, Mei, Annie wants to ask if Annie can learn how to make bean sprouts from you? When the other women gathering around heard this, they also looked at Xiao Mei eagerly. In this season, if one could use green beans to grow some bean sprouts, it would definitely make a nice dish at home. Xiao Mei hesitated when she saw the expectant gazes of the women around her. It was not that she was unwilling to teach them, But even if she taught them the method and went through the steps thoroughly with them, they did not have the energy to grow such good quality bean sprouts. When that happened, and if they misunderstood it as she was unwilling to teach them properly, the loss would outweigh the gains of her efforts. But if she did not teach them, the situation would be even worse. Aunties, I don't know how to teach. If you don't mind me being unable to express myself well, then come in and take a look. Xiao Mei led them into the courtyard and spoke to them. Okay. Annie Dong felt an instant sense of happiness and could not help walking in. If Xiao Mei could teach her while actually doing it, she would definitely learn it quickly. The other Annies looked happy as well. Then, more people gathered outside the courtyard. These were all the women and their daughters-in-law from the village. All right, come over here everyone. Xiao Mei spoke to the people outside the courtyard. Everyone walked in and into the workshop behind the courtyard. Xiao Lu had helped Xiao Mei build this workshop. It was very sturdy and spacious. Currently, there were many baskets in the workshop. The way the baskets were stacked on top of one another made it look very spectacular. There are so many baskets. Annie Dong was the first to speak. She stared at all the baskets in the courtyard. She had never seen so many before, and furthermore, they were all the same size. It was a grand sight to see the baskets stacked together. With so many baskets of green beans, a day's work here would not be any easier than working with the brigade. Let's start now. With that, Xiao Mei rolled up her sleeves and started working. As she began, she explained every step very clearly with the precautions to be taken for each step. Anyone who was not a fool would be able to understand the instructions. The women gathered around immediately changed their impression of Xiao Mei. Initially, they had heard that Xiao Mei had a bad temper, but right now it seemed that her personality and temper were both very good. Xiao Mei soaked the portion of beans allotted for today, and then watered the beans that were soaked a few days ago. These were the steps of making bean sprouts. After soaking the beans, they would be put into the baskets based on the volume and then watered. As time passed, the bean sprouts would start growing. There was also a technique for watering. One could not just water the beans casually. One had to ensure that each and every bean in the basket absorbed enough water for the beans to grow quickly. She busied herself watering hundreds of baskets of beans. After half a day of hard work, the women who came to learn how to grow bean sprouts could not even stand up straight any longer. They squatted on the ground and panted from exhaustion. This job was not fit for humans at all. As they rested, they sized up Xiao Mei, and their impression of her changed even more. Before they came by, Xiao Mei was the only person watering so many baskets. Wasn't this too tiring? They wondered who had said that Xiao Mei was lazy. The way they saw it, there was probably no girl in the village who was more hard-working than Xiao Mei. They had really misjudged her in the past. After returning home, a few women started to grow their own bean sprouts. They followed Xiao Mei's instructions and managed to start growing some. But whenever they were free, they still came over to help Xiao Mei. They found it quite pitiful that she had to do so much work alone every day and did not have any help at all. Besides, they could continue to learn things when they helped her. However, Xiao Mei did not constantly work in the courtyard in the way she had taught them. Instead, she only watered the beans once a day and used energy to maintain the rest of it. Otherwise, she would not be able to finish watering so many baskets by herself even if she worked herself to death. However, she was also very happy when the women came by to help. After all, given that she was now pregnant, she must build a good relationship with the villagers so that her children would not get bullied in the village in the future. For days later, Xiao Mei finally made a few friends, namely 6 aunties and 2 sisters-in-law. This was also the day when their bean sprouts grew out. Since they all still had green beans at home now, they took some out to try for themselves. It would be best if they succeeded in growing them. Otherwise, even if they fail, it would still be within expectations, and they would not have lost much. To everyone's surprise, there were a bunch of tender bean sprouts growing out in each basin. The sprouts looked especially pleasing to the eye and good enough to eat. Xiao Mei was secretly happy when she saw these basins of bean sprouts. These bean sprouts were naturally similar to hers. After all, she had personally taken care of these bean sprouts. Every time she passed by these women's houses, she would go in to take a look and do an exchange of energy. She could then ensure that the bean sprouts were exactly the same. If not, some people might think that she was being selfish with her instructions. Otherwise, why would they fail when she succeeded in every basket? It must be because she hid some information and did not teach them everything. Therefore, she needed to personally take care of them now. Whoever was growing bean sprouts at home, she would take care of them whenever she passed by. For those who had no interest or were in a bad mood, then she would not care about them. After these people harvested their bean sprouts, news immediately spread among the village, and almost every family started growing their own bean sprouts. Xiao Mei heard that there was a saying in the village that only a family with good values would be able to grow bean sprouts well. If a family had bad values, the bean sprouts would not turn out well. In the end, within the entire village, only Qiao Zhuang's family did not manage to grow bean sprouts well. It was not just him. Not a single one of his son's families managed to do it properly as well. All their bean sprouts had a bitter taste. This was all Xiao Mei's doing. It was also through the current experiment that she realized that she could not only control how the energy was given, but could also absorb the energy without returning it. That was why the bean sprouts from Qiao Zhuang's family were all thin and small. When Xiao Mei found out about this ability, she was stunned. She could not believe that she was so powerful. The beef sauce that Xiao Mei made finally arrived at Xiaja's location after 7 to 8 days of transportation. "Commander Xia, your package has arrived," a soldier shouted from the door. As soon as he said that, the entire room fell silent. Xiaja looked up in confusion. He had a package? Who would send him a package? No one at home had the habit of sending packages. What was sent? Xiaja asked curiously. When the soldier heard this, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said, "Food." He did not know what the jar contained, but it smelled very fragrant. It was so aromatic that just smelling it made one tempted to eat it. Hearing that it was food, Xiaja found it even more odd. His family had never sent him food before, so it was unlikely to be from his family. There was no one he knew who might send him food. Who sent it? Xiaja asked curiously. The soldier said loudly, "It's from your wife." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. When did Xiaja get married? What? Xiaja, you got a wife? When was this? 3 people asked their questions loudly and in shock. Everyone was still single. So why was it that Xiaja was already married and now his wife was sending things over? It was really enviable. Xiaja was stunned on the spot for a moment. It was not that he did not remember that he had a wife, but he really did not expect her to send anything to him. Her family was poor and she was so fat. There must not be enough food at home, right? Bring it in. Xiaja waved his hand and let the soldier in. The soldier placed the package on the table and stood beside it, looking at Xiaja eagerly. None of the other 3 men had left either. Just like before, we'll share half of the food, the tall and dark Zhao Wu said. Next to him was Zhuang Hua, who looked more refined, and he also nodded and smiled in agreement. Zhang Yong walked over and looked at the open package on the table. He frowned when he saw the crooked words to Xiaja on the package. Was his wife's handwriting so ugly? Xiaja's eyes lit up when he saw the words on it. He did not expect Xiao Mei to know how to write. Although the handwriting was crooked and did not look nice, at least she knew how to write, and that was already very good. Initially, he thought that Xiao Mei was illiterate. Her being able to read and write had already exceeded his expectations. Quick, take a look at what it is. It smells so good. Zhao Wu stretched out his head and fanned the air with his hand, looking like he was enjoying himself. When the 4 jars had been delivered earlier, they had been checked by a specific department in charge. Now that they had been opened, they could not be resealed and the fragrance wafted out. Everyone could not help but gulp. This smell was simply too fragrant. Xiaja also could not help taking a step forward to reach out and open the lid of the jar. In an instant, the rich fragrance from the jar filled the entire room, making everyone take a deep breath involuntarily. "I'm taking this." When Zhao Wu heard this, he took one of the jars and rushed out of the room nimbly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even Zhuang Hua, who looked so decorous, had already taken a jar and rushed out the door. Only the soldier, Zhang Yong, and Xiaja were left in the room. Xiaja wrapped his arms around the jars, glared at the 2 of them, and said loudly, "I have already given half of what I have. If the 2 of you want any, don't even think about taking it from me." The soldier and Zhang Yong exchanged a look and saw the same intention in each other's eyes. The two of them instantly turned around and went after Zhao Wu and Zhuang Hua. After everyone around him had left, Xiaxia carefully opened one of the jars that he was holding. In an instant, there was a rich, chilly fragrance in the air, making his stomach growl. Xiaxia stood where he was and smiled. This gift. He loved it. He stood still for a moment to take a long sniff, then covered the jars and locked it in the cupboard behind him. Then he picked up a letter from the package. The words in the letter were not particularly well written, but were surprisingly neat. There were no circles nor ink smears. It looked particularly comforting and made one want to read it. The words were all very neat and of the same size. They say words resemble the people who write them. These words were just like her. Xiaxia suddenly recalled that night. Although Xiao Mei was not a traditional beauty and also not too good-looking, she was special in her own way. Especially that night, it was not as if he did not take any initiative. Thinking of this, Xiaxia felt so shy that his face turned red. He shook his head and forced himself not to think about it anymore. Whatever happened that night was in the past. He turned his attention back to the letter. The letter read, "How are you, Brother Xia? I don't know if you have received the 4 jars of chili sauce. I made all 4 jars myself. Does it smell good? Not knowing what you like, I made both spicy and non-spicy ones. You can try and see which one you like. Or if there's anything else you want to eat, you can write and let me know. I'll definitely make it for you when I'm free. Also, I've received everything you asked people to send over. Thank you so much for your kindness, Brother Xia. Thank you so much." At the end, the letter was signed, "I am your wife, Xiao Mei." At the bottom of the letter was a drawing of a little smiling person. The little person looked to be standing in the doorway, waiting for an old friend to return. The drawing was extremely cute. Xiaxia finished reading the letter very quickly, but his eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared at the paper. This letter, can it be written like that? In such a cute manner? He suddenly remembered the touch of her skin that night, the body that was faintly discernible in the moonlight, as well as the involuntary delicate gasps and continuous moans. No, I can't think about it. Xiaxia shook his head to clear it of the memories. He did not want to remember that night again, but his mind could not help but whisper the words in the letter in that lovely voice. He was unaware that his lips had slowly curled into a smile. Xiao Mei was actually quite cute. Although Xiao Chang had schemed against him and forced him to spend the night with Xiao Mei was innocent. In the end, she even changed her mind about the whole thing and did not lie to him. In the letter, she even thanked him for his kindness. Xiao Mei was a grateful and lovely girl with a kind heart and good culinary skills. Finally, he thought of the drawing at the bottom of the letter, the little person standing in the doorway. Is the little person waiting for him? At the thought of this, Xiaxia could no longer help but smile. Even the look in his eyes turned warm and gentle, without the usual coldness. When Xiaxia passed by the door carrying the beef sauce, Zhang Yong happened to see Xiaxia smile. He could not help but walk into the room with a frown. He asked, "Is it the He family or the Ma family? Which family is the girl from?" Whichever girl had actually captured Xiaxia's heart and melted him was really amazing. Neither. The smile on Xiaxia's face disappeared as he looked at Zhang Yong and answered, "Neither?" Zhang Yong was very surprised. Which girl from another family could escape the attention of the He and Ma families and successfully capture Xiaxia's heart? This was simply unbelievable. His own Zhang family did not manage to succeed. He had wanted to get his sister to come over and meet Xiaxia to see if they could get along. He had not expected this to happen. Has he been intercepted? Xiaxia's eyes were cold as he looked at Zhang Yong. She's just a girl from an ordinary family. She has nothing to do with those families in the capital. This cold gaze made Zhang Yong feel a sense of pressure. Got it. Wanting to maintain his own dignity, Zhang Yong pretended to turn around as if nothing had happened and walked towards his own room. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wu came over just as Zhang Yong left. He walked through the door in a careless manner with a big spoon in his hand. His eyes scanned the room and finally stopped at the cabinet behind Xiaxia. "Big brother, can you introduce us to our sister-in-law?" In the next second, he rushed into the house and towards the cabinet. Unexpectedly, there was a gust of wind from the side and a kick almost sent him flying. It was Zhuang Hua. He retracted his foot and stood there with his arms crossed. Then he glanced sideways at Zhao Wu with his lips curled and said disdainfully, Zhao Wu, you're really shameless. You're 2 years older than brother Xiaxia, yet you still call him big brother? How embarrassing. Zhao Wu chuckled and put his spoon away. I lost a big brother yesterday, so of course I have to call him big brother. It's more embarrassing to be like you and pretend you didn't lose, isn't it? However, he knew very well in his heart that what made him shameless was this delicious chili sauce that he had never tasted before. Otherwise, he had never thought of calling Xiaxia big brother. In the end, Zhao Wu's eyes flashed with mischief. He looked at Xiaxia and said loudly, "Big brother, he didn't address you properly. He didn't keep his word. If we have anything delicious in the future, don't share it with him." This statement made Zhuang Hua drop his defenses. That chili sauce was really more delicious than anything that he had ever tasted. It would be a pity if he could only smell it in the future and not be able to taste it again. He immediately stammered and whispered, Big brother. Ha 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 ha." The way he looked made Zhao Wu grinned and laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at? Let's listen to big brother tell us about sister-in-law." Zhuang Hua gave Zhao Wu a firm kick. The smile in Xiaxia's eyes disappeared as he stood there without speaking. "I can't talk about us." On the other side, Xiao Mei received a piece of bad news. Her bean sprout business would have to shrink now. Given that the half a month of militia training was over and the big bosses were moving away, it meant that the bean sprout business in the Armed Forces Department was no longer required. They did not need the big supply of bean sprouts anymore. On its own, the Armed Forces Department definitely could not consume so much bean sprouts. Hence, Xiao Mei only needed to supply a small amount of bean sprouts to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They would need only about 200 caddies, as they would not be able to deal with any more than that. Xiao Lu handed the last sum of money to Xiao Mei. There was a total of $1,587 in his hand. Our section head Chen said that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative can still take in your bean sprouts now, but we can only take 200 caddies this first round. We dare not take more than that as we need to test the level of demand first. These 200 caddies were just meant for the consumption of the staff at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Don't worry, there's a big lumberyard on the east side of our county. If there's no issue from their side, we can still take in a few hundred caddies of bean sprouts in the future. It's just that their factory director hasn't returned yet. Xiao Lu wanted to comfort her. There were not many enterprises in this small county city, so there were very few places that needed bean sprouts. Those city departments did not like to have regular deliveries of vegetables and preferred to buy them personally at the store, so there was also no need for a large stockpile of bean sprouts. These realistic situations made Xiao Mei realize that her plans were a little idealistic. In reality, things would not always happen as she had planned. However, Xiao Mei did not feel disheartened. This was because her daily income from selling bean sprouts was now more than $1,000. This amount of money was really way too much for this time period. If others found out and became jealous, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Now it was time to take a break. It was also time to announce that she was pregnant. Xiao Mei found some time to go out and have a chat with the older women, but then she suddenly started retching. The women all looked at one another. Everyone asked Xiao Mei when she had her last period and about any recent changes in her body. In the end, everyone concluded something. Xiao Mei was pregnant. You're pregnant. You're with child. Auntie Dong clapped her hands happily, her eyes filled with excitement. You're pregnant in one shot. As soon as she said this, the people standing around looked away awkwardly. Xiao Mei's pregnancy was too much of a coincidence. She got pregnant after one night? If it was really so easy to get pregnant, second sister-in-law Wang living near the entrance of the village would not have needed to go to all the old traditional Chinese doctors in the vicinity in the past 3 years. Xiao Mei had no choice but to smooth things over with regard to their suspicious looks. She looked at the younger married women seriously and said, "For that night, if I calculate based on how you ladies taught me, it would be no less than 4 or 5 times. My legs were so sore that night." "Oh my goodness!" all the women exclaimed. They looked at Xiao Mei in disbelief and blushed. Heavens! What kind of man was this? Why did he fall for Xiao Mei and insist on marrying her? Xiao Mei was really extraordinarily lucky. Although it was an arranged marriage between children, it was rare to have such a powerful partner. "How did you feel that night?" Big sister-in-law Lu asked curiously. Xiaomei thought for a moment and replied seriously, just one word, tired. Everyone again laughed so hard until they were breathless. However, as big sister-in-law Lu looked at Xiaomei, she suddenly pointed at Xiaomei in surprise and asked a spontaneous question. Look, did any of you notice? I feel that Xiaomei has lost a lot of weight. Everyone turned to look at Xiaomei and realized that she had indeed lost weight. Her originally tight-fitting clothes now looked loose on her. Her usually big plump face now looked much more pleasing to the eye. Her thighs, which were as thick as buckets, now showed some curves. This change was not considered a small one. Xiaomei looked at her own figure and nodded with a smile. Her current body size had already met her initial expectations. After more than a month of hard work, she had successfully lost more than 50 pounds. From the back, she looked like an average person. Look, Xiaomei seems to have become fairer. Big Annie Dong looked at Xiaomei's face and said in surprise. In the past, Xiaomei's entire face was squashed like a pancake due to her obesity. Her skin color had also turned a shade fairer. Look at Mei Mei. Isn't this a standard oval face? These eyes are also quite big. The nose bridge is not bad either. It's very high. This little mouth is red and looks very lustrous. It's really cute. There was a flurry of astonished praises as everyone looked over Xiaomei. They had never observed her carefully before. Perhaps she was too fat for her features to be seen clearly. In short, they seemed to have only found out about Xiaomei's good looks now. The general consensus was that Xiaomei was much prettier than before. If she lost a bit more weight, she might look even more beautiful. Mei Mei, you have to control your mouth and don't return to your previous size. See how good you look now that you've lost weight. If you get fat again, it will also be difficult to give birth. Big Annie Dong held Xiaomei's hand and said earnestly. Xiaomei nodded. Yes, I know. Thank you, Annie Dong. Her voice was clear and sweet. Everyone smiled and nodded. This voice matched her current look very well. In the past, when she was dark and fat and spoke with this voice, they had found it simply cringy. And do less work at home. You just got pregnant, so you have to be careful. Yes, that's right. Fortunately, you don't have to grow bean sprouts now, and it's not so busy anymore. You have to be more careful, the auntie beside her advised. Xiaomei smiled and said, Yes, I don't have to be busy growing bean sprouts now. I just need to stay home and wait to raise the children. She had originally received an order of 200 caddies of bean sprouts from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, but she did not take the order now that she did not want to work anymore. She wanted to focus on being at home. Although the Supply and Marketing Cooperative still wanted another batch of bean sprouts, Xiaomei was determined not to grow bean sprouts anymore. She would not do it even if the price increased. That was because the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had already increased its order to 1,000 caddies. In the future, the order size would likely continue to increase. If these orders kept coming, the income would no longer be able to be kept hidden. 1,000 caddies a day can make her a few $100s. This amount of money could definitely not be kept a secret in her small village. If someone reported her, she would be finished. This was not an era of economic freedom. Besides, she was pregnant. Mei Mei, which day did your man come over? Annie Dong asked. April 21st. Xiaomei gave a clear-cut answer. She had transmigrated at that moment and naturally knew the date very well. It had already been more than a month since then. At this point, a few of the older women stood together, immersed in calculating the due date for Xiaomei's delivery. They discussed it noisily and finally came up with the date. The due date would be at the beginning of January next year. Xiaomei nodded. The date she calculated was also around that time, but since she was pregnant with twins, she might deliver prematurely. The date was only a tentative one. In her past life, she gave birth to a pair of pitiful twins who were so small and skinny. This time, she would also take good care of her body and strive to provide the children with a healthy body to nurture them so that the children could be born healthy. Xiaomei chatted with the women for a while, more before she went home happily. The first thing she did when she got home was to write another letter to Xiaja. She quickly finished writing and was about to go and send the letter when she heard the sound of a bicycle outside the house. She was the only person in the entire village with a bicycle, so who was the person outside the house? Xiaomei turned around and saw the postman in dark green clothes stop at the door of her house. He said, "This is Xiaomei's house, right?" There's a letter for you here. The postman parked the bicycle and walked over quickly, handing the letter to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was so happy her eyes disappeared with her smile. Xiaxia had written back to her? It was just that she had never thought that he would reply to her. It was great that he would do that now. She opened the letter in her hand and saw the beautiful handwriting on it. A trace of joy flashed across Xiao Mei's eyes. She suddenly recalled that night, thinking of his strong arms and bold eyebrows. He had flipped her over with one move and was very strong. Xiao Mei covered her mouth and laughed. The postman was used to things like that and was about to leave when Xiao Mei stopped him. I have something to send too. Wait a minute. Very quickly, Xiao Mei brought out 4 jars. The 4 jars were filled with the pickled vegetables she had made. They were tender, crunchy, and very refreshing and made a very good side dish for rice. After all, she still had to give Xiaxia some surprises. She could not send the same thing every time. She wanted to come up with different things to send over in order to express her feelings for Xiaxia through the contents of the jars. In this way, he would also not get tired of her gestures. Also, she could not always send meat products as it may attract unnecessary attention. After she sent off her parcel, she took out the letter. The handwriting on it was very nice. Hello, Comrade Xiao Mei. I have received all 4 jars of sauce. It is very delicious and I prefer the spicy one. I hope you won't send me such expensive things in the future. Save the money to buy nice food for Grandpa. Everything is fine here. In the future, I will send all my salary to you. Make sure to collect it every month. Xiaxia. There was nothing extraordinary about the letter, and it was very concise, but she smiled happily like a kitten that had stolen a fish. She was glad that he had replied. Moreover, he even said that he would send his salary to her and did not stop her from spending the money. How nice of him. A few days later, in the training camp, Commander Xia, your parcel is here, the soldier shouted from the door. In an instant, 3 black figures appeared at Xiaxia's door, waiting for the parcel to be opened. Xiaxia opened the door and took the parcel with a glance at them. The 3 of them stopped their actions and looked on eagerly. Big brother, we'll share half of what we see, Zhuanghua said. Zhao Wu, on the other hand, was unhappy and tried suggesting, Big brother, this parcel looks similar to the previous one. There will probably be 4 jars. Why don't we just take one each instead of splitting in half? It's so troublesome to fight over it. They had been eating the sauce for a few days. It was so delicious that the 3 men had fallen completely under its spell. Do you think I want to share with you? Xiaxia glared at them sideways. He also did not expect the sauce made by Xiao Mei to be so delicious. If he had a meal without the sauce, it felt as if something was missing. Big brother, don't be petty. We'll only be sharing the sauce with you for a short while, but you'll be spending the rest of your life with sister-in-law and eating it for the rest of your life. You can't draw that kind of line with us, Zhuanghua said. Xiaxia was taken aback by what he said. It did make sense. He continued to share 2 jars with the 3 of them. After the 3 of them took the 2 jars, they went into the room together to split the loot. However, they felt a little disappointed when they opened the jars and realized that it was not the same sauce from the last time. But when they leaned over to take a sniff, they realized that it was still something very fragrant. The 3 of them picked up their chopsticks for a taste and found out that it was indeed very delicious. They started fighting for food again, this time over the pickled vegetables. Xiaxia returned to his room and placed the jars in the cabinet as usual. Then, he carefully took out the letter from the parcel. The words were as neat as before, but the handwriting looked much better than before. There's improvement. Xiaxia curled his lips in a smile of relief and turned his attention back to the contents of the letter. Then, he read something that caused him to freeze on the spot. Brother Xiaxia, I'm having our baby. These words caused Xiaxia to be rooted to the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the letter in disbelief. Hello, Brother Xiaxia. Recently, I've had a poor appetite. Sometimes, I feel like throwing up when I smell certain dishes, and I also lost a lot of weight. The aunties in the village all say that I am pregnant. I am not sure if you will be as glad as me, but I am very happy that I am going to have a baby. I do not know if the baby will turn out to be more like me or more like you. A cuddly little child must be very cute. If we have a boy, he would definitely be as handsome as you. If we have a girl, she would definitely be her mother's little sweetheart. I am so looking forward to it. I do not mind having either a boy or a girl, but I am not sure if you would mind having a girl. Do you prefer boys over girls? I'm a little worried about that. Boo-hoo. I do not know anything about giving birth and taking care of a child. The aunties in the village have worked out for me that the due date is likely to be sometime in January next year. By then, the weather will be so cold and I do not know how our baby will be able to take it. I am so scared. I am only 18 years old and I do not know anything. I do not know what to prepare or pay attention to. The aunties in the village are giving me all kinds of advice, and I am not sure what to do. What do you think we should do about our child? And what should we name our child? Sigh. I have written so much nonsense. I hope it will not affect your mission over there. Lastly, I will definitely protect our baby well, and I will do my best to make sure that our baby can grow up smoothly. No matter what happens, I will wait for you to come back. Your wife, Xiao Mei. The letter ended here. At the bottom of the letter, it was not a little smiling person this time, but a little worried person squatting at the door. It felt pitiful and helpless. Xiao Mei had spent a lot of effort on this letter. After all, a father's concern for his child had to be nurtured from when the child was young. If he was already indifferent when the child was young, then what would happen in the future? It could not be that Xiao Mei had to take on both roles of being a father and a mother, right? In the letter, she wanted to portray herself as being pitiful and helpless so as to fire up a man's innate sense of responsibility and protectiveness. As long as a man felt a sense of responsibility, he would naturally start to pay attention to his children and would take their emotions to heart. If he did not care at all, then how different would he be from a stranger? In that case, he would naturally have no feelings for his children. After Xiaozhe read the letter, he stood in a daze for a long time. Xiao Mei was pregnant. He was the father of the child. He had a child now. Thinking of this, he felt excited. He would soon have a cuddly child lying on his lap, calling him daddy and trusting him wholeheartedly, and he would even have a warm home as well. Thinking of this, his entire face turned red from excitement. He would have another relative in this world, a blood-related relative. This also meant that he had a heavier burden now. There would be the child to take care of at home, as well as the child's mother. He was now the head of the family. Xiaozhe stood there and stroked the little person at the bottom of the letter. The frightened expression on the little person's face moved him, and he felt tender and protective towards her. Don't worry, you have me. At this point, Xiaozhe picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Uncle, I need some good soft fabric, and also fur mattresses and cotton. I need all of these. The other end of the phone heard Xiaozhe's excited voice. When Qin Dong heard this, he was puzzled. If you really need these things, you can put up a request to the higher-ups. If you want me to send them to you from here, it will take quite a few days for them to arrive. And these things, what are you going to do with them? Qin Dong asked curiously. Then, he heard something that surprised him so much that he was completely speechless. It's for my wife. She's pregnant. Qin Dong was stunned and did not speak as the other party continued on. These things are all for my wife. It's cold over at her side, and I'm afraid that the child will freeze in the middle of winter. Xiaozhe continued speaking down the line. This. Qin Dong paused for a moment before continuing. That's right. We must make sure my niece-in-law and the child she's carrying don't freeze in the cold. You're really not bad, kid. You got her pregnant after one night? Impressive. Xiaozhe fell silent. Even if he was not accurate the first time, after several times in one night, he would be able to hit the target at least once, right? However, this was not something he could tell his uncle. He continued saying, those maternity clothes and other stuff need to be made in a bigger size, and there's also the baby clothes and mattresses and stuff. Send them over to her when they're ready. I'm not sure if she knows how to make them. The baby is due in January next year, and it's probably going to be quite cold then. Make everything thicker so the baby doesn't freeze from the cold. Also, she doesn't have any female elders around her. Do get my aunt to write down all the things she needs to take note of when giving birth, as well as the things to note when taking care of the child too. And also, she likes to eat. Now that she's pregnant, she needs to eat more good food. Send more meat and fruits to her so that she will have enough to eat. Well, I think that's all. If I think of anything else, I'll make up for it later. Okay. I get it. Young Master Xia, Qin Dong teased with a smile. He had never seen Xiaja being so long-winded and giving instructions with such minute details. He did not expect that a usually aloof person would behave so drastically differently when it came to his wife and children. What a rare sight. He thought that the Xia family was a bunch of frigid people. I'm still being held up here and can't go back for the time being. I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of my wife. After I'm done here, I'll go back and take care of her. No problem. Qin Dong agreed readily. We'll definitely pay more attention to your wife. So then you have to perform well in your competition. A sharp glint flashed across Xiaja's eyes. He must get first place in this competition. This way, he would get promoted to a higher rank, and he would be able to have Xiao Mei living with him as a military spouse. Once she joined him as a military spouse, he would be able to see his children every day. When he was young, he used to stand at the door miserably every day to wait for his parents. He wanted his children to stay by his side all the time, unlike what he had to go through. Thank you, uncle. Please convey my thanks to my aunt too. Thank you for the efforts, Xiaja said sincerely. His aunt was an obstetrician. He would only be at ease if she wrote down the list of items to note. Now, he had to work harder and win first place so that Xiao Mei could go to the capital to give birth. Only then would he feel more at ease. After all, the standard of medical care in the capital was much better than in the village or county. After the call, Xiaja took out the letter and read it again. Then he began to compose a reply. When he saw the words "a cuddly little child must be very cute," it struck a chord with him and he could not help but laugh. There was a strange atmosphere in the village during the past few days. No matter what everyone talked about, the conversation always veered towards Xiao Mei. There was a strange and excited look in people's eyes. It was not Xiao Mei's pregnancy that made them excited, but Xiao Mei's bean sprouts. The 200 caddies worth of bean sprouts sold by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. After the 200 caddies of bean sprouts were sold, those previous buyers were all full of praise, and there had been people coming to ask about the bean sprouts over the past few days. When they heard that there were no more bean sprouts for sale, they blamed the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for not doing its job. The bean sprouts really attracted a lot of attention. The queries not only came from the ordinary buyers, but even from a few operational departments. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative could not withstand the pressure anymore and went to beg Chun-Hu for help. Chun-Hu was not quite sure what to do about it, so he went to the village to ask Xiao Mei. I can't do heavy work now. I'm pregnant and can't do this business anymore. Xiao Mei sat on the bed, sewing children's clothes. She had already prepared many pieces of clothing, but there were going to be 2 children, so she still felt that she had not made enough. This is really a good thing. It's really great. Chun-Hu clapped his hands happily and looked at Xiao Chong. At the side, Xiao Chong could not stop smiling. He was really very happy. He was a man who already had 1 foot in the grave, and he did not expect to be able to see his great-grandchild one day. It was such a great thing to happen, and he felt wonderful every day. All right. Let's not do it if we don't want to. The child is most important, Chun-Hu said with a big wide smile. Growing bean sprouts was a tiring job. It was not right to make her work hard for the benefit of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Xiao Mei was still a child herself and had a lot of things to do. She must not tire herself out. Look at how much weight Xiao Mei had lost in the past month. When Xiao Mei heard what he said, she suddenly thought of something that Annie Dong had said to her. She pondered for a moment before saying, if the Supply and Marketing Cooperative really needs fresh bean sprouts, that can be done. There's another way. What? Chun-Hu exclaimed in surprise. It did not matter to him. Without the bean sprouts, there were other types of food to replace it. It was not as if he must always have dishes cooked with these bean sprouts. However, his wife really liked these crispy bean sprouts very much and always urged him to get some. Xiao Mei stopped sewing and looked up at Xiao Chong. Grandfather, please go and get Uncle Zhao. We need to discuss something with him. When Xiao Chong heard this, he did not speak again. He just stood up and walked out to look for the village officer, Zhao Liang. Soon, Zhao Liang came in with Xiao Chong. Xiao Mei introduced the 2 men to each other. However, Zhao Liang was still very puzzled. He was just a small team leader in charge of a small village, and he did not know why he was being asked to meet a section head from the city. The difference in rank between them was not a small one. Xiaomei looked at Chenhu. I've already taught the villagers how to grow bean sprouts. You can buy bean sprouts from them directly. Are they able to grow the same bean sprouts as yours? Chenhu asked doubtfully. Growing bean sprouts was not a simple task. Without any skills, the bean sprouts would turn out to be bitter and astringent and would not taste good at all. Such bean sprouts would not pass the test. Most of the bean sprouts should turn out the same. We can set a standard for the bean sprouts so that we can monitor the quality. Xiaomei turned to Xiao Chang again and said, Grandfather, go and ask Annie Dong and Annie Wang to bring their bean sprouts over. Okay. Xiao Chang went off again. Soon, the two women came over with the bean sprouts. Chenhu picked one up and chewed on it. Then, he nodded and praised. It's indeed not bad and tastes like your bean sprouts. Seeing that he was satisfied, Xiaomei continued talking. Uncle Zhao, looking at the current situation, why don't we apply to set up a bean sprout factory in the village? This will be good for everyone, and we can all earn some money in our free time. I have no problem. It just depends on the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. Zhao Liang looked at Chenhu and did not say anything else. Chenhu nodded affirmatively. No problem. It had always been possible to set up a factory in the village. It was just that they had no reason to do so. Now that there was a reason, setting it up would definitely not be an issue. Everyone agreed, but Annie Dong and Annie Wang did not look too good. A few days ago, the older women in the village had asked her about the situation with the bean sprouts and whether it was easy to sell them. They also had the intention to find a place in the city to sell bean sprouts so that they could help out with the family expenses. Although people were not allowed to sell things in the city, it was still possible to do it secretly. They just needed to make sure that they did not get caught. Now that the women had a way to sell it without sneaking into the city, what were they dissatisfied with? Xiaomei did not quite understand. However, Xiao Chang knew what they were thinking at a glance. He directly asked Chenhu and Zhao Liang, how do we split the earnings from the bean sprouts grown in this village? Do we split them according to the work point system? Or do we do it in another way? Currently, any factory set up in the village would be collectively owned, and the earnings were distributed in accordance with the work point system. All the villagers had a share in it. People were paid according to the number of work points they earned. This had always been how it was done under the current policy, but Annie Dong and Annie Wang were unwilling to agree. After all, these bean sprouts were grown by them through their hard work from dawn till dusk. Now, if it went into the collective pool and they were paid in accordance to the evenly distributed work points, they would only get a small amount of money. If they secretly went out to sell it, the money would be all theirs. Why would they want to split the money with those people in the village who did not contribute to the work? Wasn't that stupid? For a moment, a heavy silence fell upon the room. Everyone understood that Annie Dong and Annie Wang were unhappy, but no one knew how to resolve the issue at the moment. Everyone fell silent. The practice of distributing earnings according to work points had been in place for many years. No one knew what could be done about it. Everyone, please listen to my opinion, Xiaomei suddenly said. They all looked at her. In that moment, she instantly became a very important person among them, or at least a key decision maker. It's not the slack season in farming now, so naturally there's no one who can be specifically assigned to grow bean sprouts, right? Also, we need a proper work area for bean sprouting. There's no such work area now, and there's also no way we can clear a space big enough to grow bean sprouts, right? Xiaomei asked. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Zhao Liang glanced around her workshop and frowned without saying anything. Xiaomei continued, given that I'm pregnant now, it's also not too appropriate for me to let you guys use my storeroom as a workshop. Do we have money to build a place now? Zhao Liang shook his head and said bitterly, no. It was still the peak farming season now, and there was no excess funds in the village coffer. It was already good enough that there was money to feed the entire village. Wouldn't it be nonsensical to even think about building a new place? Seeing that everyone was feeling listless, Xiaomei continued, I have a suggestion. Why don't we set up the factory by way of a workshop in every household and growing the bean sprouts by accumulating the effort from everyone? Whoever supplies more will get paid more. Whoever supplies less will get paid less. Sure. Let's do it this way. The faces of Annie Dong and Auntie Wang lit up with happiness as they spoke. This was how it had been in the past and was the real rule of trading. Naturally, it was the fairest and most reasonable. However, the The village officer Zhao Liang was a little apprehensive. They were in a planned economy, and everyone made a living by relying on the work points. Was there any other village which had set such a precedent? Besides, the authorities were quick to clamp down on such activities during the past few years. He did not quite dare to do it for fear that the higher-ups would investigate. If they got unhappy about it, he would not be able to bear the consequences. What's wrong with this? Isn't this how the pigs raised by farmers are acquired? Let's just treat this as an acquisition of bean sprouts grown by farmers. This is a good way to let the common people eat more vegetables. Xiao Mei said calmly, for the sake of the common people's nutrition, our village should bravely take on this job. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The acquisition of pigs from farmers was indeed a practice of paying the common people according to the market price. This was something that the higher-ups had agreed on. Then, if it was like selling pigs, it would definitely work. Xiao Mei is so clever. Chunhu could not help but give her a thumbs up. Xiao Mei had a twinkle in her eye. No, I just happened to think of it. The few of them then came up with the implementation methodology and rules and regulations of the factory to be set up. Xiao Mei casually said, "It's best if we have a qualitative standard when it comes to the bean sprouts collected. Otherwise, if there are any low-quality bean sprouts in the mix, not only will it affect the overall quality, but it will also affect the reputation of our factory." Xiao Mei actually had other thoughts in her mind. The quality of the bean sprouts from the village was so good now because she was still around here. If she left one day, the quality of the bean sprouts would change. It also meant that if she wanted to maintain the current quality, she would have to stay in the village all the time. This was not something she wanted to do. The coming future was going to be an exciting era, and she had other more important things to do. Therefore, she would reduce her interference with the bean sprouts in the future. This way, even if she left one day, and there was a drop in the quality and success rate of the bean sprouts, no one would cast any suspicions on her. Chunhu left with the bean sprouts brought by Annie Dong and Annie Wang, and he brought the president of the city's supply and marketing cooperative to the village the next day. After a discussion, the few of them announced that the city's supply and marketing cooperative had formed an acquisition relationship with the village and formalized it by signing an agreement. Only then did Annie Dong and Auntie Wang feel relieved. Now, the supply and marketing cooperative could order bean sprouts from the village as long as the order quantity was not more than 2,000 caddies. Every caddy was worth 20 cents. The bill would be settled once a month. However, the village would have to arrange for the transportation of the bean sprouts to the city. When the news of the agreement was released, the entire village was very happy. The other villages had all kinds of factories, and the villagers had long been envious of others. They did not expect that their village would also have a factory now. The entire village cheered about the news. But only one family was immersed in silence. That was Xiao Zhuang's family. Other families more or less managed to grow bean sprouts, but Xiao Zhuang's family had never successfully grown any. It was really infuriating, and they did not know why that happened. So strange. Xiao Zhuang glanced at Xiao Yu, then picked up a branch beside him and whipped her. "Did I say you need not put in effort? It must be because you're a money-losing good for nothing that we have no bean sprouts. Otherwise, how can it be that we can't grow bean sprouts? It's all your fault. I'm going to beat you to death today." Now that the entire village was making money from the venture, Xiao Mei was willing to start growing bean sprouts again. After all, almost every household in the entire village could make money from it now, so no one would be jealous of her or report her to the authorities. Instead, everyone would protect this business. If someone did something to lose their source of income, the entire village would not be happy. Xiao Mei felt wonderful. When she had time, she stayed at home and made things like cloth diapers and mattresses for the children. After cutting the cloth and sewing them up, she hung the cloth diapers out to dry in the courtyard. When the villagers saw the pieces of white cloth from afar, they thought that Xiao Chong had passed away. Only after asking around did they find out that these were actually items for children. This was really too lavish. Even a child's items were made of such good fabric and cut in such big pieces. Could she even finish using them? Besides, there would be plenty of other things to spend money on in the future. How could she afford to mess around like that? Annie Dong could not stand it anymore. She went to Xiao Mei's courtyard, held her hand and said earnestly, "Mei Mei, don't blame me for being naggy. I'm doing this for your sake. For these kids' stuff, you don't have to prepare too much. I still have some children's things at home which my children have no use for now. Why don't I get them for you? How can we not use things sparingly? Xiaomei smiled and said softly, Auntie is right. However, I have enough things here. I really don't want to waste your nice gesture. Her smiley face was really infuriating. Auntie Dong was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If she was her biological daughter, she would definitely teach her a lesson. This was really too wasteful. It would be enough to prepare just a few items. She really did not know how to live frugally. Xiaomei put down the needle in her hand and touched her stomach with a blissful smile. She was in fact having 2 babies. No matter how much she prepared, it would not be too much. Otherwise, she would end up being in a spin when the time comes. Should she tell the father about the 2 children? Xiaomei thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Just treat it as a gift for the children's father. One day, Xiaomei was sitting in the courtyard when she heard a car coming down the road outside and stopping at the door. As soon as she went out, she heard the person at the door explain his presence. There were 3 packages in the car that had been sent to her by others, and he asked her where to place the packages. She asked him to put them in the courtyard and then send the person off. However, these 3 large sacks still made Xiaomei bewildered. All these should be from Xiaxia, right? She wondered what Xiaxia had sent her. He was in the army, so how could he send anything? Although Xiaomei was puzzled, she quickly went to work and started clearing the sacks. There were really a lot of things in these 3 big sacks. She was now feeling quite excited about opening the packages. Was Xiaxia as excited as her when he received the parcel she sent him? I must send him more things in the future. There were 3 cloth bags in the 3 big sacks. The cloth bags were in good condition, and there were no signs of any dirt or damage to them. It was obvious that they were carefully protected during the delivery process. Xiaomei smiled and opened one of the cloth bags. Inside the bag, she found things like clothing and household items made of cotton, kids' clothing, as well as bedding for adults. It was a complete set of useful items. Xiaomei was pleasantly surprised and beamed with joy. She had only asked a question to try and sound out how he felt, but she did not expect Xiaxia to really prepare all the necessities for her. Furthermore, there was nothing cursory about his efforts. He had gone all out to prepare all the items. Her original intention was to check if Xiaxia would, in the face of all her complaints, console her verbally or ignore her. However, she did not expect him to just directly send her everything she needed. That's nice. It means that he's reliable. He is not the kind of person who would only give a perfunctory response, but a responsible man who would find a way to deal with any issues. She opened the second bag and found clothes that fitted her. There were 2 large cotton jackets and a black coat made of fur which looked very comfortable and warm. She tried it on, and it felt as if she was lying under warm sunlight. It was indeed nice and warm. What kind of fur is this? Xiaomei happily reached out to touch it and found it to be silk smooth and such a pleasing feeling. In her other life, even though she was a top lawyer, she had neither the interest nor the money to obtain such a luxurious coat. Although it was very nice and warm, the price was too astronomical. Besides, the future generations advocated environmental and animal protection. With the availability of warm down jackets, who would still want to wear a fur coat? How inconvenient was that? Furthermore, it was not easy to maintain. It must be mink. Xiao Chang walked forward to take a look and laughed out loudly, feeling much more satisfied. This fur coat was indeed made of good material. In the past, he also owned a few of these in the capital, but he did not bring them with him when he returned to the village. Xiaomei was also very happy and touched the fur coat in her hand in delight. If sending that bag of bedding was Xiaxia's way of fulfilling his role as a father, then this fur coat was Xiaxia's way of expressing his feelings for her. It was really good that he knew how to care for her. Hee. Xiaomei giggled for a while and made a few turns wearing the fur coat before walking towards the last bag of things in the courtyard. Now there was only 1 bag left. She did not know what she would find in the last bag. Although she had money now and did not lack anything, she would definitely feel more at ease if she could be more well prepared. The moment she opened it, she saw sealed packets of snacks. These snacks included crispy fried fish, packets of melon seeds and dried sweet potatoes, as well as a few bags of fruits, a few boxes of sweets, and packaged specialty snacks from Beijing. This current time period was not like the future when one could easily buy snacks online. These things were too rare. Not only would it have been difficult to gather so many different types of snacks within the city, it would probably still require some effort to get it done in the capital. She could appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into the preparation of this bag. Digging into the bag, there was also a tightly wrapped leather bag about the size of a small watermelon and bulging with things inside. Xiao Mei was dumbfounded when she opened it. She did not expect to find a large stack of coupons inside. In this era, if one did not have all kinds of coupons, it would be impossible to buy what one wanted. For example, if one wanted to eat pork, one had to have meat coupons. If one wanted to buy oil, one had to have oil coupons. Therefore, when Xiao Mei needed supplies now, what she lacked the most was not money but different kinds of coupons. She did not expect him to have taken this into consideration. These coupons really solved the urgent problem at hand. That's so great. Xiao Chong laughed and tapped his walking stick. He was really happy to get these coupons as it meant that he could now buy more supplies, although Chunhu also gave him a few coupons from time to time. The fact was he was unwilling to trouble others. It was never good to owe someone a favor. Now, with all these food stamps, he could finally feel at ease. He would not have to worry about food in the future. Xiao Mei put away the bag of food stamps and then took out a notebook from the bag. The notebook was not thick, just an ordinary notebook with about 20 to 30 pages. She opened it to see pages of clear handwriting. There were notes on precautions to be taken by pregnant women throughout the entire pregnancy, and even some clear pointers on the do's and don'ts after giving birth. These things were basically similar to what she knew in her other life. At the end of the notebook, there was a message to let her know who the author was. I am Xiaja's aunt. You rest well and take good care during the pregnancy. If you need anything else, you can send a telegram to this address. This sentence at the end made her aware that this was also Xiaja's gift to her. There were no other frivolous words, but from the handwritten and detailed list of items, she could tell that Xiaja's aunt was someone worth knowing. Xiao Mei gave a relieved smile. Now, she just did not know what her future in-laws were like and whether they were easy to get along with. She had already sent 2 letters to bond with him. The next time, she could talk more about the Xia family so that she could feel more confident about her future life. At this moment, she was very satisfied with Xiaja's response. The father of her children was really quite a nice person and was someone who could be entrusted. She had to think carefully. Next time, what gift should I send? A distance away, Xiaja was sitting at the desk in his room, writing a letter with a fountain pen. His handwriting was bold and powerful and very nice to look at. Now that Xiao Mei was pregnant, this matter could not be kept a secret anymore. He had to inform his family as Xiao Mei would have to go back with him in the future. He put pen to paper and wrote a letter to his grandfather. The letter explained the entire matter, and he asked his grandfather to inform his parents about it. He just did not tell the entire truth about what happened that night. He did not mention the part about how he was tricked that night. He only wrote that Xiao Chong was in poor health and was worried about his granddaughter since he did not have much time left in this world. He also wrote that he felt Xiao Mei was quite a nice person. That was why Xiaja took the initiative to propose that he and Xiao Mei get married to fulfill Xiao Chong's wish. The two of them had already held a wedding banquet and registered their marriage. He was now writing a letter to inform his elders as Xiao Mei had gotten pregnant. When Xia Jun received the letter, he almost spat out the tea in his mouth, and he then slammed the teacup on the table. He shouted towards the door, Xiao Zhang! Xiao Zhang, come in quickly. Xiao Zhang was Xia Jun's guard. When he heard the voice of his old chief, he walked over frantically, thinking that something urgent had happened. Xiao Zhang, quickly take a look at what's written in this letter. I can't read it clearly. Yes, I'm coming. Xiao Zhang stood behind Xia Jun and craned his neck to read it word by word. When he finished reading it, he was stunned and could not speak for a long time. How bizarre. What an unexpected thing to have happened. Then those few people you asked to come over for dinner, do you still want them to come? Xiao Zhang hesitated and asked softly. Xia Jun slammed the letter on the table and shouted, I'm not hosting them anymore. Go call them and say that I'm not feeling well. Tell them I can't invite them to dinner today, so don't come over. Oh, okay. Xiao Zhang nodded repeatedly and hurriedly ran out. They had already started making preparations in the kitchen. Xiaja's parents and a girl were actually invited to dinner tonight. Apparently, Xiaja's mother liked this girl very much. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the wedding between the two young people. If Xiajun was agreeable to the idea, then the wedding plans would be settled. The marriage could be registered without the need for Xiaja to come back. As for the actual relationship, the couple could nurture it slowly in the future. As Xiao Zhang reached the door, Xiajun added, "When you call, just tell the truth. Don't lie. Tell them that Xiaja is already married, and when the time comes, they will be invited to the baby's 1-month celebrations." If he did not make it clear from the start, this matter would be difficult to handle. If Su Lan still had other ideas and forcefully tried to set things up for two unavailable people, then her good intentions could only bring about bad results. It would not be good for Xiaja's wife either. "Yes, I understand, Chief." Xiao Zhang nodded and walked to another room to make a call to convey the message. Right at the same moment, Su Lan was holding Yao Li's hand and warmly reminding her not to be afraid when she saw Grandpa Xiajun later. The old man may look fierce, but he was actually a very nice man and he liked youngsters like her very much. However, when Su Lan said this, she was actually feeling a little apprehensive inside. She had been married to Xiaja's father for 30 years and had never seen old Master Xia treat any of his daughters-in-law with kindness. It was not easy to see a smile on his face, even for his grandchildren. He only had a smiling face for Xiaja. Yao Li happily held Su Lan's hand and said understandingly, "Thank you for your comfort, Auntie Su. The old patriarch in my house is the same. I know that they may look very cold, but they actually have very warm personalities." Yes, that's it. Everyone in the family is nice, so you don't have to be afraid." Su Lan was overjoyed. She especially liked this Yao Li at the moment. Not only was she good-looking, but she also had a good personality. One look and she could tell that she was a virtuous girl. Her son should like this type too, right? He would definitely like her. After all, she was the one who had recommended the girl. "Let's go. It's time to go over there now." Xia Mao slowly walked down the stairs with a long face. Su Lan acknowledged his comment and took Yao Li's hand. She smiled and said, "Let's go. All the men in our family are like this." When she said that, Yao Li winked at her in response. The two of them had a very good relationship, like good friends. They held hands and prepared to walk towards the door together. Ring. However, the phone on the coffee table rang. Su Lan smiled and picked up the phone. After listening to a few words, her expression suddenly darkened. It was obvious that something had happened. What happened? Xiamao took the phone from her hand and asked, "What happened to my father? Is there something wrong with his health?" Xiajun had a history of high blood pressure and had been going to the hospital for regular checkups in recent years, so Xiamao got nervous when he heard the voice over the phone. On the other side, Xiajun also went to stand next to Xiaozhang. He laughed heartily and said, "I'm fine. I'm in good health. It's just that something's up with your son, Xiaja." Xiajun was not really a stern person. He just liked to keep a straight face in front of his daughters-in-law and did not smile often. Xiaozhang added on with a hint of helplessness in his voice, "It's like this. Comrade Xia should just sent a letter. He's already married and has gotten his marriage certificate. Now that his wife is pregnant, he wants to tell everyone about this joyous news." "What did you say?" Xiao Mao was afraid that he had heard wrongly and continued to ask, "Which nephew of mine are you talking about? Is it Xia En or Xiao Yang?" Xiaozhang gulped and took a deep breath before saying loudly, "It's not Xian and Xiaoyang but Xiaja, your son. He's already married and his wife is already pregnant. You're about to hold your grandson soon." As soon as he said this, the few people near the phone heard it. Xiao Mao was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. This was all too sudden. Yao Li stood rooted to the ground, her face pale. When Xiao Mao saw her expression, he could not help but scold loudly, "This idiotic boy. Why did he only tell us elders now? He made such a big decision himself, and even has a child now. What a scoundrel. When is he bringing his wife back?" He didn't mention that in the letter, but you can send him a telegram or call and ask him. "The old chief wants you to come back for dinner to celebrate Xiaja's marriage. Goodbye." After rattling off a string of sentences, Xiao Zhang hung up the phone. He did not want to get in trouble for nothing when Xiao Mao was angry. It was more important to protect himself. Xiao Mao hung up the phone. When he turned around, He realized that both Su Lan and Yao Li, who were rooted to their spots, did not look good. In particular, Yao Li was very pale and her eyes were red. He had previously said Su Lan had acted with undue haste with regard to this matter. Given that they were still uncertain whether his son liked Yao Li or not, it was too risky to raise it for discussion so quickly. Sigh, things would get difficult now. Let's go. Old Master is waiting for us to go over for dinner. Xiao Mao walked up to Su Lan and took a few glances at Yao Li. Yao Li straightened herself in a panic and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle and Auntie, I have something on at home. I have to go first. You guys go ahead." With that, she ran towards the door, crying audibly as she went off. She looked extremely pitiful. Sigh, look at what happened. You can't be so muddled in the future. You didn't even check properly before you made a decision on your own. Xiao Mao gave an unhappy glare. Su Lan got annoyed and glowered at him. You're blaming me now that something has happened? I had discussed with you earlier and you agreed, but you're blaming me now that something has happened? Isn't it your son who did such a thing? Listen to what you're saying. Xiao Mao was exasperated, and it showed on his face. What are you talking about? What do you mean by my son? Isn't he also your son? Besides, it's only right for my son to get married and have children. If you hadn't been busy chasing your own tail, how would things end up like this? In his opinion, his son had done nothing wrong. That matter's indeed my fault, but he didn't even tell his parents that he was getting married. Is that right? Then are we still his parents? Su Lan continued to glare at him. It was indeed wrong for a son not to inform his parents about his marriage. However, Xiao Mao did not want to argue with her anymore, so he turned around and prepared to leave, but not before saying the last word. Our son is also in the wrong, but he is not at home now. If you're angry, call him and teach him a lesson. Su Lan was even more furious as she followed him out. She wanted to go to the old man's house to understand the situation and know more about this daughter-in-law who appeared from nowhere. She wanted to know what magical power this person had over her son to make him suddenly so anxious to get married. Moreover, he did not even discuss it with his parents. It appeared that the old patriarch, Xia Jun, had already accepted this news. He sat at the table and looked at the letter in his hand with his reading glasses on. Now that the couple was going to have a child, it meant that he was about to have a great-grandson. How nice. Just thinking about it made him excited. His grandson was growing up by the day, and he felt blissful. Xiao Mao and Su Lan arrived very quickly. When they walked in, they saw the old man sitting at the table and laughing to himself. Old Master, what exactly happened? Xiao Mao could not help but ask. He also wanted to know how his son got married. Here, read it. The old man handed them the letter in his hand. Xiao Mao and his wife huddled together and began to read the letter. The more they read, the more surprised they became. In the end, Su Lan could not help but yell out, "What? Married a girl from the countryside? What's wrong with the countryside?" Xia Jun was unhappy to hear her comment. I'm also a country bumpkin. Back in the past, Xiao Mao had also planted rice seedlings in the field before. Which family didn't have ancestors from rural backgrounds? Su Lan immediately moved back in fear. The old man would always get triggered by certain issues. She felt really guilty telling others that the old man had a good temper. Besides, take a good look at whose granddaughter she is. She's Qiao Chang's granddaughter. Xia Jun continued with a long face. If he hadn't taken the initiative to leave the capital back then, I wouldn't be able to match up to his position. You still want to look down upon his granddaughter? Su Lan curled her lips. What was the point of saying all this now? At the end of the day, he had gone back to the countryside and became a country bumpkin. Now, he was just an old farmer who had no status. However, Xiao Chang's two children had done quite well for themselves. It was just that the Yi family was having a hard time now, and no one knew if they would be able to persevere through their current difficulties. Su Lan suddenly thought of Qiao Chang's family and asked, without rhyme or reason, this girl is related to Qiao Chang's first wife, right? That's for sure, Xia Jun said with certainty. If she wasn't from that side, she wouldn't have to suffer in the countryside. The Yi family was also not the kind-hearted type. I heard that the Yi family is trying to persuade Qiao Chang to return. Xiao Mao thought for a while before saying casually. The old man snorted coldly and curled his lips in disdain. After being like strangers for so many years, They now want him to go back and tide through the difficulties with them. Do they expect him to suffer with them? Su Lan pulled a long face and could not stop herself from asking, "What? The Yi family has also run into big trouble? Then all the more we shouldn't become related to them. What if our family gets implicated?" Xia Jun just glared at this ignorant daughter-in-law, who almost rendered him speechless, and decided to reprimand her. "We didn't become related to the Yi family. Yixian and Xiao Chong have long been divorced, and her 2 children have also cut ties with Xiao Chong. Now, Xiaja's wife is the daughter of the son Xiao Chong had with his first wife and has nothing to do with the Yi family." I understand. Su Lan gulped and nodded repeatedly. Xiao Zhang had quickly brought out all the dishes and placed them on the big table. Then he called out to them, "Old chief, dinner is ready." The few of them went over to the table. Xia Jun was very happy and brought out a bottle of vintage liquor. He filled up the glasses and started drinking. After a few drinks, the old man got a little tipsy. At the dining table, he said drunkenly, "Xiaja's wife must be very beautiful. Otherwise, Xiaja wouldn't have done it that night and even got her pregnant so quickly." Father, stop it." Xia Mao hurriedly patted his back and tried to stop him from talking. "You're drunk. Be careful with your words." Fortunately, there were no outsiders around now. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. How could he even say these things, particularly since the matter concerned the younger members of the family? However, Xia Jun still continued, "This Xiao Mei is really not bad. She managed to get pregnant immediately after that night. That's really, really good. She should bear more children for the Xia family. The more children, the better the blessing." At that moment, 2 people who had just walked through the main door paused in their steps. Tanjing felt a sense of bitterness and wondered if she should still continue to make her way in. She was Xiaja's sister-in-law who was married to his eldest brother. They did not have any children despite being married for 7 to 8 years. When she went for a checkup at the hospital, it was discovered that the problem lay with her. Since then, she had felt ashamed in front of the entire Xia family. Now, the Xia family was finally going to have another generation of descendants. Yet, she did not know why, but there was a twinge at her heart and she felt terrible. Meanwhile, back in the village, Xiao Mei was busy tidying up her vegetable field. It was already early summer now. The vegetables and fruits that she planted earlier were already ripe, like the tomatoes which were now hanging off the branches in their bright red glory. Even some of the late maturing plants, such as string beans and celery, were ready for harvest by now. She was already experiencing some early symptoms of pregnancy, but the fortunate thing was that she did not have nausea. Instead, she had a very good appetite and wanted to eat everything in sight. In order to be able to eat fresh fruits, she had also planted some fruits in the courtyard. There were strawberries, mulberries, grapes, and cherries. The strawberries in the courtyard had grown out densely, and one could see a field of red fruits at a glance. It was also a gratifying sight to see the bunches of grapes hanging off the branches and the mulberries growing so well until it seemed that the supply was endless. These fruits made Xiao Mei feel even happier than before. Xiao Chong stood in the courtyard and looked at the fruits growing all over the courtyard, feeling perplexed. Aren't there too many fruits this year? We eat them every day, but we just can't seem to finish them all. The fruits just keep growing. The vegetables in the courtyard were also growing exceptionally well. The storeroom, which was originally used for growing bean sprouts, now had bamboo poles hung up all over with the seemingly endless supply of grapes hanging densely on them. This place was now used to dry the grapes into raisins. When the raisins are ready, they would make a delicious snack. Xiao Mei was bored and even used the grapes to make some wine. She made the wine specially for Xiao Chong, who liked to drink but had gastric problems. Every time he secretly drank a few mouthfuls of liquor, he would have a bad stomach for a few days. Xiao Mei made this wine so as to satisfy Xiao Chong's cravings. This wine was made with the energy from the jade pendant, so it was naturally filled with spiritual energy and would be beneficial to health. Even if it could not help to nourish Xiao Chong's stomach, it should not make him feel uncomfortable, right? After harvesting the vegetables and fruits in the front yard, she walked to the backyard and started feeding the livestock there. The chicks and ducklings had grown big and fat, and the piglets had also grown up well. They could eat a big bucket of food every meal, and they played in the pen all day long, so they had all grown a lot bigger. Xiao Mei even demarcated a zone for these livestock. Their activity zone was an area which was marked out and surrounded with fences, and they seemed intelligent enough to know that the zone was their territory and they should not leave it on their own. Xiao Mei suddenly felt hungry. She took a big bucket and a big fishing net, together with a small bag of raisins, and walked towards a pond. The fishes nearby liked to eat these raisins. As long as she threw some into the pond, she would always be able to get a net full of fishes. Xiao Mei came back with a big bucket of fish and reached in to scoop out 2 big ones. She would cook these 2 fishes later. As for the remaining fishes, she would use half of them to make a nourishing soup for herself and make the other half into dried fish snacks to send to Xiaozhe. Xiao Mei stood on the spot and smiled, thinking that Xiaozhe would be very happy to receive the dried fish snacks. Mei Mei, come out and see who's here. Annie Dong came by and shouted into the courtyard. There was a hint of weirdness in her voice. Xiao Mei looked up and saw Annie Dong walking in with 2 people. As they approached her, she saw an old lady in her 60s and a slightly younger woman. The old lady's clothes were neat and her hair was shiny. The woman next to the old lady stared at Xiao Mei unblinkingly and sized her up as if she was appraising an item. Io, this Xiao Mei was not as fat and tanned as rumored. Although this girl had a slightly muscular body, she would not be considered fat at all. Her skin was also fair, almost as white as tofu. She looked good too. She had a high nose bridge and big bright eyes that shone attractively. She also had a beautiful oval-shaped face and moist red lips. By now, Xiao Mei had already lost a lot of weight. She had a shapely figure with curves in the right places. Although she looked a little bloated due to her pregnancy, her figure still looked very good at a glance. Suning was feeling a little regretful now. If she had known earlier that Xiao Mei had grown up to be so good-looking, she would definitely have introduced her to the eligible boys from her maternal family and not let an outsider gain the advantage. Xiao Mei asked curiously Annie Dong, "Who are these 2 people?" Annie Dong blinked at Xiao Mei and her voice sounded different from before. "Don't you recognize them? They're your grandmother and aunt-in-law. But then again, you were only a few years old when you last met them. It's normal that you've long forgotten about them and can't recognize them now." Suning could tell what Annie Dong meant. Wasn't that a veiled way of blaming them for not coming to visit Xiao Mei over the past few years? "Mei Mei, I'm your aunt-in-law. It's fine if you've forgotten about me. Now that you've met me, you won't be able to forget me in the future." Suning smiled and pushed the old lady beside her towards Xiao Mei. "This is your biological grandmother. It doesn't matter if you don't remember anything. You'll remember us once we come here more often in the future." After saying that, she looked around the courtyard. In this large courtyard, there were lush green vegetables and ripe fruits all over the place. It was a delightful sight to see bunches of grapes hanging on the vines. "Oh, so it's my grandmother and aunt-in-law. Then what are you 2 doing here?" Xiao Mei looked at them and asked curiously. Annie Dong, who was standing next to her, smiled and said, "They said they were here to visit their relatives." "Oh," Xiao Mei replied coolly. She had now recalled her memories of these maternal relatives. Her grandmother and grandfather were still alive, and she also had 3 uncles whose names were Li Dong, Li Xiong, and Li Tao. She also had an aunt named Li Wan. Her mother's name was Li Gue. There was nothing ordinary about the members of this family. All of them were very calculative people. "We should get your second aunt-in-law to come over and take a look another day. Only your youngest uncle isn't married yet." Suning was still sizing up the spacious courtyard. Xiao Mei stood where she was and sighed softly. Her family now consisted of only her, who was a married woman, and a sickly grandfather. It was normal for other people to be eyeing a place with such a big courtyard. "Well, grandmother and eldest aunt-in-law, you 2 haven't visited me for so many years, so why are you here to see me now?" Xiao Mei asked suddenly. They were caught off guard by her words. They really did not expect Xiao Mei, who looked mild and gentle, to be so sarcastic. But neither of them was easy to deal with. After being stunned for a moment, old Madame Li spoke up. She smiled at Xiao Mei and said, "The 2 of us don't have any other intentions. It's just that we haven't seen you for so many years and wanted to come and visit you and old Master Qiao. Isn't it a little late to come and see me? It's been more than 10 years since we last met, and now you want to come and visit me? Is it because you heard from others that our village has set up a factory and become rich now?" Xiao Mei did not bother to mince her words. Sun Ying's expression immediately darkened, and she said with a scowl, "Listen to what you're saying. Our Li family isn't the kind of people who are money grubbers, right? We're here with good intentions. Being your maternal relatives, of course we have to visit you now that you're married and pregnant. All right, you've already seen me. Can you go back now? Grandmother and aunt-in-law, then I won't invite you both in. You can return home already." Xiao Mei smiled brightly. Sun Ying was at her wits' end. She stood rooted to the ground with a long face and did not speak. Old Madam Li, who was by her side, quickly came to smooth things over. She smiled and patted Sun Ying. "Look at yourself, so old already and yet still taking a child's words to heart. I can't believe you're not ashamed of yourself." Then, she smiled at Xiao Mei and said, "Mei Mei, you don't know how happy we are to hear that you're pregnant. Your eldest aunt-in-law is especially happy and has even brought eggs for you to build up your health. Look." As she spoke, Sun Ying showed everyone the eggs that she was holding tightly in her hands. In her hands, there were 2 eggs the size of her palms. There were still chicken feathers stuck to the eggs. Xiao Mei was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Then Xiao Chong, who had been in the house, walked out of the door. He had not seen any member of the Li family for a long time and did not quite remember them. When he returned back then, he heard that the Li family had abandoned Xiao Mei at Xiao Zhuang's house. If not for Zhao Yang, the village officer who was chief of the cadre, taking a tough stance and asking Xiao Zhuang's family to take Xiao Mei in, she might have already starved to death. Neither family was willing to take care of Xiao Mei. Xiao Zhuang's family did not take good care of Xiao Mei and left her so hungry that she was emaciated. The Li family was equally heartless and had not visited Xiao Mei even once for more than 10 years. Without saying anything, Xiao Chong made his way over with his walking stick and looked at the 2 sudden visitors from the Li family who were standing in the courtyard. He had an unfriendly look in his eyes. In the courtyard, the 2 Li family members immediately lost their imposing manner from earlier and suddenly appeared timid. "Mei Mei, we came all the way here from afar. Can we get a drink?" Old Madam Li asked. Xiao Mei's eyes flashed as she pondered, and then she said, "All right, come in." These 2 people were her biological grandmother and her aunt-in-law. During this time, the people in the village valued relationships. If she did not let the 2 of them in, the people in the village would probably turn around and scold her, regardless of how she had suffered in the past. Therefore, if Xiao Mei wanted to avoid being talked about, she had to endure the situation for a while. Once they showed their true colors, no one would be able to criticize her. Annie Dong had a close relationship with Xiao Mei, so she also followed them into the house. She felt that these 2 people did not seem to be here for anything good, but looked intent on getting something. She was afraid that Xiao Mei would be at a disadvantage since she was still young. These 2 people came by often when Xiao Mei was much younger. Every time, they came with nothing but would leave with a bunch of things. They just liked to take advantage of others. After the 2 Li family members made their way in, they smirked when they saw the sewing machine and new bedding in the house. "My goodness, is this a sewing machine? I heard that this thing can be used to make clothes very quickly, and that clothes made on it are comfortable and have no thread knots. You still have a lot of fabric and thread here. Why don't you make something for your grandmother now?" Sun Ying spoke out. Old Madam Li pretended to decline with a wave of her hand, but her gaze never left the sewing machine. Auntie Dong found herself looking down upon the 2 people, and she curled her lips. These 2 were really weird. She had never seen such shameless people who acted as if they were so upright. "I have to start making dinner. Have a seat here." Xiao Mei was not in the mood to care about them, and she turned around to leave. Behind her, Sun Ying said, "Go, Mei Mei. We've walked a long distance, and we're already hungry. Your grandmother hasn't had meat for a long time and has lost a lot of weight. The fishes in the courtyard would be good nourishment for your grandmother." Xiao Mei left without looking back. It was just 2 fishes. As long as they did not cause trouble at home, it did not matter. "What exactly are you doing here?" Xiao Chong could not help putting on a harsh tone as he frowned at the 2 people. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, Old Madam Li got down from the stool and reached out to wipe the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. She said, "Oh, grandfather of the child, it was not our choice not to come and visit Mei Mei for the past few years. We really wanted to, but we couldn't. Moreover, Xiao Mei's father passed away so early back then, and I couldn't bear to let my daughter be a widow for the rest of her life, so I asked her to remarry. In short, it's all solely my fault. Please don't blame the entire Li family. When we sent Xiao Mei to Xiao Zhuang's house, we did give them a sum of money and even left them the house. We have done everything that was possible. Whatever happened after that was all Xiao Zhuang's family's fault. You can't blame our Li family. Mei Mei's grandfather, you have to make a clear distinction about this. At this point, Sunning also nodded. Xiao Chong was completely not interested in listening to her, shirking her responsibility. These two people did not feel any sense of guilt at all, even until now. Did they think that just by giving Xiao Zhuang some money and the house, they could leave Xiao Mei in the lurch? What a joke. I don't want to talk about the past with you. I want to ask you, why are you here at the Xiao family house today? Xiao Chong continued to speak with a cold expression. If you are here today to take a look at Mei Mei, then you can go back now. Your village is only an hour and a half's walk from here. If you go back now, you can still have lunch at home. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, he became even angrier. The distance could be covered by an hour and a half of walking, but the Li family members had not even come to visit Mei Mei once. It was really too much of them. Old Madam Li and Sun Ying could not sit still anymore. The two of them hesitated for a moment before they decided to speak. It's like this. We heard that this village is in the bean sprout business now. The earnings are more than $10 a day. Is that right? Sun Ying's eyes were bright as she looked at Xiao Chong and spoke. It was so profitable to be able to earn more than $10 a day. After all, they could barely earn $40 to $50 a year as an average villager. Moreover, even to make that small amount of money, they had to do very tiring work every day. In the village, regardless of whether they worked or not, they had to use up the village's work points because they needed to buy food to survive. Work points were the points given to a person by the village based on the amount of labor and time that one put in. With these points, one could get one's salary at the end of each year. However, based on how the work points were distributed, it averaged out to everyone getting very little. When the Li family heard that a factory had been set up in Datian village and that almost every family that produced bean sprouts could earn more than $10, they became very excited. Xiao Chong did not speak when he heard this. Sunning then looked at Annie Dong. Annie Dong just turned her gaze to one side. She did not respond affirmatively, but she did not deny it either. The fact about setting up a bean sprout factory in the village was supposed to be a secret. However, it was difficult to control loose lips in the village. In addition, many villagers' daughters-in-law came from other villages, and they might have also spilled the beans when they visited their parents' homes back in the other villages. It was impossible to hide the news. Just as the villagers were feeling worried, a strange thing happened. No matter how the daughters-in-law from other villages taught their families to use the same method to grow bean sprouts, the bean sprouts they produced were never as good as those made in Datian village. The bean sprouts produced at the other villages were not bitter and astringent, but they did not look good either. Naturally, the supply and marketing cooperative did not want to buy these. This piece of news surprised everyone. However, there were also rumors that the bean sprouts growing in Datian village were so fresh because the water quality in the village was good. Annie Dong's behavior seemed to have confirmed this matter. Old Madam Li finally could not sit still. She walked up to Xiao Chong and begged, "Child's grandfather, I'm going to shamelessly ask you for a favor today. Please talk to the village officer, Zhao Liang, and let him know that our Li family wants to move to this Datian village. The water quality in this village is good, so the bean sprouts grown here are of good quality as well. If we move to our Datian village, we can also help Xiao Mei, right? It's not easy for a girl to be pregnant alone." Xiao Chong did not even look at her. He picked up the tea on the table and drank it as he said, "Don't even think about it." It was a very heartless statement. He rejected the request in a very direct and blunt manner. He was not in good health now and did not know when he would die. He definitely did not want the Li family to move here, as it would be equivalent to inviting wolves into the village. He did not want her family to come and bully Mei Mei. No matter what old Madam Li said in front of him, he did not speak again. He savored the tea that Xiaxia sent and did not respond at all. Soon, Xiao Mei finished cooking and the two of them left after having dinner. The two of them left just like that? Xiao Mei looked at the two back views in confusion and disbelief. These two people were never like this when she was young. This time round, they left right after dinner, and took only a large bunch of grapes from the courtyard and a handful of strawberries. It was much better than when she was young. In her memories, when she was young, these two Lee family members would start going through the things in the house the moment they came over. When they left, they would carry away bags of items, and they behaved completely like bandits. Xiao Mei's father was also unhappy about it and had reprimanded them. However, they just ignored him and still ransacked the Qiao family house all the time. The Li family was actually the reason why Xiao Mei's parents were always on bad terms. In any case, the Li family was extremely greedy. They did not seem like people who would let others off easily. Determination flashed across Xiao Chang's eyes. He would not let these two people do whatever they wanted at his house. He would let Xiao Mei take good care of herself in peace during her pregnancy. In the future, there would be Xiaozhe to protect Xiao Mei. Did you tell Xiaozhe that the dried fruits you sent him last time would taste very delicious when mixed together? Xiao Chang asked. He often saw the young couple writing to each other and found it very interesting. From time to time, he would participate and add a sentence or two. When Xiao Mei heard Xiaozhe being mentioned, she nodded happily. I told him. At the moment, they had an abundance of fruits at home. She had no way of sending fresh fruits, so she made them into dried fruits and packed them into bags to send to Xiaozhe. When these different dried fruits were put together, they made a very delicious and nutritious snack of dried fruit mix. Xiao Mei was the one who taught Xiao Chang to eat it in this way. As for Xiaozhe, he sent her a packet of camellia tea from the mountains in return. Camellia tea was very fragrant and had a long aftertaste. It was a very delicious tea, and Xiao Chang liked it very much. Xiaozhe also mentioned in the letter that he had picked these tea leaves from the nearby mountains and asked the local people to help him process them. Xiao Mei then wrote back to ask him to find her the camellia tea plant as she had a use for it. Right now, Xiaozhe was digging for saplings on the mountain. If she wants it, I have to satisfy her wish. She is already pregnant with my child. Why can't I do this for her? Have you thought about what foodstuff to send him this time? Xiao Chang asked out of curiosity. Xiao Mei just laughed and said, this time, I plan to make him some of my special dried fish snacks. This way, he can eat it as a snack or with his meal. Sure. Xiao Chang nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Mei made some yesterday, and it was indeed very delicious. If she sent it over, Xiaozhe would definitely like it. The two Li family members made their way home leisurely. At home, everyone was waiting for them. No one in the family went to work today. When they heard the news about neighboring Datian village, they were all very excited and did not feel like going to work. Mom, how did it go? Li Dong, the eldest son, could not help but ask. The youngest son, Li Tao, took a look at the expressions of the two people who had returned and knew that they did not succeed. He did not say anything. The second son, Li Xiong, curled his lips and said unhappily, I knew it. They surely won't agree to our sudden request. I don't think Xiao Mei and Xiao Chang are good people. As for old Madame Li, her smiling face suddenly darkened upon entering the house, and she hinted to Sun Ying to close the door behind her. Then, she looked at Li Xiong and glared at him. She scolded, You think you're the only one with a mouth. You're the only one who knows how to talk. If you're so smart, why don't you get Xiao Mei to also allow you to earn some money? Li Xiong lowered his head and stopped talking. His mother was a very fierce person. She pretended to be nice and kind in front of outsiders, but in front of her own family, she was completely her true self. In the past, she had kept all the things that her eldest daughter sent back home. She did not give a single one of those things to Xiao Mei, and yet here she was, trying to use her connection with Xiao Mei for benefits. So, is it true that a family can earn more than $10 a day? Li Tao asked in surprise. If one can make more than $10 a day, wouldn't that be $300 to $400 a month? The two people who just returned home, Sun Ying and old Madame Li, nodded in silence. In an instant, the expressions of the Li family members changed. This was such a huge sum of money. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? Li Shun, Li Dong's second son, could not help but say, Grandma, please think of a way quickly. What should we do now? How can we move to Datian village? He was currently saving up to get married. Given that his family was poor and the circumstances were less than ideal, and the fact that his grandmother was a mean person, there was no matchmaker who would find a wife for him. In addition, no one would fancy being related by marriage to their family. If their family could earn $300 to $400 a year, it would definitely be easy for him to find a wife. At this moment, old Madam Lee walked to the back room and everyone followed her. Old Madam Lee sat on a stool and slowly drank a glass of water. She then looked at everyone and said, "Eldest granddaughter-in-law, bring the child with you to Datian village tomorrow and chat with her about your experience with pregnancy and giving birth." Since their sudden visit had turned out to be useless, then wouldn't they be able to build rapport by paying continuous visits for a few months? By then, wouldn't it be easy to get the Chow family to help them with their move to Datian village? Okay, a woman whispered from the back of the crowd, near the door of the room. She was Zhao Hong. She was currently pregnant and had a high baby bump and holding on to a child's hand. The eldest son, Li Dong, had 4 children. There were 2 boys and 2 girls. His eldest son, Li Jian, was married to Zhao Hong, who had given birth to a girl and was now pregnant with another baby. She was not valued at home because she had only given birth to a girl. At home, no one cared about her existence, and she had to do the same type of work as everyone else. She did not dare to speak up, and her status was very low. The next day, Zhao Hong cleaned up the little girl's face and walked out of the house with her. Xiao Mei did not know her at all. After she stammered through her self-introduction, Xiao Mei let her in. "Come in. You must be tired after walking so far. Come in and have a glass of water." Xiao Mei saw that she was pregnant and did not make things difficult for her. Although she did not like the people from the Li family, she would not go to the extent of making things difficult for a pregnant woman. It was an hour and a half's walk, and it would have been tiring to walk so far. Seeing that Xiao Mei had such a good temper, Zhao Hong heaved a sigh of relief and led the little girl into the house. Furthermore, she felt that Xiao Mei was quite easy to get along with. She was not fat, but fair and gentle, and was quite good-looking. Zhao Hong walked into the house and looked at the sewing machine, piles of fabric and all the new furniture, as well as fruits on the table. She felt really envious. Xiao Mei was really lucky. Xiao Mei brought out 2 plates of fruits for the little girl. There were grapes and strawberries on them. In her other life, she had liked children very much. However, because she could not have children, she would get sad when she saw cute little kids. Therefore, she usually would not take the initiative to approach children. But things were different at the moment. She was in good health now. If Xiaozhi proved himself to a good father in the future, she could consider having a few more children. Then there would be no need for her to be envious when she saw someone else's children. The fruits filled up the plates. The grapes looked plump and juicy, and the strawberries were rosy red with water droplets on them, all looking extremely tempting and very delicious. However, Zhao Hong could not help but wave her hand and refuse. She said, "This girl doesn't need to eat such good food. It will be a waste of fruit." It was not easy to get fruits in this season. Even adults did not get to eat it often, let alone children. They may never even get to taste it. The little girl looked at the fruits in front of her with longing in her eyes. She looked so eager to eat some. When Xiao Mei heard this, she took another look and realized that Zhao Hong was not pretending to be polite, but expressing her real opinion. Her gaze turned cold and her attitude changed. "What's wrong with being a girl? Aren't you a girl? Didn't you give birth to this child?" Xiao Mei rebutted. Zhao Hong clearly felt the change in attitude and could not help but feel the need to educate Xiao Mei. She said earnestly, "Don't you understand? It's useless to raise this little girl. When she's young, she can't do any work. When she is finally able to work, she can only do light work. How can she compare with a boy who has more strength? Besides, no matter how well you treat her, she will still have to get married in the future. Once she gets married, she won't be your family member anymore, but someone else's family member. In the end, isn't it all for nothing?" Xiao Mei was stunned and suddenly could not speak. How could they do their calculations in this manner? The value of the relationship between relatives was measured by the amount of work done and the benefits a person could bring to the family? Was there no trace of kinship at all? Zhao Hong touched her protruding stomach lovingly before continuing. "A boy is different. From the beginning to the end, he is your family member. He can do heavy work, and then he will find a wife who can then do chores for the family. This makes a boy the blessing of the family. The money earned by the family will not be enough for him to spend. He will need his parents to pay for the betrothal gifts and the wedding, and he will use up the family's money. Is this the benefit of having a son?" Xiao Mei retorted. Zhao Hong was speechless and looked uncomfortable. That is what everyone says. Why should she just chide me? I don't see her refuting anyone else. Is she mocking me for having a daughter? The more sons there are, the more grandchildren there will be. Then the more prosperous the family will get, and the richer the family will be. Zhao Hong spoke again, insisting on her point of view. Without thinking, Xiao Mei replied, then when your grandson earns money and you're about to die, what benefits can you get? You might as well treat your daughter well. She might be able to provide for you in the future. Zhao Hong pouted indignantly, but she had nothing to say. The logic seemed to be fitting, but it also seemed a little wrong. She felt that they could not agree with each other, and she did not want to stay here anymore. She could not win an argument against Xiao Mei, but she did not dare to go home. When she returned home, she would definitely be caught by old Madame Li and get a tongue lashing. Seeing that she was pregnant, Xiao Mei served her lunch at home before asking her to go. She dismissed her and said, don't come over in the future. I know that old Madame Li asks you to come, but we don't get along, so it's useless for you to come over. Xiao Mei looked fair and gentle, and her voice was soft. Zhao Hong, who had had her fair share of old Madame Li's tongue lashings, was not afraid at all. Instead, she made up her mind to return tomorrow. Zhao Hong carried her child and went home. When she got home, she told her family that they got along very well, and Xiao Mei even served her a meal. The next day, Zhao Hong brought her child along for another visit. She felt that being at Xiao Mei's house was such a great thing. She did not have to work or be scolded, and she could also eat fruits and enjoy a very delicious meal. It was so wondrous. Xiao Mei spoke more with her and told her not to come over again. She still let her in though, and after serving her a meal, she warned her not to come anymore and that the Qiao family did not welcome her. However, Zhao Hong came around again on the third day. This time, in the face of Xiao Mei's reprimand, she looked as if she had gotten used to it. It was like the situation could not get any worse for her, and she was not afraid at all. In the end, she left happily after eating her fill. Xiao Mei smiled and did not take it to heart. She had already done everything she could and given the woman 2 chances. There would not be a third chance, and she would no longer tolerate it if the woman came again. Xiao Mei brought a basket of fruits to Annie Dong's house. Thereafter, Zhao Hong came around again, but this time, Xiao Mei was not at home. Instead, she had gone up the mountain with Xiao Chong. Zhao Hong stood at the entrance of the courtyard and looked inside. Auntie Dong immediately walked out from one side and stopped her with a loud exclamation. Who are you? Why are you barging in without a word? Aren't you behaving like a thief? Auntie, I'm Xiao Mei's relative. I'm here for a visit, Zhao Hong explained with a smile. Relative, you come here for a visit empty-handedly? Auntie Dong sized her up and asked. Nowadays, who would visit someone without bringing something? It was unheard for someone to barge into a house empty-handedly, like what Zhao Hong was doing. This was also against social rules. Zhao Hong stammered, my family doesn't have money. Xiao Mei's family is rich now and doesn't lack anything. She said it as if it was an entirely natural thing to do. Annie Dong was left speechless by it. What does your family's wealth have to do with whether you bring anything with you when you visit someone? The gift that you bring is a token of your appreciation for the host. How can you have the cheek to sit for a long time in someone else's house without bearing any gifts? Isn't this just trying to sponge off others? Annie Dong did not want to take the effort to educate her given that the two of them did not know each other at all. Look, you've been coming over for the past few days. Is your Li family pestering Xiao Mei's family now? You're coming to visit now that you all know Xiao Mei's family is earning money now? How shameless of you. Besides, you bring your child here every day as well. Do you also want the Qiao family to raise your child for you? Annie Dong had no intention of being polite at all. Zhao Hong's face turned red all the way to the tips of her ears. She was so dumbstruck that she could only stand on the spot and fiddle with her fingers. Xiao Mei is not free today, so you can go back quickly. You won't be able to see her even if you wait here, Auntie Dong said. At the same time, Zhao Hong was cursing Annie Dong in her heart for being a busybody. If not for this busybody, she would already be in the house and might even be eating grapes now. Zhao Hong was insistent and said in a low voice, I'll just wait here. No matter what, I need some rest since I've walked for 1.5 hours. Although Annie Dong had already blatantly pointed out what Zhao Hong was thinking, Zhao Hong still wanted to have a meal at Xiao Mei's house. The food here was really delicious. Zhao Hong was unwilling to leave just like that. Then come with me to my house. Annie Dong glanced at Zhao Hong's stomach and sighed. Xiao Mei was really too kind. She knew that Zhao Hong would definitely be unwilling to leave. So she asked me to let her stay for a while and to also serve her a meal at home so that the child in her stomach would not starve. However, there was really no need to tolerate the behavior of this kind of relative. She should be made to starve so that she would know it was not right to go to other people's houses to be a freeloader. Zhao Hong squeezed out a smile and agreed. I am really hungry and also wanted to sit for a while. Although I do not like Annie Dong, I'm fine to take a rest at her place. After having a meal at Annie Dong's house, Zhao Hong still did not want to go back even though it was getting dark. It will be even better if I can take the opportunity to stay over at Xiao Mei's house. Unfortunately, Annie Dong did not give her any chance. She said unhappily, "Look at you. You still can't bear to leave even when it's dark now. What are you trying to do? You want to eat at someone else's house, and now you want to sleep at someone else's house? Do you want Xiao Mei's family to raise the child for you? Tomorrow I'll go over to your place to ask whether this is because your Li family can't even afford to raise a child? This is not right. Back then, your Li family refused to adopt Xiao Mei, and now you want Xiao Mei to raise your children for you. Isn't this a joke?" She did not mince her words and stated all the facts in a blunt manner. Auntie Dong also got especially angry, and her voice became louder and louder until it could be heard beyond the courtyard. It was just after dinner time, and all the families were enjoying the breeze in their courtyards. Many people came out to take a look when they heard the commotion. What's going on? What Li family? Is it Xiao Mei's grandmother's family? Isn't this Zhao Hong, the granddaughter-in-law of the Li family from the neighboring village? Why is she in our village? Did she get chased out by the Li family? Someone recognized Zhao Hong and asked bluntly. Zhao Hong's face was very red, and she did not say anything. The voice in the crowd continued to say, even if she is chased out, there's no need to go to Xiao Mei's house to beg for food, right? They're not even related. That's right. This is quite awful. These taunts made Zhao Hong's face turn red. She felt really awkward, especially since there were people she knew in the crowd. She picked up her child and walked out the door. It was dark when she returned to her place. Next to the big tree at the front door, she gave herself a hard slap to make her face swell up instantly. Then she smeared some dust from the ground on her body and messed up her hair before she dared to walk into the house. The Li family was not surprised that Zhao Hong had returned in such a miserable state. They heard that Xiao Mei had always had a bad temper, and it was common for her to raise her hands at people. It was already a very good thing that she only took action after so many days. Old Madame Li cursed fiercely, "You useless thing. You can't even build a good relationship with her like I told you to. Is there any way to make Xiao Mei accept our family?" Li Dong did not care that his wife had been beaten up. He only wanted more money. Old Madame Li looked at Zhao Hong and said angrily, "What did Xiao Mei say?" She said, "No one from the Li family is allowed to go over, except for Li Gue. She won't let anyone else in. If anyone still dares to go over, she will beat them to death with a big stick." Zhao Hong sobbed audibly, but did not dare to speak too loudly, and wiped her tears off with her hand. "This is not too bad," Li Dong said happily. At least this niece of his still acknowledged Li Gue as her mother, and was willing to let Li Gue visit her. This was not such a bad thing. "All right, then I'll go to the county to look for her mother tomorrow." Old Madame Li nodded and said. After Li Gue remarried, she followed her husband to go and work at the food factory in the county. It was quite easy to find her now. Actually, Old Madame Li often went to the county to look for Li Gue. Sometimes, she would go to her house and sometimes to her workplace. From time to time, she would bring back some items or money. Sunning hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Then if she comes back, won't the things we're hiding be exposed?" Before she could finish, the old lady stopped her with one look. Back then, Old Madame Li would go over from time to ask Li Gue for money using Xiao Mei as an excuse. She would say that Xiao Mei was fat and tanned, always fighting and causing trouble, and also lazy and unwilling to work. And that Xiao Mei even came to the Li family house and chased Old Madame Li around for food. Li Gue felt responsible for her daughter. From time to time, she would take out some money to subsidize the Li family's expenses. Although her husband would beat her up every time she gave her family money and other things, she would still pass old Madam Lee some money. If she knows, she knows. I'm her mother. Isn't it only right for her to give me some money and stuff? Old Madam Lee spoke nonchalantly. Although she had indeed lied to Li Guei, it was her right to take these things as Li Gui's mother. She was the one to ask Li Gui to remarry early. Otherwise, how could Li Gui have such a good life in the county? She deserved everything she got, and there was nothing to be afraid of even if Li Gui knew the truth. Li Tao could not help but interrupt the conversation. What if she isn't willing to help? What if she finds out that we never passed Xiao Mei any of her gifts, and all the things were taken by us instead? Once she mends her relationship with Xiao Mei, will Xiao Mei be willing to help us? Under such circumstances, no one would be willing to help, right? However, old Madam Li just smiled. She knew her own daughter well. If she could not control Xiao Mei, she would just control her daughter. When the time came, wouldn't everything be fine as long as she could control her own daughter? Li Gui has a soft character. She also won't talk about the gifts she has given Xiao Mei all these years. So the two of them might not get to know everything. Anyway, so what if they know? Why would I be afraid? Old Madam Li picked up her teacup and smiled, as if victory was already in her grasp. Li Tao nodded and smiled in satisfaction. The next day, old Madam Li went to the county to look for Li Gui. Li Gui worked in a food factory in the county, but she was not treated well there because she used to be a villager. Moreover, she was not an official employee yet. When Li Gui saw her mother coming by again, she sighed heavily and felt especially uncomfortable. Why is my daughter such a person? Sigh. My daughter became like this all because I remarried too early and did not bring her up well. While Li Gui was lost in her thoughts, old Madam Li had already come up to stand in front of her. Li Gui took out the remaining $1.30 from her pocket and handed it all to her mother. She sighed and said, "This is all the money I have left. I don't have much this month. Now that the children are in school, the expenses are high and I can't seem to save any money." She did not even have this bit of money at first. She had set aside the money meant for her dinner over the past few days just to have this bit of savings that is slightly over $1. She had 4 children at home now, 2 boys and 2 girls. Naturally, a lot of their money was spent on the children. It was a remarriage for both her and her husband. The children he had with his ex-wife would even come and ask her for money from time to time. If she did not give it to them, they would punch and kick her and even scold her. There was helplessness written on Li Gui's face, and her entire being was filled with misery. It was like there was not a single ray of sunshine in her life. She was only in her 30s now, but she looked like an old lady in her 50s or 60s. On the other hand, old Madam Li was filled with disdain. Even though she received money every month, she very much looked down on her daughter who was only a factory worker despite living in the county. Her daughter had such a good environment, but she made such a hard life for herself. How useless. Old Madam Li put the money into her pocket and nodded at Li Gui. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Xiao Mei's family has got money now, so you don't have to support her anymore. Li Gui was stunned for a moment, then she became a little happier. Is it because Xiao Mei's grandfather received more subsidies? No, no. Old Madam Li shook her head and whispered to Li Gui, "Do you know about the bean sprout business in the city now?" Li Gui nodded. Of course she knew that. The news had spread in the city about the particularly delicious bean sprouts being sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. There was always a queue to buy the bean sprouts, and it would be sold out every time. Someone from the Zhang family managed to buy it once. She had tasted it, and it was indeed delicious. The bean sprouts are from the factory in Datian village. They supply to the supply and marketing cooperative every day, and now every family can earn more than $10 a day. That is a lot of money in a year. I heard that it was Xiao Mei who taught the villagers how to grow the bean sprouts. These words caused Li Gui to be stunned for a moment. Xiao Mei teaching the villagers how to grow bean sprouts? She remembered that when she used to grow bean sprouts at home, Xiao Mei would watch her at the side. Now that she has grown up, she also knows how to grow bean sprouts? Why? Why would she teach the villagers how to grow bean sprouts? Isn't she lazy and bad-tempered? Li Gui asked in confusion. Old Madam Li paused for a moment and said with a guilty conscience, "She's grown up now and is different from before. Now that she's married and pregnant, she's naturally a better person." What? She's married and having a child? Why didn't you tell me before? I don't even know anything, Li Gui said in shock. Old Madam Li got even more tongue-tied. This was because she had deliberately hidden the fact. She was afraid that Li Gui would not be willing to give her money anymore if she knew that Xiao Mei had gotten married. Do you think I know? Xiao Mei didn't tell our Li family either, and didn't invite our family to the wedding banquet at all. We also only found out not long ago. Are you blaming me? Old Madam Li put on an imposing manner and glared at Li Gui when she spoke. Oh, I see. Li Gui lowered her head again when she heard the explanation. So the thing now is that our Li family wants to move to Datian village. Xiao Mei has already earned quite a bit of money recently. If her grandfather dies, there will be no one to take care of her, and she will be quite pitiful. Li Gui looked at her mother and could not understand the underlying meaning behind the lines. She could only understand what she just said. Old Madam Li naturally knew that and continued. Go and tell Xiao Mei to let Xiao Chang know that our Li family wants to move to Datian village. However, Li Gui asked curiously, then why don't you go and talk to her yourself? Given that you have been taking care of Xiao Mei all this time, her grandfather would listen to you, right? According to the information she received from her mother, Xiao Mei would beat up and scold old Madam Li all the time. Xiao Chang also got bullied by Xiao Mei as well. Both elderlies were having a hard time. At the very least, they are both on the same side. What can't they talk about? Old Madam Li stomped her foot angrily. What you don't know is that this Xiao Chang doesn't know how to be grateful, and he doesn't know how to be thankful for favors from others. He's always cursing about how little money you sent back. You have no idea how much I've been bullied by him. At this point, Li Gui finally understood what she was being told. However, she also felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Although she did not give much money, it was what she had painstakingly saved up. Yet now, Xiao Chang was unhappy about the amount. After she remarried into the Zhang family, the family members would punch and kick her all the time because she always gave money to Xiao Mei. Furthermore, every time her husband got drunk, he would hit her with a rod. Her children were also instigated by old Madame Zhang not to be on her side. Xiao Mei is the reason for all this. Even so, the money still isn't enough for Xiao Chang. When old Madame Li saw the strange expression on Li Gui's face, she quickly interrupted her thoughts. It would not do if her daughter ended up being unwilling to go over. Gui, those things are in the past and we have to move on. Given that Xiao Mei is already a mother as well, it's about time that you visit her, old Madame Li said. When Li Gui heard this, she tried to look away. When Xiao Mei was young, she had left Xiao Mei behind in the village to go and get married. She heard that if Xiao Chang had not returned, Xiao Mei would have starved to death. She had not dared to go and see Xiao Mei because of this. She felt that she had let down her daughter. Don't think about the past anymore. The future is most important. Now that your daughter is having a child, this is the time when she needs you the most, old Madame Li said. This time round, she even told me to ask you to go back and see her. She misses you. At this point, she pretended to lament the fact. Li Gui could not bear to see her mother like this. She had not seen Xiao Mei for so long, and did not know if Xiao Mei was doing well. What Li Gui did not know was that the entire story was a lie fabricated by old Madame Li. Old Madame Li felt that Xiao Mei definitely would not want to see Li Gui. If she made Li Gui go back now, it would definitely make Xiao Mei furious. It would be best if the two of them ended up quarreling and getting into a fight. It would be even better if they got into a fight and the child was lost as a result. Who asked Xiao Mei to be so insensible? When Li Gui heard this, her thoughts wavered. It was indeed time to meet Xiao Mei. This daughter of hers is grown up now. She is having a child of her own as well. Right now, she could use the marriage as an excuse to go and meet Xiao Mei. Otherwise, she did not know what reason she could use in the future. How's her husband's family? Li Gui asked. However, there was worry in her eyes. She heard that no one in the village was willing to marry her. Could she have married a disabled person? She married very well. It was actually an arranged marriage between children. He's a young man from the city and a soldier. I heard that he's very handsome, old Madame Li said sulkily. If she had known that Xiao Mei's arranged marriage partner was from the city and a soldier with such a good family background, the Li family might have been willing to raise her. If the Li family raised her, then wouldn't her betrothal gifts, the bicycle in the courtyard and the sewing machine all belong to the Li family? What a loss. Hearing this, Li Gue happily heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if the turbid breath in her chest had finally been expelled, and she felt much better. Now that she knew Xiao Mei had married into a good family, she felt so much better. I'll go tomorrow. I'll go and see her tomorrow. Li Gue spoke up. Okay. When you go and visit her, remember to remind her to tell her grandfather to let our Li family move into your Datian village. Old Madame Li glanced at Li Gue and then reminded her. When you go over, don't talk about the past anymore. Now that Xiao Mei has changed, don't go asking for trouble. Otherwise, I'm worried she'll be unhappy. Li Gue nodded repeatedly. Yes. She felt that her mother was really very good to Xiao Mei, doing the best to think for the child in every way. It must be because my mother likes children, so she dotes on Xiao Mei very much. Although she did not treat me well, it is unquestionable that she really treats Xiao Mei very well. Surely only a biological grandmother can do that. Old Madame Li was very happy. She placed her hands behind her back and walked away with a swagger. Following Li Gue's conversation with Old Madame Li, Li Gue found the team leader of this production line and expressed her intention to take a day off tomorrow. Sister Wang, I have something on at home tomorrow. I'm wondering if I can take a day off as I really have something on and can't come. Li Gue stammered her way through. Oh my, I wonder what issue can make a person who works as hard as an ox want to take leave. You're the type who doesn't even take a day's leave in a year. If you take leave, your pay will be deducted. You know that, right? Wang Qiu glanced sideways at her and mocked loudly. The people around them stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Gue in unison. Someone even laughed out loud. Li Gue was from the countryside. Unlike these people who were from the city, they all had a registered residence in the city and were not the same as these women from the countryside. Besides, they thought that Li Gue was as useless as an old ox. I have to go back. My daughter has gotten married and she is pregnant now. I'm worried about her, so I have to go back for a visit now. Li Gue continued to speak softly, but there was a hint of determination in her eyes. But her statement made the people around her exclaim in surprise. Your daughter? Aren't your daughters still too young for school? One is 6 and the other is 3. How can such a young child get married? One of the women wearing patched clothing said. No. Li Gue immediately explained. It's not one of those 2 daughters. It's my other daughter from the village. She just became an adult this year and has gotten married, and she is currently pregnant. Everyone there knew that Li Gue had gotten married twice. This was even one of the reasons why people around her looked down on her. They felt that she was a jinx to her husband and a bearer of bad luck. Oh? Which daughter are you talking about? Team leader Wang dragged her voice out in a strange tone and then pretended to ask her casually, then did she marry into the village again? What kind of family is she married into now? Before Li Gue could speak, the person beside her immediately jeered and said, what kind of family can she marry into? She's just a country bumpkin, a villager from the countryside. Do you think she can like Cinderella? That's right. Oh right, Li Gue's other family should be from the countryside, right? Who would be willing to marry a woman without her parents by her side? Did she marry a disabled person? Ha, that's how it should be. Everyone in this group of people looked down on Li Gue, her rural status, as well as the fact that she was married twice. The thing they despised the most about her was how hard she worked every day, like an ox. Anyway, they just looked down on her. Li Gue had wanted to tell everyone that her daughter had married into a good family, but she could not say it now in this situation, so she spoke again. Sister Wang, I still want to apply for leave. Li Gue spoke again. Seeing that everyone was almost done with the discussion, Wang Qiu said, all right, given that your daughter is pregnant, you should go back for a visit. Don't forget to bring back some wedding candy for us. Li Gue nodded and turned to leave immediately. Behind her, the voices saying those mocking words were still going on and on. Her daughter has just gotten married and is already pregnant, yet she is only going for a visit now. It's so rare to hear of something like that. Maybe the daughter doesn't acknowledge her as the biological mother at all? I think so too. She didn't even invite her mother for an occasion as important as her wedding. It must be because she resented her mother for not going back for so long. If it's me, I won't acknowledge such a mother too. Although old Madame Li often came to get money and other things from her, Li Gui would never tell any outsider about it. Therefore, outsiders all thought that she had a heart of stone and did not care about her child. Li Gui kept walking forward and soon could not hear anything behind her. Only then did she let out a long breath and walk towards the Zhang family house. After she returned home, she washed all the dishes and cutlery used at lunch as well as the dirty clothes that had piled up. She then prepared dinner for her family. Zhang Qian was the eldest son of the Zhang family and lived together with his parents and 4 children. The big basin was filled with used clothes on a daily basis. After dinner, she cleaned up the table and then the house. After that, she continued doing other household chores and kept herself busy. Just like that, she waited for everyone to rest before going to sleep. Otherwise, she was bound to be picked on at home. She really did not want to hear those intolerable words. The next day, Zhang Qian was still sleeping soundly when she woke up. Li Gui did not wake him up. Instead, she got up quietly and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not tell her husband that she was going to see Xiao Mei. She went to a cotton coat in the corner of the closet and used scissors to cut the thread at the cuffs. From inside the coat, she took out $17 and put it in her pocket. She had saved this money for Xiao Mei over the years. It was for her dowry. Initially, she had wanted to save up a little more so that Xiao Mei would have some standing in front of her husband's family and would not be looked down upon by them. However, over the years, she had expenses coming from everywhere, and her young children got sick from time to time and needed money for their medical fees. Old Madam Li also came over from time to ask for money, so she did not manage to save much. Li Gui looked at the $17 in her hand and was silent for a while. She felt a little sad and could only sigh softly. She had thought that she would have a few more years. This is because every time old Madam Li came over, she would tell stories about how Xiao Mei had eaten too much, who Xiao Mei had fought with again, and how Xiao Mei had broken other people's things. Therefore, Li Gui thought that Xiao Mei's path to getting married would not be smooth. Given what she had heard, Xiao Mei definitely would not be able to get married too early. At least, not this year. However, Li Gui really did not expect Xiao Mei to get married so quickly and already be pregnant now. She even married a handsome soldier from the city. This was great news. Her daughter was much luckier than her. As she thought of this, Li Gui smiled happily. Under the morning sun, her smile actually looked very beautiful. She must have been beautiful when she was younger. Li Gui got up and prepared breakfast. She put on her usual clothes and left without doing anything out of the ordinary. She walked to the entrance of the train station in town. After taking the train and walking for more than 10 kilometers upon reaching the station at her destination, she finally arrived at the entrance of Datian village. She stood in the village and looked at the familiar scene. However, for a long while, she did not dare to walk in. She had too many acquaintances in this village. The fact that she returned so suddenly might lead to a lot of gossip and mockery, or even worse situations than that. When Li Gui remarried and left the village, she still looked relatively young. Given that she moved to the city after her remarriage, everyone thought that she would have a good life there. There were even people who envied her. Yet her aged appearance now made her look like a completely different person from before. Nobody would have expected this. Li Gui took a deep breath and quickly walked in. Since she was already here, she definitely had to go in. It would be good to see her child. She could not be a mother who did not take care of anything, right? Fortunately, there were not many people in the village at the moment. Everyone was busy with the farm work. Li Gui quickly walked towards Qiao Zhuang's house and soon arrived at the doorstep. As this was where she and her ex-husband used to live, she thought that Xiao Mei was still staying here. Every time old Madam Li went to look for Li Gui, she would tell her how tired she was from taking care of Xiao Mei and what bad things Xiao Mei had done. In short, old Madam Li liked to talk about how much she had suffered. However, she never mentioned any positive things related to Xiao Mei. She also did not talk about anything that had nothing to do with her. For example, to her, this house was an unimportant matter. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Wang Qin was the village accountant. She was usually not very busy and was resting at home at the moment. Being Qiao Zhuang's second daughter-in-law, she was not very familiar with Li Gui. In the past, she also did not pay much attention to Li Gui. After so long, Li Gui had aged a lot. However, Li Gue immediately recognized Wang Qin. She walked forward and asked curiously, "You're Wang Qin? Are you here? Is Xiao Mei at home?" Wang Qin froze. She did not quite understand how someone could come here to look for Xiao Mei given that this was no longer where Xiao Mei lived. How strange. Who are you? I'm Xiao Mei's mother. I'm Li Gue. Li Gue averted her eyes and did not dare to look at Wang Qin directly. She thought it was normal that Wang Qin did not recognize her given the way she looked now. What? Wang Qin was shocked. She checked out this woman in front of her, who looked like a wizened old lady, and really could not recognize her at all. The skin on her face and hands, and almost everywhere else that was exposed, was wrinkled. Her skin tone was sallow and tawny, and she looked like someone in her 50s. A person like this. Could she be the person who was previously known as the most beautiful girl from Datian village? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's you. Ha 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 ha. Wang Qin took a few looks and laughed as she pointed at Li Gue. However, she quickly covered her mouth and asked, "Why are you looking for Xiao Mei?" Li Gue looked at her reaction and felt terrible. But she continued, "Mei Mei got married, so I'm here to see her." "Why are you only here now? She's already pregnant. What kind of mother are you?" Wang Qin continued to speak with her mouth covered. I just found out," Li Gue said honestly. Wang Qin looked at her worn-out clothes and patched-up shoes and asked, "How is it? Life in the city is good, right? Are you doing well?" She asked about Li Gue. Old Madame Li had never told anyone that her daughter was not doing well. Li Gue herself had also never returned to the village, so the villagers naturally did not know anything about her. "When we first got married, we were in the city. These past few years, we've moved to the town and we've been working in the town's factory," Li Gue said truthfully. Wang Qin curled the corners of her lips, crossed her arms and said, "Look at the kind of mother you are. Your child is already married and all grown up, yet you have never come back for a visit. How heartless of you." In the past, Li Gue's relationship with Wang Qin was not too bad. Wang Qin was eloquent and Li Gue did her work quickly. The two of them were relatives and did not have any conflicts. On the surface, they got along with each other. But now, Wang Qin put on an arrogant attitude to look at her and talk to her, and she felt uncomfortable. Besides, it was not as if she did not care about Xiao Mei. She had saved all the money she had at the risk of being beaten up by the Zhang family and given it all to Xiao Mei. "Although I didn't come over, I asked my mother to give Xiao Mei some money and stuff every month. I didn't treat her badly." At this point, Li Gue felt a little aggrieved. Although her mother had told her not to tell outsiders about Xiao Mei's past, Wang Qin was a fellow villager and not an outsider. It was fine to talk about these things now. After all, they were all from the same village and everyone knew Xiao Mei's character. Li Gue did not want everyone to misunderstand her either. She was not a heartless mother but was very concerned about Xiao Mei instead, and she should not have to end up with such a reputation. Wang Qin widened her eyes and looked at her in disbelief. She said in shock, "What did you say? You give Xiao Mei some money and stuff every month?" "Yes," Li Gue said without hesitation. "I will give Xiao Mei some money every month. My mother said that she sent it to Xiao Mei's house every month so that she won't starve. My mother had been coming over to give Xiao Mei money and stuff all these years." Had Wang Qin never seen her before? Why did she look so surprised? Wang Qin stood on the spot, took a deep breath and lowered her hands from her chest to stop herself from laughing. "I can't believe it. It is unbelievable that such a thing had actually happened in the village." Ha ha ha. Wang Qin endured it for a while before saying, "Let me tell you, your mother has never come to our Datian village once. We've never seen any of your money or stuff or whatever. It's been more than 10 years. And she hasn't been here once." This statement sent Li Gue into a state of shock and disbelief. She immediately retorted, "That's impossible. You're lying." "Oh right, she did come here. A few days ago, she came to Xiao Mei's house and was chased away. She then got her granddaughter-in-law to go to Xiao Mei's house every day to be a freeloader. Everyone in the village knows about it." Wang Qin continued, "Go and ask around if you don't believe me. If anyone says that I have lied to you about this, I'll let you take over my position as the village accountant." After promising that, Wang Qin covered her mouth and laughed again. Li Gue was completely petrified and rooted to the spot. Given that Wang Qin spoke so confidently, it was very likely the truth. Wang Qin grabbed Li Gui's hand. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to Xiao Mei's house and you can ask her yourself. Although that child has a bad temper, she's also honest and doesn't like to lie. You'll know everything once you ask her. Don't say that I lied to you. At this moment, Xiao Mei was standing in the courtyard watering the vegetable field. Now that the saplings at home had already borne fruits, they were about to die. Although it meant that she had a lot of fruits to eat, the growth cycle of her plants was very short. She did not want a situation whereby the vegetables and saplings in her courtyard got all withered when the plants in other people's houses were still green and flourishing. It would look a little out of place. After Xiao Mei tidied up the courtyard, she picked a sweet watermelon and placed it inside the big basin in the courtyard. The basin was filled with cold water from the well, and it would definitely be very delicious when they eat it later. She wiped her hands happily and was about to sit down to rest. A voice that was filled with uncontrollable joy came from the courtyard door. This incoming visitor's voice was very loud, as if she wanted everyone nearby to hear her. Xiao Mei sighed and got up from the stool to take a look. Now that her family had some money, people came visiting one after another. These people never came by in the past, but now they all came by due to the whiff of money. Money really made the world go round. She walked over and saw someone right in front of her. However, she could not recognize the person and really could not find this person in her memories. Based on her only memory of her mother, she was a beautiful woman. Although she was not very eloquent, she was very gentle. She was famous not only in the village, but also in the county. When Xiao Mei's father managed to marry Li Gui, the fact broke the hearts of countless men. However, no one would be able to recognize Li Gui from her current appearance. Search new novel on Google. She looked like old Madame Li's sister or someone. Li Gui was stunned when she saw Xiao Mei. The fair-skinned girl in front of her was completely different from the Xiao Mei she had imagined. Isn't she supposed to be a dark and fat bear? With a body that is so full of fats that it can be used to make fried lard bits, and that she has a fierce expression on her face and fights with people all the time. But the person in front of me has such fair skin and exquisite eyes. She looks like me when I was young, but even more good-looking. Every move she makes is indescribably classy, just like the city people I have seen in the past. No, she is classier than those city people I have seen before. Wang Qin stood outside the door and was also stunned when she saw Xiao Mei. Her eyes darted around furtively. Recently, a few older women in the village had been saying that Xiao Mei had become prettier and fairer and looked completely different from before. She did not believe it and thought that they were just trying to curry favor with Xiao Mei. Now it seemed that they were telling the truth. Haven't I said it before? No one from Second Master Qiao's family is allowed to come to my house again. Xiao Mei had been busy with her pregnancy recently. Coupled with the fact that she was having a good income, she was naturally in a mood to be nice and did not put on an aloof face like before. Now, with her cute voice and fair little face, she did not exude an imposing aura at all. Instead, people tended to find her adorable. Wang Qin did not say anything else and pushed Li Gui towards the door so that Xiao Mei could see Li Gui's face clearly. Xiao Mei, do you see who's back? Li Gui fidgeted with her hands and lowered her head to look at the ground. Xiao Mei took a closer look and asked in surprise, Mom, you're back? When Li Gui heard that Xiao Mei recognized her and was willing to acknowledge her, there were tears at the corners of her eyes and she sniffled. Wang Qin did not get the reaction she had expected and pursed her lips. She thought it was amazing for Xiao Mei to be able to recognize Li Gui when she looked like this now. She said she came to see you. Your mother is really too much. You've been married for so long and already gotten pregnant, but she only came to see you now. Don't you think your mother was sent by your grandmother to persuade you, and that her main purpose is to get you to help the Li family? It was very normal for the Li family to want to move to the village. At the moment, there were also many outsiders who wanted to move to Datian village. It was only due to the resistance of the village officer, Zhao Yang, that there was not a large-scale movement of new residents. The Li family wanted to come over, but Xiao Chang did not allow it. So they took the path of asking Li Gui to persuade Xiao Mei. Wang Qin felt unhappy looking at the exceptionally calm Xiao Mei and pursed her lips. She looked at her and continued, You don't know how ruthless your grandmother is. She takes money and things from your mother every month, saying that they are for you. Now that more than 10 years have passed, Have you received anything? Xiao Mei was stunned. This was far beyond what she had expected. In the memories of the original owner of the body, her mother had abandoned her so as to have a good life. Other than Xiao Chong, no one cared about her anymore. The original owner of the body still hated her mother, Li Gue, very much. Xiao Mei walked up to Li Gue and looked at her seriously. I didn't receive anything, including money. Li Gue stood on the spot with a complicated expression on her face. She looked sad as she grabbed the sides of her pants with both hands. It had been so many years. Every month, her mother would use Xiao Mei as a reason to come to her place to get money and other things. Due to the fact that this happened so many times, the Zhang family did not treat her well at all. They even said that she was a heartless person who helped others while they provided for her. This even became the reason for Li Gue being beaten up countless times. Was this the truth? Her mother had lied to her, and Xiao Mei had never received anything. How much money did she take from you? Is it all because of me? Xiao Mei looked at the poor woman in front of her and sighed in her heart. She had seen her fair share of pitiful people. However, it was rare to see someone who had been scammed by her own mother for more than 10 years. Every month, it was about $2 or $3. Sometimes if something happened, I'd have to give more. Memories flashed across Li Gue's empty eyes. She had to turn in her salary every month. In addition to her salary, she might get some loose change and could manage to save up a few dollars. She would give $2 to $3 to old Madame Li and another portion of the money to the children that her husband had with his ex-wife. She would then only have a few cents left for her biological children. All her money was spent cleanly and clearly. You gave her so much money? Wang Qin was shocked. She was an accountant, so she naturally could work out the sums quickly. Based on $2 to $3 a month, that worked out to $300 to $400 over the years. In the current day and age, $300 to $400 might be the entire monetary assets of a family in the countryside. This old Madame Li was really black-hearted. Wang Qin took a look at Li Gue and could tell that she had scrimped and saved all these years just to save up this money. She probably did not even have many pieces of clothing, right? The money had all gone into old Madame Li's pocket. How pitiful and pathetic. Li Gue, are you even your mother's biological daughter? In the end, the money all ended up in her pocket and not a single cent went to Xiao Mei. It's really rare to see such a mother. Although Wang Qin currently felt that Li Gue was very pitiful, she would not pity her, nor would she stop mocking her. She would only be happy when she saw Xiao Mei and Li Gue feeling uncomfortable. Li Gue knew that Wang Qin had said that on purpose. However, she could not help but feel sad. She believed what Xiao Mei said about not having received any money or stuff. This was because Xiao Mei was standing right in front of her, looking so fair and beautiful and classy. How could anyone still believe what old Madame Li said? Li Gue felt that she had been deceived by the entire world and got very depressed. Wang Qin took a look and realized that Li Gue was really sad. She felt a little happier and continued, Mei, you have to take back the money your mother gave your grandmother. That was your mother's hard-earned money. Look at how tired your mother is now. She looks as if she has aged 10 years. Xiao Mei looked at her without any expression and said, this is my business. You can leave now. Remember my words and don't come over again. With that, she pulled Li Gue into the house and closed the courtyard door with a bang. There was still a big wooden stick at the door. If she dared to come in again, she would not be polite. Wang Qin shook her head in disappointment and left. She felt that not being able to see the mother and daughter in a fight was her loss and that she had made a wasted trip. After Li Gue entered through the door, Xiao Mei led her into the house. Li Gue saw Xiao Chong the moment she entered the house. She was a little afraid now. After all, she was the one who got remarried and did not take good care of Xiao Mei. Take a seat. Tell me what happened all these years. What did my grandmother tell you? Xiao Mei asked her to sit down and poured her a glass of water before pushing the plate of fruits on the table in front of her. The grapes on the plate had a glistering appearance from the water droplets on them and looked especially tempting. There was also a pile of blueberries that smelt very fragrant. Try some of the fruits from our courtyard. Xiao Mei took a few grapes and handed them to Li Gue. She was afraid that Li Gue would feel uncomfortable and wanted her to open up more. Li Gue tasted a grape and was immediately captivated by how sweet it was. Her eyes lit up. It was as if she had not eaten such delicious fruits in a long time. She slowly relaxed as well. It's like this. Not long after I got married, your grandmother came to look for me and said that you were going hungry, Li Gue said, her eyes looking like they were filled with memories. Even after she went to the city, old Madame Li would come and look for her every few months to ask for money and other things. The round-trip train fare was not cheap, but old Madame Li would evade the fare and steal a ride. When she saw the ticket inspector, she would find a place to hide. Then she would find a seat again after the inspector left. Anyway, the long distance did nothing to dissuade old Madame Li from looking for Li Gue. In any case, in the past decade or so, she had never stopped giving old Madame Li money and other things. As Li Gue told her story, she looked at Xiao Mei and asked again with an indignant expression, "She really didn't come over even once? She didn't give you money even once?" There was a tremor in her voice. "Yes, the entire village can be my witness. She didn't come over even once, and I didn't take anything from her," Xiao Mei said firmly. Li Gue felt terrible. She lowered her head in silence and placed her hands together helplessly. Xiao Mei did not say anything and just looked at her. The original owner of the body was particularly disgruntled about the fact that Li Gue got remarried, left her alone in the village when she was still young, and caused her to almost starve to death. She was very fixated on this matter and even hated Li Gue very much. The original owner of the body had previously told Xiao Yu that she wished she could fight with her mother. However, Xiao Mei was not the original owner of the body. She had transmigrated here and naturally did not share the same emotions, so she did not hate Li Gue. In fact, from Li Gue's standpoint, she could understand some of the actions taken. She had almost starved to death when she was young, not because her mother was unwilling to support her, but because her mother was not smart enough. To put it in another way, Li Gue was simply too unlucky to have such a top-quality mother. Xiao Mei originally had no feelings for Li Gue, but after hearing what Li Gue said, she gave a long sigh. She pitied her a little and wanted to help her. "Let's get grandmother to take out the money," Xiao Mei said. Li Gue shook her head repeatedly and kept saying no. Xiao Mei found it strange and questioned her back. "Are you still concerned about the kinship between the two of you? She had lied to you so terribly. A person can be stupid, but not foolishly filial. Otherwise, even if she wants to help, there is nothing she can do." "No, no, no, that's not what I meant." Li Gue shook her head again and said, "No, you can't beat her. She's very shrewish. Her mother was very shrewd and vicious when it came to the things she cared about." Xiao Mei was still young and was unlikely to be a match for old Madame Li. Moreover, Xiao Mei was currently pregnant. It would not be worth it if anything should happen to her while dealing with old Madame Li. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Mei's stomach with concern. Xiao Mei felt her gaze and instantly understood what she meant. She smiled immediately. "Not bad. It would be worth helping her. Besides, I'm afraid there's not much left of that money. By now, it would be almost all spent." When her eldest grandson got married, they spent a lot of money. Li Gue could not help but sigh. The betrothal gift alone cost $60 for that wedding, and it was considered a high price for that time. She had wondered why her family still had so much money, and also why her mother had not asked her to subsidize part of the costs. It turned out that she was the one who had actually paid for everything. Xiao Mei smiled again and sized up Li Gue's face. Suddenly, she had a little bit of affection for this instant mother of hers. "Well, then how is your life now? Is Zhangqian good to you? Do you have any new children?" Li Gue looked at Xiao Chang uneasily. Talking about her new family in front of Xiao Chang always made her feel a little awkward and weirded out. Xiao Chang immediately stood up and said as he walked away, Mei, let's prepare a good meal later. It's not easy for your mother to come all the way here. I'll go to bed and rest for a bit. I'm feeling tired." "All right," Xiao Mei replied. In the past, Xiao Chang did not even want to look at Li Gue at all. He thought it was really too cold-blooded of her to remarry when her child was still so young. However, after hearing about what happened, he thought differently now. He no longer harbored any prejudice against Li Gue. Instead, he could be more objective about the situation with his daughter-in-law. When Li Gue heard what he said, she put her head down on the table and sobbed. She did not make any sound, but anyone could feel how agitated she felt. Xiao Mei sighed. It seemed that she was not doing well. Tell me about it. How are you doing? Is your life all right? Xiao Mei asked and patted her back. Li Gui looked up and wiped her tears. She saw Xiao Mei's curious gaze, which had no trace of resentment. Instead, Xiao Mei was like a kitten, strangely likable. Him should be the same as everyone else. Li Gui stammered her answer after thinking for a moment. Xiao Mei continued to ask, so does the same as everyone else mean good or bad? Does he hit you? Li Gui answered, only when he's drunk. If he doesn't drink, then it's less likely to get beaten up by him. She seemed to think that this was normal. On the other hand, Xiao Mei was shocked. She looked at Li Gui and could not help but continued, he actually hit you. What a scumbag. Xiao Mei had only asked what she thought was a casual question, but she did not expect Zhang Qian to have the worst trait that a husband could have. A man who hit others was definitely not a good man. Li Gui just replied naturally, it's normal for people to get beaten up. Whether in the city or the village, isn't it the norm for men to hit women? There were very few men who did not hit women. It was hard to imagine which woman would be lucky enough to meet such a man. Perhaps only those cultured and knowledgeable men would not hit women. Xiao Mei did not argue with her about this given that their value systems were different. And did you have any more children? She continued. Li Gui sighed. She did not expect that Xiao Mei did not even know about the existence of her younger siblings. Her mother really did not convey these details at all. Then, she continued, I have 2 boys and 2 girls. The 2 boys are the eldest and second brother, Zhang Wei and Zhang Chao. The younger sisters are Zhang Qin and Zhang Miao. She answered every question Xiao Mei asked. However, there was none of the familiar feeling between family members. Instead, the 2 of them were like strangers who had just met. The whole situation actually made Li Gui quite happy. At least it was much better than I had expected. My daughter did not hate me. In the end, Xiao Mei looked at her and asked softly, do you want to earn more money and save more money? When she said that, Li Gui could not help but look at her. Li Gui quickly nodded and said, of course I want to. But this is not something I can think about. She was from the countryside, so she could at best work as a temporary worker at the factory as the others were unwilling to let her be an official employee. This was the limitation of the household register system in this era. Then come back, come to our village, and grow bean sprouts. You can earn at least $200 to $300 a month. It's better than working yourself to death in town, Xiao Mei said. Hearing this, Li Gui immediately became interested. She fixed her eyes on Xiao Mei and kept thinking about the feasibility of what Xiao Mei said. She really needed money. She still had 4 children at home. In the future, the educational and living expenses would make it harder and harder for her to live with the money she had. In accordance with the current policy, the children had to follow their mother's household register. As she was a villager but did not participate in the labor in the village, the 4 children could not eat the food provided by the city and they had to pay for their own food. That was all money wasted for nothing. The money she earned as a temporary worker was not enough to buy food for the children all year round. She had to rely on the Zhang family to support her, so her status in the family was exceptionally low. Now that there is a chance to earn money, why not give it a try? Won't it be better than sitting around at home and being under someone's watchful eyes? At the thought of this, Li Gui looked up at Xiao Mei and asked carefully, am I able to come back to our village? Why not? Your registered residence and household register is still in Datian village, so you're naturally a Datian village resident, Xiao Mei said. The most important thing is whether you want to come back. If you do, we just need my grandfather to tell Uncle Zhao. There's nothing difficult about it. Li Gui felt a little embarrassed, though, having to ask her former father-in-law for a favor because she wanted to return to the village to earn money was something she never expected to happen. But at the same time, she really wanted to come back. Can you really earn so much in a month by growing bean sprouts? Li Gui looked at Xiao Mei and asked again, isn't $200 to $300 a bit too much money to make in a month? She could not even earn $300 a year. It was a huge sum of money to her, and she found it difficult to even earn that amount in town. We can't be sure yet, Xiao Mei replied. We haven't completed the first month's sale, so we don't have an accurate tabulation of the earnings yet. The villagers had only been selling bean sprouts for slightly more than half a month, and the money from the sale had not been given to them yet, so they were not sure how much they could make. However, this was actually under Xiao Mei's control. She was able to regulate the production level of each family, so whichever family she wanted to produce more would be able to produce more. However, in this era, the average annual income was not very high. Therefore, she could not let everyone earn too much at once. If other people got envious and reported it, she would get caught in a very dangerous situation, being the initiator of the business. Xiao Mei's intention was to let the villagers earn around $50 to $60 a month in the future, as that would be safer. Li Gui was a little worried, and she hesitated after hearing what Xiao Mei said. Seeing her like this, Xiao Mei stood up and said, "Come and take a look with me." Li Gui followed Xiao Mei to the storeroom. As soon as she entered, she was shocked by the small mountain of food in the storeroom. There were grapes drying on the shelves and messy piles of potatoes and pumpkins on the ground, as well as bags of dried vegetables. Heavens! When would they be able to finish so much food? That would be a lot to eat. It suddenly occurred to Li Gui that there were benefits to being in the countryside. People had their own vegetable fields and could grow whatever they wanted to eat. The harvest all depended on their planting skills. These foods would be enough reason for her to come back and live here. This was because she did not want to have to starve anymore. In the past, she would go hungry often as there was no guarantee of regular meals. She felt hungry so often that she was scared of that feeling. She looked at Xiao Mei and asked, "Will you be able to earn $20 this month?" This was because her salary was $20. As long as she could earn more money in the countryside than working as a temporary worker, it would be worth it for her to come back. She still had a large piece of land in her courtyard. "I can definitely make $20 from the sale." Xiao Mei nodded. Even if the city's supply and marketing cooperative did not take in their bean sprouts and the village sold the bean sprouts on its own, the villagers would still be able to sell them for this price on average. Li Gui nodded, but there was still hesitation flashing across her eyes. "Come back. There's land here as well as the bean sprout business. It's got to be a better situation than what you're going through. And you can even bring some food to your children. It's much better than you being a temporary worker." Xiao Mei said. "Yes." Li Gui nodded, but she was still feeling unsure. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Xiao Mei asked, "What other concerns do you have?" Li Gui asked directly, "Is there still a place for me to stay in our village?" She couldn't possibly stay with Xiao Mei when she came back, right? Now that she had remarried and Xiao Mei was living with her grandfather, it did not seem right for her to come and live here. However, if she had nowhere to live, it would be a very difficult situation. Xiao Mei nodded after hearing her concern. "I understand now. As long as you return, I'll find you a place to stay. Just come back." This made Li Gui assume that there were still empty houses in the village. If she would be able to find a house just by giving notice to the village, then that would take care of her very last concern. She wanted to discuss it with the Zhang family immediately as she felt like moving back as soon as possible. Li Gui took out a small cloth bag from her pocket and placed it on the table, revealing the money inside. "This is the dowry that Mom saved up for you. There's not much, but that's because I don't have money. When I have money in the future, I'll make it up to you." Xiao Mei smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Li Gui was also overjoyed. It was already a very good thing that Xiao Mei was willing to call her mom. The mother-daughter relationship that had been delayed for so many years had finally started again today. "Take a rest first. Mom is going back. Wait for news from me," Li Gui said. "You can leave after dinner." Xiao Mei stopped her. No, I still have to walk 10 miles. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch the train back today." Li Gui insisted on leaving. Xiao Mei turned around and walked into the kitchen. She then said loudly, "I'm going to cook now, and I'll send you there on my bicycle after dinner. You're not allowed to leave." When Li Gui heard this, she had to stay. She did not want to leave either. It would be great to be able to eat a meal that was prepared by her daughter. As soon as the food was served, Li Gui knew that Xiao Mei had excellent culinary skills. Li Gui ate happily. She felt that Xiao Mei's culinary skills were so good that even at her in-law's place, people would look up to her because of it. After dinner, Xiao Mei wanted to give her a ride on her bicycle, but Li Gui was unwilling to accept it. "You're currently pregnant, so don't mess around. I'll just walk back." Li Gui looked at Xiao Mei's stomach and felt a greater urge to return. Now that her daughter was pregnant, she naturally needed someone to take care of her. She also needed a female elder by her side to guide her, and this should fall under the responsibility of her mother. Xiao Mei nodded in agreement and asked Annie Dong from the neighboring house to send Li Gue off instead. Then she turned around and went back. Although she could not ride the bicycle herself after she got it, she still got a few of the older women to bring it out to learn how to ride it. Given that knowing how to ride a bicycle was a skill set, the gesture made the older women more willing to be friends with Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was generous and nice. Besides, not everyone could borrow this bicycle. She would only lend it to people who were close to her, and she did not let herself get bullied into lending it to just anyone. When Li Gue reached home, she was more than 20 minutes later than usual. This made the Zhang family very unhappy. The Zhang family members were sitting around the table. Zhang Qian and his eldest son, Zhang Tsong, sat at the table and drank water out of boredom with no food on the table. Clearly, the family was waiting for Li Gue to cook dinner. Everyone was upset by her late return. "Why are you back so late today?" Zhang Qian slammed the cup in his hand down with displeasure in his eyes. Li Gue quickly took out a bundle of vegetables and squatted down to pluck them to prepare dinner. She lowered her head and said, "I'm late today as I ran into some issues. Your team doesn't work overtime. What important issue can you have?" Zhang Tsong, the eldest son born by Zhang Qian's ex-wife, sneered. The entire Zhang family worked in the food factory in town. When Zhang Tsong was getting off work, he saw her team leader, Wang Qiu, passing by. She had said mockingly to him, as an elder brother, "You have to give your younger sister a dowry when she gets married." He asked around and found out that Li Gue did not go to work today, but had gone back to her ex-husband's village. How outrageous. The Zhang family helped her raise her children, yet Li Gue still missed that worthless daughter of hers. As soon as Zhang Tsong got home, he told Zhang Qian about it. Now, Zhang Qian looked at Li Gue angrily with regret and disdain in his eyes. The village belle he married with expensive betrothal gifts back then had actually become so old and ugly now. How unlucky. Li Gue lowered her head silently to pluck the vegetables. She did not dare to raise her head to look at Zhang Qian or answer Zhang Tsong's question. Seeing that Li Gue remained silent, Zhang Qian stepped forward and gave her a slap across the face. He grabbed her collar and pointed at her as he asked, "Did you go back to the village to send money to your ex-husband's daughter? You dare to lie nowadays. You still lie to us even though the story has already spread throughout the factory." After saying that, he gave Li Gue another hard slap. When Li Gue fell to the ground, the 4 children hurriedly ran into the room, afraid that Zhang Qian would vent his anger on them as well. There was only old man Zhang, old Madame Zhang, and Zhang Tsong left in the house. Zhang Qian hit Li Gue regularly. He would beat her up every 2 days. Every time Li Gue received her salary, she would have to give $25 to the family first. As Li Gue was registered as a village resident, her 4 children were also registered as village residents. In the city, there were no such things as coupons. The $25 was meant to be used to supplement the family's food rations. The remaining few dollars was left for Li Gue to buy her own meals so that it would not be said that the Zhang family did not even give her food. Whatever money that Li Gue had was saved by eating less or not eating. Zhang Qian knew that Li Gue had some money on the side, and he also knew that she did not have the guts to steal from the family. This time, he was just looking for a reason to beat her up. He beat her up for 15 minutes. All right. Are you going to beat her to death? Hurry up and let her clean up and cook. We'll starve to death otherwise, said the old lady of the house. Zhang Qian stopped and pointed at Li Gue. See if I ever find out that you're lying again. Go and cook now. Li Gue got up with difficulty. There were no marks on her face, but her body was covered in bruises. Zhang Qian would avoid beating her on the face for fear that outsiders would gossip about her again. The pain all over her body made Li Gue even more determined to return to the village and not be beaten up here. She took the vegetables and started to cook. When the 4 children saw that there was no more commotion outside, they came out of the room to set up the tables and chairs. Zhang Qin and Zhang Miao went to help Li Gue with the cooking. The 2 sons, Zhang Wei and Zhang Chao, sat in the living room and did not dare to say anything. Matters like cooking and cleaning had always been done by the womenfolk. TSK, you good for nothing. Hurry up and get things done faster. Do you want to starve me to death? Zhang Qian cursed towards the kitchen. After she finished cooking, Li Gue called out to them to have dinner. She and her 2 daughters could only eat in the kitchen as there were not enough seats at home. Seeing her two daughters holding their bowls and eating in the corner, tears fell down Li Gui's cheeks. As the Zhang family got ready to leave after having dinner, Li Gui wiped the tears off her face and rushed out, saying, "Wait, wait, I have something to say." Zhang Qian laughed mockingly and said, "You? What have you got to say? Come tell me." He waved his hand as an indication for his family to sit down and listen to her. Li Gui grabbed the front of her clothes and wiped her hands nervously. She said in a very soft voice, I want to go back to the village." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian immediately smacked the table and stood up. He glared at Li Gui and rushed forward in a few steps, ready to hit her. Back then, he had spent a lot of money to marry this loss-making proposition. Now, she still wanted to run away. He wanted to roll up his sleeves and beat her up again. "You still want to run away?" Li Gui hurriedly waved her hands and collapsed to the ground in fear. No, I'm not running away. I'm going back there to grow bean sprouts." When Zhang Qian heard this, he still did not understand what Li Gui wanted to do. He pointed at her and said, "You can grow bean sprouts at home. Why do you need to go back to the village to grow bean sprouts? I think you just want to run away." Li Gui hurriedly crawled over and grabbed Zhang Qian's trouser leg as she explained, No, it's bean sprouts for the supply and marketing cooperative. I know how to grow bean sprouts too. I can go and earn money." After Zhang Qian heard this and finally understood that it was not Li Gui's intention to run away, he patted his pants and sat back down. "So it's to earn money. As if you can earn money." Zhang Qian looked disdainful. "That's right. It's not like we haven't eaten your bean sprouts before. How can your bean sprouts compare with the ones from the supply and marketing cooperative?" Zhang Tsong laughed mockingly from the side. His eyes filled with disbelief. Li Gui could feel that the atmosphere had eased up a little, and she stood up to pour them a few glasses of water, getting ready to tell them what she had seen today. "That's because of the water. Only the water from the village can do that. I already went back and asked around," Li Gui said hurriedly. "Then since you said you'll earn money, tell me how you're going to do it." Zhang Qian took a sip of water, waiting to hear what she could say. "It's like this. I did go back to see my daughter today, but I found out that the bean sprouts from the supply and marketing cooperative are supplied by their village. They supply it at 20 cents a caddy, and they can harvest 2,000 caddies a day. The supply is collected from every household, and each family can produce about 70 to 80 caddies." Li Gui stared at Zhang Qian's face, afraid that he would be angered if she said something wrong. After hearing that, Zhang Qian looked at his mother while he did some mental calculations on how much money could be made from 70 to 80 caddies at 20 cents a caddy. He concluded that it was quite a fair bit of money per day. Looking at Zhang Qian's erratic expression, Li Gui immediately said, "I'm still a registered resident in the village. If I go back, they will allow it. So if you go back, they will collect bean sprouts from you and give you money." Zhang Tsong had recently taken a fancy to a city girl in the factory. She was young and beautiful, and he was just about to woo her. The supply and marketing cooperative based their collection on the quality of the bean sprouts. If the quality doesn't meet their standards, then they won't accept the bean sprouts. Li Gui saw the look in Zhang Tsong's eyes and was afraid that Zhang Tsong would think that he could also earn a lot of money by going to the village. Moreover, they only accept up to 2,000 caddies a day. For bean sprout production, there is always a possibility of not meeting the standards 3 or 4 times out of 10 times and getting rejected. You money losing good for nothing. As if those beans are not money. When old Madame Zhang heard this, she immediately scolded Li Gui. However, on second thought, she felt that there was still a lot to be earned. She thought that given Li Gui was unable to get any coupons by staying here, she might as well let Li Gui go back to the village, and it would also be more peaceful at home. "You can go back, but you have to hand over the money you earned to this family. You've been staying here for so many years, and we have taken care of your 4 children. Song Tsong has been subsidizing the expenses of this family, so you have to pay it back when you earn money. Also, you have to find the money for the beans yourself as we don't have money." Old man Zhang looked at old Madame Zhang. He thought that women from the village were more obedient than the daughters-in-law from the city, as they did not dare to have any requests or complaints. "I will definitely hand it over." Li Gui did not dare to say anything to the contrary, afraid that they would go back on their word again. Old Madame Zhang was about to get up and leave when she saw Zhang Qin and Zhang Miao in the corner. Bring the two of them along as well so that they can give you a hand. She had no use for the two girls, and it would be good for Li Gui to take them away so she could get some peace and quiet. After you return to the village, plant more vegetables and bring more home. Old Madame Zhang left in satisfaction, and the group dispersed. At the village, ever since Li Gui left, Xiao Mei had been mulling over where Li Gui could stay. Her house was not suitable as there was still her grandfather, Qiao Chong, at home, and also, it would not sound too appropriate if word got out. However, it would cost quite a fair amount to apply for a house at the brigade. Then suddenly, she remembered that she still had a house here. Xiao Mei sat in the courtyard and pondered over how to get the house back. In the past, the house was left to Qiao Zhuang's family for them to take care of Xiao Mei. Now, the house was in the hands of Qiao Zhuang's eldest son, Qiao Fu. Back then, they had signed an agreement at the brigade regarding the arrangement. Once she thought of the solution, Xiao Mei looked for Qiao Chong excitedly and said, "Grandfather, I'm going to ask Xiao Fu for the house." Qiao Chong was shocked and said, Mei, you're pregnant now. That Xiao Fu is not someone to be trifled with. Don't let anything happen to you. Xiao Mei touched her stomach and said to Qiao Chong, "Don't be afraid. I'll get Uncle Zhao to go with me. He still has the written agreement. Besides, don't you believe me by now? Don't worry, grandfather. I'm going now." Xiao Mei went to the brigade to explain the situation and asked Zhao Liang to find the written agreement and then go to Qiao Fu's house with her to ask for a resolution. Zhao Liang thought for a while and called a few militiamen to follow them in case anything should go wrong. Then he took the written agreement and followed Xiao Mei. It was noontime, and also the time when everyone finished their work and returned for lunch. They all came out when they saw Xiao Mei leading a big group of people. The big troop attracted a lot of attention and everyone crowded around, afraid of missing out on something. When Annie Dong saw them, she also joined in. Before they reached the main door of the house, Xiao Mei shouted, "Everyone, are you having lunch?" "Second Grandpa, I'm here to ask you to return the house." The family had an early lunch today, and most of the others had left the house after eating. Only the second son of the Qiao family, Qiao Gui, and his wife, Wang Qin, were at home. When they heard what Xiao Mei shouted at the door, they initially thought they had misheard. Their neighbors in the vicinity came out faster than the two of them, not wanting to miss out on such an exciting scene. Qiao Gui and Wang Qin came to the courtyard and saw Xiao Mei leading Zhao Liang and a group of people in an imposing manner. She looked to be serious about something this time round. "Xiao Mei, your second grandfather is not at home. What did you say just now?" Wang Qin asked again, as if she did not hear her clearly. Xiao Mei smiled and said, "Second auntie, I said I'm here to ask for the house." "House? What house?" "This is my house." Xiao Gui panicked when he heard that Xiao Mei was here to ask for the house, and yelled at her loudly. The neighbors standing around were all whispering softly among themselves. So Xiao Mei was here to ask for the house. This house really seemed to belong to Xiao Mei. This news spread like wildfire, and everyone in the village, young and old, came to Qiao Gui's house to see what was happening. "Second uncle, it seems that an important man like yourself has short memories. What do you mean it's your house?" "This is my mother's house. I don't know how it became yours." Xiao Mei was not worried about the neighbors crowding around. The more people there were, the better. Then she would have witnesses. Xiao Gui snorted. "Humph, when your mother left, she said that she would give me this house. My mother didn't say that she would give it to you. Back then, she asked all of you to take care of me until I got married. Then after that the house would belong to you. If my grandfather hadn't come back in time, I would have died in your pigsty in the house." Xiao Mei pointed at Xiao Gui and shouted at him. The villagers around them were all feeling indignant because what she said was true. If Qiao Chong had not come back and brought Xiao Mei away, Xiao Gui and the others would have starved Xiao Mei to death, and everything left behind by Li Gui would have fallen into their hands. "Aren't you already married and pregnant?" "I don't care. Anyway, this house is mine." Xiao Gui took a few steps forward and glared at them to prevent them from going forward. Seeing this, Xiao Mei took a few steps back. It was not that she was afraid, but she was worried that she would hurt her children. She had to be extra careful at this moment. Zhao Liang looked at the unreasonable Qiao Gui and frowned. "Qiao Gui, back then, you all signed the agreement at the brigade and I was the witness. It's true that you all did not take care of Xiao Mei. Please just return this house to her. When Xiao Gui saw Zhao Liang about to take out the agreement, he picked up the shovel beside him and wanted to swing it. Seeing this, Wang Qin was so frightened that she hurriedly pulled her man back. Wang Qin was the village accountant, a fact that she showed off for most of her life. If Xiao Gui hit Zhao Liang, it would definitely cost her the job. It would be so embarrassing if she were to lose her job on top of all the mess this could cause, and she would lose her standing in the Qiao family. Team leader Zhao, isn't it against the rules for Xiao Mei to be married and yet live alone? How can her family be allowed to have two homesteads? Wang Qin blocked Xiao Gui and made him stand back so that he could not cause trouble here. Xiao Gui was not as ruthless as his eldest brother, Qiao Fu, nor was he as smart as the third son, Qiao Wang. He was just a silly big man who only knew how to fight. When Xiao Mei heard this, she said laughingly, "My mother is coming back to live in the village. Who told you that I'm getting married and setting up my own household? This is my mother's house, so of course my mother will be living here." Upon hearing this, Wang Qin could not find any other reason to refute it. Seeing that the house was about to belong to Xiao Mei, Wang Qin's attitude softened a little. "Then Mei, if you want us to move away, where can we go? You can't be asking us to sleep outside, right?" Xiao Mei was not one to fall for that. She still remembered Wang Qin's attitude towards her in the past. "When I was young, you people even let me sleep in the pigsty. I didn't remember you feeling sorry for me then. Hurry up and move out." Seeing that Xiao Mei remained unmoved by both force and persuasion, Wang Qin became anxious. "It's fine if you want us to move. Then you have to pay us. We've lived here for so long and helped you keep the place clean. Otherwise, it would have become dilapidated without anyone living here. We've been helping you take care of it. You have to pay us." When the neighbors heard this, they all thought that it was a joke. This woman was really too obsessed with money, and all she could think of was how to make money. They all knew that a tenant needed to pay money to live in a house, but no one had heard of a tenant asking the owner of the house for money. Annie Dong could not stand it anymore and pointed at Wang Qin while saying, "You have the cheek to say that." Wang Qin rolled her eyes and ignored the comment. Money was the most important thing to her now. She could not have a situation where there was no house and no money. Xiao Mei weighed her options and asked Wang Qin, "How much do you want?" The neighbors around her all felt that Xiao Mei was still too young and had fallen into Wang Qin's trap. How could she really want to give Wang Qin money? Annie Dong was also anxious, afraid that Xiao Mei would suffer a loss, and looked at Xiao Mei worriedly. No matter whether the villagers thought that Xiao Mei was stupid, even Wang Qin thought that Xiao Mei was really going to give them money. She did not know how much money Xiao Mei had earned, but she had actually seen Xiao Mei's wedding gift with her own eyes. $800. Wang Qin looked at Xiao Mei smugly. The neighboring villagers standing around scolded Wang Qin for being heartless when they heard that. A villager standing at the side scolded, "Wang Qin, you're so shameless. You didn't take care of the child for even a day, and you dare to ask for $800 to stay in her house for free." Wang Qin did not know who said it, but she turned around and shouted, "It's none of your business. So you think this house is worth $800? Xiao Mei looked around the house. The Qiao family members were all lazy people. This village was full of mud houses which needed to be repaired regularly to be kept in an acceptable condition. There were many people in the Qiao family, and they did not even have enough to eat, let alone be able to raise livestock. The pigsty had long collapsed, and there was not much clean space in the courtyard. Wang Qin looked at Xiao Mei and said, "That's right. We even used the best soil for this house. You even ate at our house before. We even helped you plow this land. Otherwise, it wouldn't be usable anymore. It's worth $800. We'll leave if you pay up." Xiao Mei smiled even wider, and her sweet voice made every word she spoke sounded coquettish. Xiao Mei said happily, "Then give me $800 and I'll sell this house to you." The people around her all burst out laughing. Wang Qin was stunned. She did not expect Xiao Mei to set her up and replied in exasperation, "No way. Look, this place doesn't look like it's worth $800. At most, it's worth $50. Annie Dong looked at Wang Qin with disdain. This woman could even go back on her word when she had just said that this place was worth $800. She said mockingly, "Wang Qin, aren't you an accountant? How come you don't seem to know how to calculate? You can't even tell the difference between $800 and $50. As soon as Annie Dong finished speaking, the people around her burst out laughing. Wang Qin's face also turned red, and she forgot about maintaining her image as she pointed at Annie Dong and scolded, "Dong, old woman, what do you know? You can't even manage your own affairs. If I say this house is worth $50, then it's worth $50. Annie Dong was so angry that she wanted to go forward and put up a fight. Auntie Wang and Annie Fu, who were next to her, were all ready to stand up for her. Annie Dong was a very helpful person in the village, and she would help anyone who had any problems. Everyone had a good relationship with her. Xiao Mei stopped Annie Dong and said to Wang Qin, $200. Wang Qin thought about it and still felt that it was too much. $100. There's no room for discussion. Xiao Mei could not be bothered to say anything more to her and finally said, $150, or I'll tear down the house. Wang Qin really could not argue with that and could only agree to what Xiao Mei said in the end. However, she did not want to bear the full amount and wanted the Qiao family to pay it. After all, she was not the one who made the written agreement back then. Wang Qin gritted her teeth and said, all right, send it to the brigade tomorrow. Uncle Zhao will give you the agreement then. It's settled then, $150. After saying that out loud, Xiao Mei left. When the villagers saw what happened, they also dispersed and went home to discuss this matter in private. Wang Qin usually walked around the village proudly just because she was the village accountant. She was haughty and looked down on everyone, and her high and mighty manner made everyone unhappy. Today, everyone felt appeased to see her behaving like a shrew. Qiao Gui threw down the shovel in his hand and watched as Xiao Mei and the others left. He was so angry that his face turned red. When he looked at his wife, he was even more furious. Although they had managed to keep the house, they still had to give $150. They did not have so much money at home. At night, the Qiao family gathered together, and everyone looked at Xiao Zhuang without saying a word. When Xiao Zhuang heard about what happened today, he could not think of any good countermeasures. Seeing that no one said anything, Wang Qin asked Xiao Zhuang carefully, "Father, are we really going to give her $150? All these years, Xiao Zhuang had been able to act like a tyrant because the village accountant was his daughter-in-law. Therefore, he was polite to Wang Qin and did not beat or scold her like he did to his other daughters-in-law. The Qiao family members all had their own thoughts. The third daughter-in-law, Zhang Yi, was usually the most simple-minded. She only stayed at home to do housework, so she was straightforward and spoke bluntly. When she heard that Wang Qin wanted $150 from the family, she said enviously to Wang Qin, "Why should we give it to you when everyone in the family needs money? Where can we find $150, especially since you agreed to the price yourself?" Xiao Zhuang looked fiercely at his third daughter-in-law. Xiao Wang was the smartest son in the family and very good at reading someone from their body language, and he knew how to curry favor with Xiao Zhuang. However, Zhang Yi did not manage to give birth to a boy, and they only had a daughter, causing him to have very little standing in the family. When he saw Xiao Zhuang's expression, he went up to his wife and slapped her. There was silence in the Qiao family house. Zhang Yi looked at her husband, Qiao Wang, in confusion. Qiao Yi was so frightened that she hid in a corner, afraid that she would be implicated. "The house is father's house. What do you mean by yours and his?" Qiao Wang expressed his thoughts and also took the chance to remind everyone that the house did not belong to them. If they wanted to pay for it, they had to consider it carefully. This statement made the eldest son, Qiao Fu, and his wife, Lu Ying, take notice. There were a total of 3 houses in the Qiao family now. One was the Qiao family's old residence, which belonged to Qiao Zhuang, and the other house belonged to Qiao Fu. Although the Qiao family did not have much money, Qiao Fu treated his wife quite well. His wife, Lu Ying, was an eloquent woman. She helped out with the family as well as went out to work, and was generally diligent. Back then, he had spent $100 to marry her, and they managed to build a house together after all these years with some difficulties. The last house was the current residence of Qiao Gui and Wang Qin. Initially, they all agreed that the family would not give any betrothal gifts when the fourth son, Qiao Yang, married his wife, but rather, the couple would be given them the house to live in when the time came. In the end, Wang Qin took a fancy to the house and snatched it away. Although Qiao Yang was married now, he still lived with Qiao Zhuang. The fifth son, Xiao Gang, had just reached marriageable age. The family found a matchmaker from the neighboring village to introduce him to a good family who said that they would be giving a dowry. However, they wanted the Chow family to give them $300 as the betrothal gift. So while the $300 were not even prepared yet, they were now saddled with another payment of $150. Xiao Gang hurriedly went to Qiao Zhuang's side and said pitifully, "Father, I still have to get married. You can't give everything to second brother's family. If there's really no other way, let's go and talk to Qiao Mei and see if we can just owe her first. My marriage is more important." Wang Qin was unhappy when she heard this. "Hey, you can't say that. You can get a wife anytime. If you really can't, I'll find you a nice girl later. You can't just watch while my family has nowhere to live." Wang Qin turned to look at Xiao Gue, her husband. Xiao Gue was a simple man who did not know what to say, and Wang Qin quietly poked his thigh. That's right, father. We can't sleep outside, otherwise we'd just be a joke." Xiao Gue finally understood his wife's intentions this time round, so he was not really that stupid. Xiao Gang was about to retort when Xiao Zhuang shouted, "Stop arguing. You're all useless." The house went quiet, and there was no sound at all. Xiao Yu, who was standing in the corner, got so frightened that she lost her balance and fell to the ground. It was only then that everyone noticed her. Luing thought for a moment and said to Xiao Yu, "Xiao Yu, don't you usually get on well with Qiao Mei? Go and talk to her, and see if there's any way for us not to have to give her $150. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu, who looked back at them in panic because they were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a thin goat. Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward and said, "I'm not that close to her. Last time, she even beat me out of the door with a big stick. She said that she won't let me go near again. If I go near again, she'll beat me to death. Believe me, it's useless even if I go." Not long ago, Xiao Yu had indeed gone over once to borrow some grains from Qiao Mei. In the end, before she could enter, Qiao Mei had scared her off with a big stick, and she did not even dare to look back. When she returned home, she got a beating from the Qiao family as well. Xiao Yu looked at Qiao Zhuang in panic. Qiao Zhuang sighed and thought for a moment before saying to Xiao Gue and Wang Qin, "The family will give you $80, and that's all. The remainder needs to be given to your fifth brother for him to get married. As for the rest of what you need, you have to find a way to make up for it yourself." With that, he chased these few members of the Qiao family away. Wang Qin put the $80 into her pocket and went home quickly. Actually, she had the $150 that was required, but she could not allow herself to take all of it out for nothing. After all, the house belonged to the Qiao family. If the eldest son, Qiao Fu, came to ask for the house, she could not count on her man for help. He was just a simple person who could not win against the eldest son and the third son. This $80 could be considered enough to cover some cost. Wang Qin went home happily, and when Luing saw Wang Qin's expression, she secretly made her own plans. "Did you see that your second brother's Wang Qin actually has money, but she just wants to cheat the old man out of his money? We have to be careful." Xiao Fu nodded and went home with his wife, Lu Ying. Early the next morning, Xiao Gue and Wang Qin went to the brigade to look for Zhao Yang, afraid that Xiao Mei would bring people around to cause trouble again. If that happened, Wang Qin wondered where she could hide her face. She did not want Xiao Mei to go looking for her superiors to say that she had occupied someone else's house and in turn caused her to lose her job. After paying $150 and getting the original agreement, Wang Qin finally felt relieved. Zhao Liang quickly took the $150 and went to Xiao Mei's house. On the way, he could smell the fragrance of food from afar. It would appear that it was not a lie to say that Xiao Mei was capable. Brother Xiao, are you there?" Zhao Liang shouted from the door. Xiao Mei hurriedly came out when she heard the sound. "Uncle Zhao, why are you here so early?" "My grandfather went out to pick vegetables." Zhao Liang took out the money from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Mei. "This is the money that Wang Qin's family came to pay this morning. I came by to give it to you. Take a look." Xiao Mei walked over and put the money in her pocket without looking at it. She said smilingly, "Uncle Zhao, of course I trust you." "Uncle Zhao, I just made steamed pumpkin. How about having some? Come in and eat. My grandfather will be back soon." Zhao Liang waved his hand and was about to leave when Xiao Mei suddenly said, "Uncle Zhao, does our village still have any homestead, as I want to get one for my mother? Zhao Liang thought for a moment and looked at the surrounding houses. He pointed in the southeast direction and said, "Look at that area. It's not very big, but it's quite close to your house. Otherwise, the area next to your Auntie Wang's house is still empty, or the area close to Chao Zhuang's place. You can decide which area you like, and just come to the brigade to let us know." Xiao Mei looked in the direction that Zhao Liang was pointing at and thought that it was not too bad, except that there was only 1.5 mu of private land. Still, she thought that she should not ask for too much. Now that she was a prominent person in the village, people would talk about it if she asked for more private land. Besides, her mother would not have the energy to manage so much land, and having more land also meant that the Zhang family could demand for more later.